Taking in the early morning sea air? Grace ventured. Cleo looked up at him, puzzled, then got up, walked around the room and sat back down again. A normal thing to do in the middle of the night, wouldn't you say, boss? Doesn't everyone? Grace replied flippantly. The BMW and Niall Paternoster's phone returned to the locale of the Paternoster home at 5:02 a.m. Grace thought this information through carefully before replying again. The couple had a row. It ended with what the neighbour thought might be a blow. Then, in the middle of the night, Niall Paternoster drives to a forest. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Deposition site? Unless he has a particular interest in forest wildlife, Grace replied. Then he drives to the harbour, a second deposition site. He frowned. I'm trying to make sense of the timeline here. The previous Saturday, they drive to Parham House and take photographs. The following Thursday, they have a row, which a neighbour hears, and suppose he kills her. Did he dismember her, which might account for the blood at the house? He then drives out into the forest and buries part of her body. The rest he dumps out to sea at the end of the harbour, where there are strong currents. 4 days later, he reports her missing, giving the explanation that she went into a Tesco store to buy cat litter and vanished off the face of the earth. Am I missing anything? I think we're on the same bus, Branson replied. We need an underwater search team to check out the area around the harbour mouth, but it's strongly tidal. It was an ebb tide at that time, boss, which means that anything he dumped in the sea would be carried some way out. Grace was pensive for some moments. Ashdown Forest. He knew from experience that parts of Sussex were more conducive to burying a body or body parts than others. Much of the county was on chalk, which made digging a grave deep enough to conceal a body a challenging task, even more so during the summer months when the soil was dry and hard. 30 miles south of London, located in the north of Sussex, Ashdown Forest had originally been created as a medieval hunting forest soon after the Norman conquest. More recently, it was the home of Winnie the Pooh, and with its sandy soil, it was a very easy place to dig a grave. Few domestic murders were ever planned meticulously in advance, and from what he had seen of Niall himself, a man with a clearly volatile temper, and from what the neighbour had reported, this had all the hallmarks of a classic and tragic argument gone too far. If he had murdered his wife, Ashdown Forest would have been geographically perfect for Niall Paternoster. The internal police statistics on deposition sites showed that normally killers would drive their victims' bodies a maximum of 30 miles from the crime scene, wanting as short a journey as possible for fear of either being stopped and searched or having a crash. Ashdown Forest, with its mix of open heathland and dense woods spread over a wide area, made it tricky to search, and Grace wanted this done quickly. With the current warm weather, a body would decompose rapidly, making the task of forensic examination increasingly hard. There was also the risk, in woodlands, of foraging animals carrying off body parts for food and clothing items for nests and lairs. If the killer was fortunate, a body in a shallow woodland grave could be completely gone in just a few weeks. And if the body was already dismembered, which is what this sounded like, that could happen much faster. In just days. Grace went through a mental checklist, rattling off items to Branson. After the Pulsar has made the assessment, get the team to search the immediate area of the forest car park. Get the handlers to bring cadaver dogs. At the same time, put a drone up to do a wider sweep. Human bodies were heavy to carry, so if Eden had been buried intact, her body was likely to be close to the car park. But if it was only body parts he was carrying, Niall could have ventured much further away. Deploy the volunteer search team. See if you can get them out today. And one other thing, we may well need the help of the pollen lady, depending on what's found in the forest. If it's what we expect, pollen evidence on the foot pedals of his car and on his shoes might help put him at the scene. All noted, boss. I don't think your good buddy, the ACC, will be happy sanctioning the cost of the dive team and all this as well. Ever since Sussex Police's own dive team, the specialist search unit, had been dismantled, they now used the services of a private firm. They were highly effective, but didn't come cheaply. No, Grace replied with a smile, so absorbed back in his work that he had momentarily forgotten the nightmare this day had become. He won't. Chapter 44. Tuesday, the 3rd of September. It was over an hour after he had ended the call with Glenn Branson before the A&E consultant returned to give Roy and Cleo an update on Bruno. Adrian Burton looked more gravely serious than he had previously. Roy and Cleo were sitting together holding hands and comforting each other. The report I have from the orthopaedic consultant who's viewed the trauma CT scans is that Bruno has multiple fractures to his lower legs, rib cage, right hip and left shoulder. These are relatively easy fixes. He does also have, as we suspected, a ruptured spleen, and he's currently in theatre having an emergency splenectomy. That is a very straightforward process, and people can make a full recovery with that, although they will be dependent on some medication on a permanent basis. Grace looked at him, sensing something more was to come. He could see it in Cleo's face too. "But?" he asked, pushing the question out there. Adrian Burton nodded solemnly. "I'm afraid there is a but, yes. Bruno's head has suffered a massive trauma, and possibly a secondary one, consistent with hitting two hard surfaces. In my experience of such collision victims, his head would have come into contact first with the vehicle's windscreen and then with the road. He doesn't have a fractured skull, which is positive, but he's not waking up, which is a concern. We'll be doing an MRI scan after 24 hours. "What is his potential brain injury, in layman's language?" Grace asked. Cleo interjected, "Swelling." Burton nodded. Because of his ruptured spleen and his dropped blood pressure, there's been a further insult to his brain, which we call a secondary brain injury, hypoxia. The team are doing all they can to try to get Bruno's numbers right and to extubate and stabilise him and hopefully limit the hypoxia. He's been given 3 sets of drugs: ketamine to sedate him, rocuronium, a paralysing agent, and alfentanil, an analgesic. "So, in your opinion, Doctor, what is his prognosis?" Grace asked. "I'd be lying if I told you both it was good. It isn't. But he's got a strong heart, and for the moment, we've just got to hope for the best." "And pray?" Cleo asked. Burton smiled thinly. His eyes signalled, "Why not?" "I know you're giving him the best care you can," Grace said, "but is there anywhere, a neurological unit in some other hospital, London perhaps, that has any facilities you don't have here? I don't mind what it costs. We'll pay for a helicopter or anything." At this moment, Grace thought he would pay every penny he had in the world to save this boy, even if it meant selling their house. Burton shook his head. "We're a regional major trauma centre. We've got a neuro ICU, and in this acute episode he's better off here. If you were talking about rehab in the future, then we could look at that, but we are a long way off from that at the moment. Even if there was a better facility somewhere, he is so unstable at the moment that I honestly don't think he would survive the journey." His words slammed into Roy's stomach like a massive punch. Dimly, he was aware of Cleo taking his hand. "Bruno's being moved to the ICU. I'll come back soon and take you up to see him," Burton said, and left the room. Chapter 45. Tuesday, the 3rd of September. At 3 p.m, John Exton and Norman Potting returned to the Brighton Custody Centre to carry out their 3rd interview with Niall Paternoster in the presence of his solicitor. Seated across the table in the interview room, after completing the formalities, Exton asked, "Can you tell us about your movements each day last week, Niall?" Niall ran his tongue around the inside of his mouth, thinking. "Yeah. Eden was at work all week, and I did some taxi driving. Early in the week, I had a few airport runs from Heathrow and Gatwick, and in between those, I tried to get out on my bike as much as possible and enjoy the weather. The second part of the week was quieter for me, mostly local pickups, off the ranks." Exton continued. "Did you work every evening?" Yes. except Thursday. Such a glorious evening. We had a barbecue in the garden. Exton said, "Was the barbecue a success?" Niall glanced at his solicitor, who frowned back, then replied, "I'm not sure what you mean by a success." "Simple," Exton replied. "Did you both enjoy it? Have a nice, happy evening?" "Is this relevant?" Rattigan asked. "It is, yes," Exton responded. Niall replied, "Yes, it was a success. I think we both enjoyed it, although we did have a minor disagreement over the smoke that was coming from the meat." "A minor disagreement? Can you tell us about that?" Exton asked. Niall smiled a little nervously. "Eden is a perfectionist and was giving me tips on how to cook the steaks. She was moaning that there was too much smoke. Although we had a few words, it was good-natured, nothing nasty." "Okay," Exton said. "So the barbecue went well. How much had you both had to drink?" "Eden was pretty sober. She doesn't drink much. She thinks I drink enough for the both of us. I certainly had a few, and when we went to bed, I was out like a light. I didn't wake up until the next morning when she'd already left for work. A colleague was picking her up." "So what did you do Friday?" Exton asked. "Cleared up the barbecue and hung around the house most of the day. I biked down to the beach and had a swim. Then I went to the gym. Eden got back at the usual time from work and we had a quiet evening. The rest of the weekend is what I've told you we did already a number of times. Nothing changes." Norman Potting took over. "Thanks for that, Niall. Let's go back to your finances, shall we?" Paternoster gave him a sardonic smile. "That's easy. I've got no money. My business went bust. Eden is the one with the cash. She's paying the mortgage, and so far the bank haven't come calling. I know she has her own bank account with money in it that she had before we met. I've never asked too much about that, but I know she's not short of a bob or two." "So, if anything happened to her, what would happen to her money?" Potting continued. "I imagine it would come to me. We did make wills after we married and left things to each other, and Suddenly he faltered, his voice cracking. Tears trickled down his face. "You don't want to believe me, do you? You think I've done something to Eden and I'm covering it up. I'm telling you the truth. I don't know what's happened or where she is. You must believe me. I'm completely lost." He buried his face in his hands. Potting and Exton sat still. Then Exton asked the solicitor, "Would your client like a short break?" Paternoster shook his head. "No, I'm fine. Let's get this over with." Potting, his tone a little gentler, said, "Niall, we want to find out what has happened to Eden as well. That's why we're asking all these questions. You're telling us that apart from the occasional husband and wife disagreement, your relationship was good. We have a number of detectives working on trying to find Eden, and it's important you tell us the truth and hold nothing back. Everything you've told us about what the two of you were doing last week is correct?" "Yes, it is." After several more minutes of questioning, during which Niall Paternoster continued to maintain that he was completely baffled by Eden's disappearance, Potting fell silent for a moment. "All right, Niall. We will be speaking to our colleagues to ascertain what they have found out from their inquiries, and we will then conduct a further interview with you later today." "Third interview with Niall Paternoster terminated at 3:37 p.m, Exton announced. As Niall Paternoster was returned to his cell, Potting and Exton joined DC Butler for a debrief. All three of them agreed they believed strongly Paternoster was lying to them, and he was hiding the truth of what had really happened. Chapter 46, Tuesday the 3rd of September. The line of 20-odd volunteers of the Sussex Community Search Team, wearing orange and yellow high-vis tabards over their summer rambling gear, was stretched out to the right and left of Rodney Albright. The majority, like himself, were well past retirement age, which gave them the freedom to be called out at a moment's notice. Each had a whistle hung from a cord around their neck. Oh yes, such fun, and with such valuable purpose, Albright thought, as he strode in his trusty hiking boots through the wet undergrowth. He loved these call-outs, which happened every few weeks. Ever since his retirement, over 10 years ago now, from the Brighton firm of chartered accountants Hartley Fowler, where he had spent his entire working life, he now had a new purpose as a member of the Sussex Community Search Team. A purpose he had badly needed after his wife, Maureen, with whom he'd planned so many things to enjoy in his retirement, had suddenly passed away from a massive stroke 5 years ago. Along with his fellow volunteers, supervised by 2 Sussex police officers, he had great satisfaction in being part of a team that was readily willing to do anything, from trying to find a runaway child or a sufferer from dementia who had wandered from his or her home and not been seen by a distraught spouse for several days, to, like now, searching for the remains of a woman who was, according to the briefing, missing, presumed murdered. So far, in 4 years of being a member of this team, he himself had not found anything. It had always been another member, somewhere along the line that stretched out either side of him, who had stumbled across an item of clothing or a rucksack concealed in the undergrowth, or what looked like a shallow grave, or, on one occasion, a frightened missing child halfway up a tree. He glanced at his watch. 4:32 p.m. Sunset today was around 7:30 p.m. They had about 3 hours before the light faded sufficiently for the search to be abandoned for the night, to be resumed in the morning. Somewhere in the distance, he heard the sound of 2 dogs barking. He strode on, maintaining the prescribed gap between himself and his colleagues on either side, passing a variety of trees on this damp September afternoon. Beneath the peak of his golfing cap, his eyes were focused on the dense undergrowth of mostly heather and bracken, looking for any sign at all of something other than the natural flora and fauna of the forest. He had always loved trees, and there were numerous fine specimens here of sweet chestnut, hazel, alder, silver birch, and Scots pine. Trees had always been of particular interest to him and to Maureen. Their longevity had fascinated both of them. He was passing some now that had been around a century or more before he had been born, and would, unless they were coppiced, doubtless be around for further centuries long after he'd gone. He and Maureen had planned several of their rambling holidays around sites of ancient yew trees. The year before she died, they had visited the fabled Fortingall yew in Perthshire, Scotland. It was estimated to be over 2,000 years old, and some people reckoned it might be as old as 3,000 years, way preceding the birth of Christ. A couple of years earlier, they had visited an even more ancient specimen in Devenog in Wales, which some experts dated at over 5,000 years old. Yews held a particular fascination for him. Historically, in the past millennium, they tended to be planted in churchyards because their leaves were poisonous to cattle, and churches were the only gardens protected by walls or rails. And they were planted for a reason. They were the best wood for making longbows, the standard weapon for British soldiers in the centuries before firearms had made them redundant. Maureen had often urged him to apply for the quiz show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, because, she ribbed him, he was a mine of useless information, much of it involving trees. But there was something else about these majestic structures. He wasn't a fanciful person, but like all humans with inquiring minds, he was puzzled by aspects of life. The same questions so many asked. What happened before we were born? What will happen after we die? Why are we here? Rodney Albright wasn't a man with a whimsical imagination, yet sometimes when he walked past a particularly magnificent specimen, like the massively thick and tall chestnut he was passing now, he did wonder whether trees had an intelligence which we humans were oblivious to. Trees just existed. They didn't need education. They didn't need to cover their surroundings in tarmac so they could move around. They didn't need to build structures to live in or burn fossil fuels to stay warm. They didn't need electricity or to buy stuff wrapped in layers of packaging or a million other pollutants that messed with the ecology of the planet. Trees just were. Tall, serene, smart, giving back to Mother Nature nothing more and nothing less than they took from her. One of the last things his beloved Maureen had said to him before her stroke was, "You know, my love, sometimes I wish I'd just been born as a tree. A flash of colour snapped him out of his reveries. He stopped in his tracks. Had he imagined it? The rest of the searchline team carried on. He turned back and probed the bracken with his stick. Bloody hell. No, he hadn't imagined it. A woman's blue and white trainer lay on its side at the edge of what looked like a recently dug area. He reached for his whistle and blew it, and as he did so, something else caught his eye. A glint of light in some brambles a short distance away. A shard of broken glass. Chapter 47, Tuesday, the 3rd of September. Roy and Cleo sat beside Bruno in the ICU of the Royal Sussex County Hospital. The boy was dwarfed by the mass of technology all around him. He lay, eyes closed, breathing through a clear plastic endotracheal tube connected to a high-tech ventilator. Much of his marble-coloured face that was visible was covered in abrasions. His right cheek had a dressing on it. His normally neat blonde hair was tousled and greasy. His bruised left hand had 2 cannulas taped to it, with lines leading up to pumps, regulating the flow from the bags above. An arterial line came out of his wrist. ECG circles were stuck around his chest, with red, yellow and green wires running from them to another monitor that beeped steadily. 2 nurses and a registrar were all busy checking tubes and lines. The intensive care consultant talked Roy and Cleo through what was happening and all the monitoring equipment. Grace's eyes went up to the bank of monitors on shelving above him, one with a zigzagging line on a small green screen and a row of others giving digital readouts on red screens. He raised his arm over the boy's head and gently tidied some of his hair. "Hi, Bruno. It's your dad. I'm with you. Can you hear me?" They were screened off from the rest of the ward by green curtains. There were constant, intermittent beeps and the occasional whine of an alarm somewhere near. All the initial tests on Bruno had been completed, and he now lay in an induced coma. He would remain in this, Roy and Cleo had been informed, while monitoring continued. He looked so vulnerable, Grace thought. All his previous concerns about his son were forgotten. He was now desperately anxious for the poor little chap, wishing there was something, anything he could do. Wishing he could wind the clock back and, instead of dropping him at school this morning, have done something different. Maybe carried on talking with him. A couple of hours ago, Cleo had rung home to see if their nanny could stay late tonight with Noah. She reported that Caitlin said she was willing to do anything that could help. She and Jack were due to go out to dinner, but of course she would cancel it and stay as long as was needed, all night if that helped. When Roy wasn't fretting about Bruno, he spent much of the time pacing up and down, still thinking about Operation Lagoon, thinking through Niall Paternoster's comments and body language when he and Branson had interviewed him yesterday, thinking about what did and did not fit with the evidence his team was uncovering, evidence that was increasingly damning. A swish of curtains made both of them turn round, and they saw Mel, a staff nurse, enter the confined area, closing the curtain behind her. She gave them a breezy but sympathetic smile. "I'm going off shift shortly. I know how concerned you are to be at your son's bedside, but we're going to be keeping him in this coma for the time being. You are, of course, very welcome to stay here, but I think you'd both be much better off going home and getting a good night's rest." Cleo looked up at the displays on all the monitors to which Bruno was attached. There had been no apparent change in his condition, so far as she could see. "If there's any deterioration in Bruno's condition to worry about, you'll be called immediately," Mel said. "But honestly, there isn't anything for you to do here for now. I would go home and get some rest. Perhaps we'll have better news tomorrow." "Is that likely, do you think?" Grace asked in a quiet voice. She hesitated awkwardly. "Are either of you familiar with the Glasgow Coma Scale?" Cleo nodded. Mel indicated with her finger for them to follow her, and they stepped out through the curtains into the ward. Her voice dropping to a whisper, Mel said, "We never know how much patients in a coma can hear. Bruno had a score of 7, which isn't good. But," she added, her face brightening just a fraction, "we never know for sure. I've seen people make a complete recovery from a far worse prognosis than Bruno's. As she left, Roy turned to Cleo. Remind me, what does a score of 7 mean? It's not great, darling, she said. The scale relates to responsiveness to stimuli, to pain, verbalization, and eye-opening. Below 8 means possible severe brain damage. The highest a patient can have is 15. And the lowest? 3, which often indicates brainstem death. So, 7 is some hope. She nodded bleakly and replied in a whisper, Yes, some hope, for sure. He nodded. Listen, Roy, we'll stay here tonight so we can be close to Bruno in case anything happens. Leave the arrangements at home to Caitlin and me. They returned to Bruno's bedside. Grace looked down at his vulnerable young son and held his hand. Don't worry, Bruno. We're both here for you. We're not going home. They were interrupted by Bruno's personal nurse, who said she needed to carry out some checks and asked them to return to the relatives' room. Cleo took Roy's arm, and they walked down the corridor, sobbing. Chapter 48, Tuesday, the 3rd of September. You're not coming in? It was a bad reception area, and Glenn Branson's voice crackled fuzzily through Roy Grace's phone. No, Cleo and I need to be with Bruno. It's not looking good. Can you run things for me? Of course, Roy. Seriously, leave it all with me. Do me a favour. When I do come in, probably tomorrow, will you ask everyone not to ask me how I am? Because... He took a moment, choking on his words. Sounding deeply and genuinely sympathetic, the deputy SIO said, Absolutely. But make sure you're certain about coming in. I will, he said heavy-heartedly. How is Bruno? Branson asked. Not good. Not good at all. He's in an induced coma, which they're hoping will reduce the swellings on his brain, but he has multiple head injuries. God, it's awful. You both need to be with him. I'll run the briefing and give you an update afterwards. Thanks. I appreciate it. You're a good friend. You helped me when I was splitting up with Ari, when I went through all that shit of the separation and she tried to stop me seeing my kids. I'm here for you, and always will be. Grace barely managed to utter his thanks. His eyes stung with tears. Chapter 49, Tuesday, the 3rd of September. 20 minutes later, Glenn Branson sat at the head of the crowded conference room table with his briefing notes and policy book in front of him. This is the 3rd briefing of Operation Lagoon, he said, then coughed and sipped some water, clearing a frog in his throat. The investigation into the disappearance of Mrs. Eden Paternoster. As we know, she was last seen by her husband in the car park of the Tesco Holmbush superstore 2 days ago, just after 3:15 p.m. on Sunday, the 1st of September, if her husband is to be believed. He said the last few words with cynical emphasis. There have subsequently been a number of developments giving us grave concern for Mrs. Paternoster. He looked down at his notes. I'm going to summarise the information and evidence we have so far. First is that Niall Paternoster claimed he dropped his wife at the store to buy cat litter, saying they had run out of it. When he met with uniform officers at his home yesterday, he told us that his wife, Eden, was annoyed with him because he'd forgotten to buy any cat litter himself the day before. But this story has been thrown into doubt by Chris G's team. They discovered 2 large sacks of cat litter clumsily hidden at the back of a cupboard in the utility room. Would anyone forget they had 2 sacks of the stuff? From what we know so far, Eden Paternoster was a clever, intelligent and efficient lady. I'd say it was pretty unlikely she'd have forgotten she had 2 whole sacks of the stuff in the house. He looked around at his team and saw nods of concurrence. Several of them were making notes. Next, he said, despite the Tesco store having CCTV coverage both of the exterior and interior, there was no image of Eden Paternoster at all. But there is footage of Niall inside the store shortly before closing. There is also no footage of her from the CCTV cameras of the immediately neighbouring Marks & Spencer store or the McDonald's. To add substantial weight to this, There is the photograph on Niall Paternoster's phone of his wife in front of the lake at Parham House. He claims he took this earlier that afternoon. But according to the analysis done by Aidan Gilbert's digital forensics team, this photograph was date-stamped over a week earlier, on Saturday, August 24th. This is corroborated by the plot of Paternoster's mobile phone, showing he was there at exactly that date and time. He looked at Louise Soper. I believe you have further information on this, Lou.
I do, boss. On the evidence of the collision investigation unit, I had the Paternoster's BMW 3 Series transported to the local main dealer in Portslade. They carried out an analysis of the data from the car's onboard computer system. Its movements tally exactly with the plot of Niall Paternoster's phone and the journeys we know about it. It was stationary at Parham House, West Sussex, during the exact time the photograph of Mrs. Paternoster was taken, at 1:50 p.m. on Saturday, August 24th. This tallies with the 3 ANPR cameras that picked up the BMW on both its outward and inbound journeys. In addition, we have the plot of the car's journey first to Ashdown Forest early last Friday morning and then to Shoreham Harbour, with corroborating evidence from 4 ANPR cameras.
Branson thanked her. We'll come on to the findings so far at Ashdown Forest in a few minutes. But before we do that, something I feel is very significant are 2 rings found underneath bedroom floorboards by the forensic team. One is almost certainly Eden's wedding band, and the other would seem likely to be her engagement ring, removed and concealed. The first question this begs is why someone would remove their wedding and engagement rings, and secondly, why would they hide them?
Fear of being burgled?
Norman Potting ventured. Fair point, Norman, Branson replied. But it makes you wonder why she removed them, if indeed she did. Could it have been her husband, thinking that would make identifying her body harder?
What do we know about the state of their marriage, boss?
John Exton queried. Branson turned and looked at the association chart behind him. Have any of our outside inquiry teams talked to her friends yet?
Her immediate family, including mother and sister, have been contacted. Her mother didn't have a good word to say about her son-in-law,
E.J. Boutwood answered.
You should talk to my ex-mother-in-law, Norman Potting said.
All 4 of them?
E.J. quizzed. Potting blushed.
Yes. Well, don't think they'd have many good words to say about me.
Any good reason for that?
E.J. asked cheekily.
And by the way, how did that Swedish detective you were sweet on work out?
Don't ask.
Okay, you 2, Branson admonished. You haven't contacted any of her friends yet, E.J.?
I have the names of 4 of her best friends, sir. I'm planning to speak to them tonight.
Branson turned to the intelligence cell and asked for an update. Martin Stratford replied,
Sir, I've been doing some background work on Niall Paternoster. I've found 2 things that might be of significance. First, he started his career as a butcher's assistant, working for a firm up near Five Ways in Brighton. The second, and possibly more significant thing, is that he emigrated to Perth, Western Australia, when he was 22. His business partner, an Aussie called Karen Dale, wasn't wealthy, but had a bit of money. They worked, at the time, as sailing instructors. They were with a client in a small yacht off the coast of Perth, and according to him, they were caught out at sea one night in a storm, and she went overboard. Her remains were never found.
And he inherited the business? Branson asked.
Well, he sold the business off soon afterwards for about £30,000. He returned to the UK, and a couple of years later, he received a caution from Brighton and Hove Police for a minor assault that occurred in a late-night taxi queue altercation. So we have his DNA on record, but other than that, he's clean.
Branson stared at him. That's very interesting indeed, Martin. And it could well be extremely significant. Well done. He made a note. Okay, the next thing I have from the digital forensics team is Eden's lack of activity on social media. She normally posted daily on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, but there's been no activity on any of her accounts since 7:17 p.m, last Thursday, August 29th. This coincides with a very concerning report from the outside inquiry team about the row a neighbour heard the Paternosters having on Thursday evening, and subsequently the sound of the Paternosters' BMW being driven in the early hours of Friday morning on a journey which has been plotted by the car's onboard computer, tallying with the plot of Niall Paternoster's phone from digital forensics and from a number of ANPR cameras that clocked the vehicle's journey, first to Ashdown Forest, then to Shoreham Harbour, and then back to their home in Neville Road, Hove. He paused to let this sink in before continuing. Under Chris G's direction, forensics teams have been deployed at Ashdown Forest and the dive team, Specialist Services International, in the area around the harbour mole.
Would that be at a molecular level, boss?
Norman Potting quipped and chortled, looking around a sea of blank faces for an audience. With everyone aware of the gravity of the situation with Grace's son, even though Grace himself wasn't present, no one was in the mood for Potting's humour. Branson gave him a withering glance. Thank you, Norman. Chris will be giving us a significant update shortly. He looked down at his notes, then at D.S. Alexander again. Jack, it says here that Eden Paternoster didn't go into work at the insurance company Mutual Occidental last Friday morning. The detective sergeant nodded. Correct, sir. She was expected at a staff meeting at 8:30 on Friday morning, but she never appeared. Nor did she phone in sick. I've got Polly going back to the company tomorrow to speak to her work colleagues. Branson turned to the crime scene manager. Chris, what can you tell us about the blood found in the Paternoster's house? Quite a bit, sir. The forensics team found some recent bloodstains at the house. Some was in the kitchen, which Niall Paternoster claimed came from his cutting his finger on a potato peeler that was in a kitchen drawer while rummaging for a bottle opener. But that doesn't explain a blood-stained T-shirt found hidden behind the panel in the ensuite, blood which the forensic lab has confirmed has Eden Paternoster's DNA, as well as the blood found around the kitchen unit, which is a mix of both hers and Niall Paternoster's. The kitchen knife is still missing? Branson asked. Well, G said, and hesitated. Maybe, but possibly not. Meaning what, Chris? Branson prompted. Looking expansively at the team, G said, It's early doors, but as the boss told you, we have a major search of an area in Ashdown Forest currently underway. Just over an hour ago, a woman's blue and white trainer with a matching shoe size to Eden Paternoster was found alongside what looks like a shallow grave with no body in it, which we have declared a crime scene and is currently being excavated. Close to that, we've recovered a kitchen knife with bloodstains. I've not had a chance to examine it myself, but from the photographs that have been sent to me, it looks like a pretty close match to the one missing from the knife rack in the Paternoster's house. It's being sent to the DNA lab for priority analysis. This knife, Branson said. It was the largest in the rack? Yes, G confirmed. Branson shot a glance at D.S. Stratford, then back at G. The kind a butcher might use to cut up an animal? Quite possibly, yes. Are you excavating through the night? We are, until midnight. If you find any human remains, please call me, and I'll come over. I will do, sir, G said. Branson thought about the knife. He knew that in any stabbing where a knife without a hilt, such as a kitchen knife, was used, when plunged into a human body, it would very likely strike bone, causing the assailant's hand to slide forward from the handle onto the blade and create a deep cut. In the majority of stabbings, the offender's blood would be mingled with the victim's. If this knife which had been found had any trace of Niall's DNA, it would be a major step forward. He made a note, then looked up at the crime scene manager again. Did your team have any luck locating a will in the house, Chris? Not so far, sir, no, but they're still going through the contents of filing cabinets in a spare room being used as an office, and 2 more cabinets we found up in the loft. Branson nodded, then turned to Emily Denyer. Emily, you've been investigating the Paternoster's finances. How's that going? Well, quite interesting, sir, particularly in light of what we're hearing and from the interview with her husband. Mrs. Paternoster seems to be a wealthy woman, in relative terms. She is very much the breadwinner in the relationship, earning substantially more than her husband. The house is in her name, probably because she is the one who put down the original deposit when they bought it. That lump sum came from a combination of her savings and an inheritance from her grandmother, who died 5 years ago. The mortgage appears to be paid off, possibly unknown to Niall,
and at the present time Eden Paternoster has just over £10,000 in cash savings invested through her personal account at the HSBC Bank in Ditchling Road, Brighton. I'm awaiting replies on her rental properties, and there are still a couple of organisations I need to hear back from too. I'm also trying to track down any life insurance that may exist."
Glenn Branson thanked her and made some more notes, giving time for this significant information to sink into everyone. "Nice work, Emily," he said. Exton and Potting updated the team on the interview that had taken place earlier, and then Glenn addressed them all. "We've heard the evidence so far, which points to Eden Paternoster being murdered by her husband. We also now have a motive. In fact, possibly two motives. The first is financial. Would Niall Paternoster stand to gain from his wife's death? Clearly, yes. In the event of her body not being found, he would have to wait 7 years for her to be declared legally dead. He could sell the marital home, which would, subject to the provisions in any will, of course, net him a considerable sum. The house is worth, at current values, around £600,000. He paused to look at his notes. Of potential interest to us is a discovery from text messages on his phone, as well as the O2 data, that he had a liaison at 5:30 p.m. on Sunday with a person or persons unknown. The number appears to be for an unregistered pay-as-you-go, and there was no answer when we tried calling. It is my hypothesis that this as yet unknown person could be his girlfriend. From all the evidence I've heard so far, and from having met the man myself along with the boss, this inquiry has the hallmarks of a marital breakdown due to infidelity." He paused again for a moment to make another note before continuing. "From my reading of Niall Paternoster, we have a man with an inferiority complex. This is not helped by his wife earning far more than him, and her owning the marital home. Let's consider for a moment that his assignation last Sunday might have been with a lover. What does that leave us with?" Potting raised a hand, but Branson, seeing from his expression that another fatuous remark was coming, ignored it, instead continuing himself. "A very real and compelling motive to murder his wife. Her money. His lover. Or both." He looked around the table. No one stirred. Then he looked at his watch. "We can hold Niall Paternoster in custody until 9:45 a.m. tomorrow, after which we either have to charge him or go for a further court extension or release him on police bail. I am speaking to CPS, but, from all I'm hearing, we may have sufficient evidence to charge him with his wife's murder, if we want to go that route. Does anyone disagree?" No one did. Chapter 50. Tuesday, the 3rd of September. Ending the meeting, Branson asked Norman Potting and John Exton to come to his office. When the door was closed and they were seated, he said, "Okay, let's consider our options. As I said, I'm pretty confident with what we have that the CPS would sanction us charging Niall Paternoster with his wife's murder, despite there being no body. So far. But I'm not sure that would be our best tactical move. And, of course, we don't know the full results from the searches in the forest." "Tactics? Why do you say that, sir?" Exton asked. "If her body, or part of it, is found, that's one thing. But I'm puzzled by the trainer and the knife being discovered outside this shallow grave. If Niall Paternoster went to the trouble of taking her body out to the forest and burying it, why not bury the trainer and the knife with it?" "Perhaps he did, boss," Potting suggested. "And forest wildlife predators disturbed it. We've enough past experience of that happening." Branson nodded. "Yes, very much a possibility, Norman. Animals might remove body parts and items of clothing, but I don't know any animal that would take a kitchen knife. We'll see what Lorna's team find from their excavations, but my sense is that it will only be items of clothing, and that her body might well have been dismembered and disposed of in bits, especially now we know that Niall was once a butcher, most likely in Shoreham Harbour. If that happened last week, most, if not all, would have been picked clean by crustaceans and fish by now. Either of you having shellfish for supper tonight?" Both Potting and Exton grinned. Exton looked queasy. "Actually, Dawn is cooking me a prawn curry,"
Better check where she got the prawns,
Branson said with a dark grin.
I bloody well will. If Lorna's team doesn't find any human remains tonight, Branson continued, then I think our other two options might be better. We could go for a further extension to give us 96 hours of detention and see what else comes out of the woodwork. But the option I personally favour is releasing him on police bail tomorrow morning before the 9:45 a.m. deadline and seeing if I can get approval to put surveillance on him. Before we do that, I'd like you to continue to interview him, make the challenges, and see how he reacts to the discovery of the 2 sacks of cat litter in his house, but leave out our activity in the forest. He'll probably pick it up in the media, but if we tell him we're looking there, he definitely won't return.
Norman Potting frowned, then made a strange, rapid movement of his lips, which he often did when he was thinking. It looked as if he was swilling mouthwash.
What about all the other evidence? Let's keep some of it in our back pocket for now, Norman. Niall Paternoster's hung his whole story on his wife needing cat litter. Focus on that, and challenge him over the other evidence found in the house to see how he reacts prior to his release before the deadline. Then, what I'm thinking is a press conference, where I will make an appeal for any sightings of Eden or any information that will assist the investigation.
Both detectives looked at him for some moments. That could be a smart move, D.S. Exton said. You're thinking about a possible girlfriend, the assignation on Sunday evening.
Branson said, I'll be running my thoughts past the boss later to make sure he's up to speed and on board. I want to nail this. If Paternoster has somehow managed to disappear his wife's body, we'll need to establish a motive for murder that's a bit stronger than an argument over cat litter. An affair will be a pretty good one.
I've never had to murder any of my exes, Potting said.
Really, Norman? Branson said. How come?
Because, he said with a wry smile, they always dump me first.
Chapter 51, Tuesday, the 3rd of September. As soon as Exton and Potting had left his office, Branson called Roy Grace and updated him. He told him interviews with Paternoster would continue that evening and again in the morning, and they would be challenging him on the evidence they had established. Then he told him of the plan to release Niall Paternoster in the morning, assuming no remains of his wife were found before then, and to make a public appeal via a press conference for information on Eden. I'd like you to stand in for me and take that conference, Glenn.
Of course, boss.
You'll have to update ACC Pugh. With his ego, he'll probably want to muscle in and get his mugshot in the Argus and the Brighton and Hove Independent, and on latest TV and all the other news.
I can handle him.
I know you can. There was a brief moment of silence. Then Branson said,
Just know we're all here for you. Especially me. If you want to bell me any time, day or night, that's fine, yeah?
Grace was too emotional to reply. Cleo had gone home to pack an overnight bag for them both to sleep here in the hospital. As he sat alone in the relatives' room, along with everything else he was dealing with right now, he was thinking of that hapless expression on poor Norman Potting's face yesterday. For much of the time that he'd known him, with his portly figure and terrible comb-over, before he'd gone for a more modern shaved head, Norman had to have been one of the world's most unlikely and most unsuccessful philanderers. And yet, the man, who was still one of the best detectives Grace had ever encountered, had somehow charmed one of the brightest members of his team, and had been on the verge of marrying her before her tragic death trying to save a little girl from a fire. He felt the tugging in his heart for Bruno, the terrible anxiety eating away at his insides like acid. With his brain roiling with fear for the boy, he was on autopilot, barely able to concentrate. In need of some air, he left the hospital, grateful for the fresh evening breeze, even if it was laced with traffic fumes. He took a short stroll and sat for a while on a low wall. When he went back inside, he paused to squirt sanitizer on his hands, then followed behind a doctor in scrubs towards the intensive care unit. As he reached it, he glanced through the window of the secured doors towards Bruno's bed. It was empty. All the machines had been switched off and were silent, the displays blank. Christ. For an instant he stood, feeling like his blood had turned to ice. Can I help you, sir? Grace turned and saw the doctor again, a handsome-looking Asian man in his late 20s. His badge gave his name Amil, and underneath the words ICU Registrar. Bewildered and terrified, he stuttered, My son, I just came back to see how he was. Bruno? The man asked, calm and with a reassuring air. Grace nodded. Where is he? Terrified of the answer. He's been taken for an MRI scan. He should be back shortly, sir. Perhaps you'd like to wait in the relatives' room and someone will be along to let you know when your son is back. I'll take you there. Oh, don't worry. I know where it is. My wife and I are staying in there. Numbly, he walked back out of the ward into the same windowless room and sat back down. A few minutes later, the door opened and the stocky ICU consultant he and Cleo had spoken with earlier, Adrian Burton, came in. He had a strange, unsettling look on his face. You're working a long shift today, Grace said, trying to sound jovial and not succeeding. Burton smiled thinly and said, in his warm, brummy accent, I felt I owed it to you and your wife to stay on and make sure we were all doing the very best for your lad that we can. Standing up, Grace thanked him, then asked, How is he? Can I see him? I'll take you in to see him in a minute, but I'd like to talk to you first, please. Grace felt another cold flush deep inside him. Sure, he said flatly. Roy, normally we'd wait 24 hours before doing an MRI scan on a trauma victim, but Bruno hasn't been maintaining his blood pressure or pulse, so the team needed to see what was going on. If I can explain in layman's terms, as the brain swells from a trauma, it cones. Basically, it gets pushed down into the base of the skull. The technical term is foramen magnum. Bruno doesn't have any skull fracture, which, ironically, is unhelpful in this situation because a fractured skull could absorb some of this increasing pressure. Clearly a tough nut, like his dad, Grace said, attempting a smile. Burton gave a kindly smile back. Clearly. Then his face clouded. But the pressure has caused a real problem for him. How serious a problem? Grace asked, aware his voice was faltering. I'm afraid it's extremely serious, Adrian Burton said. The next step tonight is for Bruno to be taken into theatre again. The leading neurosurgeon in Sussex is on his way, and he'll insert an intracranial bolt to monitor the pressure. What will that do? Shall we sit? The consultant said. Reluctantly, he sat back down and Burton joined him. Basically, as I just said, as the pressure rises, the brain gets pushed down, further out of the skull, putting increasing pressure on the brain stem, which is essentially the basic life support. As the pressure on the brainstem continues to increase, it causes the loss of ability to maintain the brainstem's functions. This in turn causes loss of pulse, blood pressure, and temperature regulation, which are the very basic functions of the brainstem. So even though your lad's had the bleeding treated, at this moment the team still can't get his blood pressure and everything related stable. I think I follow, Grace said. What does that mean for his prognosis? Burton looked at him, their faces just inches apart now. Grace could feel the warmth of the consultant's breath with a faint, not unpleasant tinge of garlic. How honest and explicit do you want me to be? I'd prefer you to be totally honest and not dress anything up. He stared back at the consultant levelly, with an inkling of what might be coming, however much he dreaded what he was about to hear. Burton gave an uncomfortable smile. I know you coppers cope with some of your worst horrors through gallows humour. So do us medics. Some of us call the MRI scanner the donut of death. Apologies if that's offensive. Grace shook his head. I get it. What it showed with Bruno is a tight brain with widespread contusions, both bruising
and ischemia, where his low blood pressure has further impaired his brain functions. And now, a brain that's swelling and pushing down out of the skull. I wish I could give you better news, but I can't. They were interrupted at that moment by Cleo returning with a small hold-all. She sat down and Burton quickly recapped for her. Then he said, I don't want to mislead you or give you false hope. I'm afraid to say we're rapidly approaching the point at which there will be nothing more we can do for him. Grace stared back at the consultant. Nothing? What do you mean, nothing? There's always something, surely. There must be some doctor, a neurologist, neurosurgeon, somewhere in the world who could help him. I don't care what it costs, I'll do anything at all. Burton sat in silence for some moments, his eyes fixed on the couple. Then he said, Believe me, if there was anything we could do, anything that would give a chance, however small, that Bruno could be saved, other than by a miracle, I would suggest it. But he wouldn't survive a move from here to any hospital anywhere. And we really do have top consultants. Please believe me on that. I know from some of our staff that you've been critical of this hospital in the past, but we've made huge strides. The neurosurgeon who's on his way is world class. Grace looked back at him through misted eyes. Memories of being at his father's bedside as he lay dying, then his mother's came flooding back, overwhelming him. Isn't there anyone? Don't they have brilliant neurosurgeons in America at some of their teaching hospitals? Germany? Russia? Is there anyone at all? If there was even a 1% chance, I would suggest it. Well, what about this intracranial bolt? Can't that possibly help? It won't treat the injury. It will just monitor the pressure inside the brain, Burton replied. So what's the point in doing that? Grace said, his anxiety rising even further. I'm afraid its main purpose, normally, is to confirm brainstem death. If Bruno has avoided that, and does by a miracle pull through, it is very likely he will have permanent brain damage. How serious? I mean, how impaired would he be? Would he be able to function normally, go back to school? Cleo was struggling to keep her voice down. Burton stared at her levelly. We'll know more later, after the neurosurgeon, Mr. Hoyle-Gilchrist, has seen him. Grace folded his body, resting his head in his arms as he fought off tears. He lost track of the time as he sat, before finally straightening up again and gratefully accepting a tissue the consultant passed him from a box. You both need to remain strong, Burton said gently. They'll keep you informed every step of the way. But I would urge you to prepare yourself for the worst. Chapter 52, Tuesday, the 3rd of September. 2 hours later, finally and reluctantly dragging himself from Bruno's bedside after talking to him incessantly with no response before he had been taken off to theatre, Roy Grace left the ward and peered into the relatives' room. Cleo was dozing in a chair and looked up as he entered. A guy, a porter, I think, has gone to get us 2 camp beds. He smiled. Good. If I can sleep. I'll be back in a few minutes. He closed the door quietly and walked a short distance along the deserted corridor, checking his phone in case there was any message from Lorna. But there was nothing. Then he hunted for the mobile phone number of the road policing unit inspector, James Biggs, unsure if he had it. To his relief, he did. It rang several times, and just when he was convinced it was going to voicemail, he answered with a curt, Inspector Biggs? James? The tone of the inspector's voice changed instantly. Sir? I apologize for calling so late. Call me any time, sir, 24/7. I'm so very sorry about your son. How is he? I'm at the hospital now, and it's not looking good, I'm afraid. Bruno.
Grace had to stop for a moment to compose himself. He has serious brain damage. At the moment, his prognosis is pretty poor, to be honest. I'm extremely sorry to hear that, sir. I'm afraid it looked to me, from the damage to the vehicle, that his head had taken quite an impact. We've made inquiries at the school, and it happened during break time, when all the kids were outside. Bruno somehow managed to find his way out of the grounds. There was a brief, awkward pause. Then James Biggs said, "Is there any information I can help you with, sir?" "Yes, there is. Please." "I'm struggling to understand what exactly happened. I mean, what was he doing crossing the road? I dropped him off at school this morning myself. He was in a strange mood, but that wasn't unusual for him. He should have been in class all morning. I'm curious about what he was doing out of school and crossing the road. We're still gathering information, seeing what CCTV from the surrounding properties will give us, if anything. I've also put out an appeal for any motorists with dash cams who might have been in the area at the time, as well as to any cyclists with GoPros or similar. At this stage, we're talking to independent witnesses. Our best so far is an elderly lady whom my officer Tom Van Der Wey spoke to at the scene. He said she was out doing her morning constitutional with her dog, a Westie, and noticed a St. Christopher's boy looking down at his phone as he walked along the pavement. What was he doing out of school? Grace quizzed again. We don't know that yet. She'd spotted him from some distance by his red jacket. According to her account, she saw him walk out straight into the path of a sports car. She described him being struck by the car and landing on the road. Tom said the lady was pretty shaken by the experience, but managed to give him a fairly clear account. Grace absorbed this before replying, Is she saying that he hadn't seen the car? Yes. I'm sorry, sir. It was a BMW i8 sports car that was up for sale. It was being driven by an interested potential customer, with the owner of the company, Sussex Sporting E-Cars, beside him. From the measurements my team have taken so far, all the indications are that the car was being driven at a speed right on the legal limit. But we have, of course, impounded it. Grace took some moments to process this. What do you think actually happened? Too early to say, Roy. I need input from the collision investigation unit, which will take some days. But at the moment, it looks like Bruno was distracted by his phone when he stepped off the pavement. We will carry out cognitive witness interviews with this lady and any others who come forward and see if we can learn more. I'll keep you updated on any information that comes in from our public appeal. Thanks, James. I'd really appreciate that. I'll keep everything crossed for your lad, making a full recovery. Grace thanked him and hung up, blinking away tears. Chapter 53, Tuesday, the 3rd of September. Feeling completely hollowed out, Roy and Cleo sat in the relatives' room eating some kind of pasta with plastic forks. Macaroni, linguine, fettuccine, penne, whatever. Although they'd not eaten for hours, neither of them had any appetite. I just can't believe it. He's that bad. And this is awful, darling. Cleo's voice was breaking up, and she started crying again. He hugged her tight. She bowed her head for some moments, then looked up at him, sniffing and wiping her tears. Look, I wasn't going to tell you this. Not tonight anyway, but maybe you should hear it before you see it for yourself. She fell silent. See what? She shook her head. Forget it. I shouldn't tell you. Now isn't the time. He looked hard at her. You can't leave me dangling. What is it? Tell me. She shook her head. I shouldn't have raised it. Not tonight. Well, you have, he said, his anxiety rising again. So what is it? Tell me, please. Bruno's 2 favourite hens. Fräulein Andrea and Fräulein Julia. She looked at him flatly,
Yes. What about them?
Hesitating again, she said,
I went out this morning to let them out, but I couldn't find them anywhere. So I looked inside the hen house thinking they might be broody and sitting in nesting boxes. They were in there.
She looked at him with a strange expression. After some moments, Roy Grace said,
Broody, as you thought?
She shook her head.
No, Roy. They were dead.
Dead? She nodded.
Poor things. It said in that book you got that sometimes they die suddenly and young, often when an egg gets stuck. Is that what happened? They got egg-bound.
She gave him a resigned look.
I wish I could say it was.
She shook her head again.
But I don't think that getting an egg stuck would do that to Andrea and Julia.
What is it?
What aren't you telling me? Both had their necks wrung. Their heads twisted round the wrong way.
Chapter 54, Tuesday, the 3rd of September. The time is 7:39 p.m. Tuesday, Norman Potting said for the benefit of the recording. DS Potting and DS Exton interviewing Niall Paternoster under caution in the presence of his solicitor. This is the 4th interview.
Niall, Exton began, can we go back to your wife's engagement and wedding rings and her passport? Why were they apparently hidden under a floorboard? How did they get there?
Looking increasingly ragged and short-tempered, Niall replied, I haven't a clue. Exton looked him in the eye.
Did you put them there?
No bloody way. I can only think Eden put them there.
Why would your wife do that?
I haven't a clue. You're the detectives, not me.
Ignoring the remark, Exton glanced at his notes. Your wife is normally active on a number of social media platforms, but there's been no activity by her on any since Thursday night. Can you explain that? I was with her through until Sunday afternoon, so I don't know why she didn't post. She's always on it, bloody lives on it. Exton nodded politely. You told us you didn't know why Eden wasn't answering her phone, and that it appeared to be switched off. Can you explain how it came to be underneath your bed in the house? How did it get there? Were you responsible for hiding it there? Is there something you're not telling us? He stared hard at Paternoster, but the man just gave a couldn't-care-less shrug. I don't know. I didn't put it there. I've no idea. Norman Potting took over. Niall, when we interviewed you earlier, you told us you had a nice evening last Thursday, you and Eden having a barbecue at home. You mentioned having a minor disagreement over smoking meat, but no more than that. Correct? Yes. Officers have spoken to your neighbours. Your next-door neighbour told us something different. She said she heard raised voices, a violent-sounding argument, and what seemed to be some sort of blow delivered. She was so concerned, she thought about ringing the police. That's rubbish, he replied angrily. I told you we had an argument, but it's nothing like she's describing. Why would she make it up? Potting asked. She's a nosy old bat, and she doesn't like me for some reason, probably wants to get me into trouble. Other neighbours have corroborated what she said. They heard the row too, Potting said calmly. Can you explain that? Paternoster looked at Rattigan, who gave him a signal. He turned back to the detectives. No comment. Potting continued. When you gave your account about what the two of you did last week, you told us your wife had gone to work on Friday. We've checked with her company, and they tell us she never turned up, and it surprised them as she missed an important meeting. Can you explain that? Paternoster's brow furrowed. What? This is complete nonsense. She went to work, and then came home. She'd have told me if she hadn't gone into work, and no way would she have missed an important meeting. She's very conscientious. Norman Potting paused for a moment. Niall, could you tell us again about your journey home from visiting Parham House last Sunday afternoon, the 1st of September? You made a stop on your way. Yes, he replied sullenly.
As I've told you and your colleagues repeatedly, I stopped at the Tesco Homebush Superstore at approximately 3:15 p.m.
What was the reason for that? Potting asked, disingenuously.
God, how many times do I have to repeat this? People talk about wasting police time. What about you wasting our time?
Rattigan looked at his client with a nonplussed expression.
Please, could you answer my question?
Potting persisted.
We stopped at the store because my wife needed to buy a sack of cat litter.
Why did she want to buy a sack of cat litter?
Because we'd run out of the stuff. I'd forgotten to buy some the day before.
You'd run out of cat litter? Potting asked.
Yes, he replied tetchily. Is there some part of that you don't understand?
Potting did not respond for some moments while he made a note.
Then he looked back at him.
I'd like to ask you a question about your wife, Niall. Is she good at running your house?
What does that have to do with anything? His solicitor jumped in.
If you will allow me to continue, Potting said with consummate politeness, I think it will become clear. He turned to Paternoster. If I could repeat my question, was your wife good at running your house, your home, Niall?
She doesn't run the home. We run it together, he said reluctantly.
Would you say she would have known when you were critically low of household items, such as cat litter?
Yes, absolutely.
In your opinion, is it likely she could have forgotten that she had any cat litter in your home last Sunday when she asked you to stop on your way back to buy some?
Niall took some moments before answering. No way.
You are certain, Potting said, playing with him as if he were a well-hooked fish.
Yes.
Potting nodded calmly. During the search of your house last night, 2 large sacks of cat litter were found at the rear of a cupboard in the utility room off your kitchen. Do you have any explanation for that?
Paternoster stared back in numb silence for some moments. Then he said, I'm sorry. I don't believe you.
Really? Potting said in a commanding performance that brought a faint smile to Exton's face. So, how do you explain that? Do you have any explanation for how they got there, or are you saying the police planted 2 sacks of cat litter in your house?
Paternoster looked dumbfounded. He stared at his solicitor, then up at the ceiling and around at the walls. 2 sacks of litter.
Correct, Potting said. 2 large sacks of Tesco lightweight 10-litre cat litter, several weeks' supply for a normal household cat.
Paternoster ran his hands through his hair, looking genuinely confused. Then he said, all I can think of is that Eden must have bought the stuff in Tesco after I dropped her off, and someone she met in the store drove her home. Or it was there all along, but neither of us realised. Well, that can happen, right? You forget you have something in the cupboard. It's not the strangest thing in the world, is it?
John Exton looked down at a wad of notes in front of him and leafed through a couple of pages.
Niall, I have a copy of a printout of all sacks of cat litter sold in the Tesco Homebush store between midday, Sunday the 1st of September, and 4 p.m. when the store closed. There was just 1 sack purchased, at 1:34 p.m., a time you say you were at Parham House. There were no other sacks purchased that afternoon. Their computer must be wrong, he said flatly.
Are you suggesting that the store may have had technical issues on last Sunday afternoon? Potting asked. Their CCTV down, perhaps, and their inventory computer system also?
Paternoster looked down at the floor. If there are 2 sacks of cat litter in our house, either my wife had a major memory lapse, or yes, the Tesco inventory system must be wrong.
Let's hypothesize for a moment, Potting said. In the event that the Tesco inventory system was working fine and your wife did not buy any there, are there any other stores where between 3:15 p.m. and 4 p.m., when all other stores close on a Sunday, your wife could have bought 2 sacks of cat litter of the particular brand that Tesco sell? Tesco lightweight 10-litre sacks.
There are other stores in and around Brighton, yes, he replied.
Is any of this relevant?
Joseph Rattigan asked. Very, Potting said. If you'll allow me to explain, your client has told us he dropped his wife outside the Tesco Homebush store at 3:15 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. That left her with a 45-minute window to find a means of transport and another Tesco store that stocked the same product. Our outside inquiry team have established 2 other stores within a 45-minute radius that do. Neither of them sold any during that window of time. He sat back.
My wife must have got distracted, in that case,
Paternoster said lamely. Exton said, I now want to speak to you about your visit to Parham House. You produced to the police a photograph that you said was taken on Sunday, when you visited there with Eden. This would indicate that the 2 of you were together at Parham House on Sunday, the 1st of September. We have had the photograph analysed, and we know it was taken a week earlier, on Saturday the 24th of August, around the same time. What do you know about that? Paternoster replied angrily, I don't know what you're talking about. The photo was taken on Sunday, not the week before. I've already told you I was asleep in bed last Saturday afternoon, nowhere near Parham House. You've got all this wrong. Exton continued. If that photograph was taken a week before, that means there is nothing to suggest Eden was still alive on Sunday, particularly when no one has seen her, she didn't go to work, and there's been no social media activity. This is ludicrous. I didn't kill her. How do we know she's even dead? There is a large kitchen knife missing from the set in your kitchen, Niall, Exton said. Do you know where it is? No, I don't. And you can't have looked properly. It must be in the house somewhere. If you're thinking I used it on Eden, you're mad. Is that what you believe? Exton asked. You told us about the financial background to your marriage and your understanding that if something happened to your wife, you would be the main beneficiary. Like I said, we both made wills, leaving stuff to each other. Isn't that normal? Niall, Potting said, as part of our investigation, we've looked into your time in Australia. Tell us about Karen Dale, your business partner there. Oh, God. You think I murdered her? Seriously. We went into business together, and it was going really well until the accident. It was a well-documented and witnessed accident. I was devastated because she was a good friend. I decided to come home, partly to get away from the memory. Came home with the money, then? Potting pressed. Niall shook his head in exasperation. Yet again you think I'm lying. Nothing I say is going to convince you I'm innocent, is it? From the evidence we have so far, you were in a failing marriage and in a financial mess. We found bloodstains in the house, a knife is missing, and there were 2 bags of cat litter in the utility room. In addition, your wife's passport and rings were recovered, and her mobile phone was found hidden under your bed. You seem to have lied about the photograph and your movements last week, and you have also lied about the barbecue. What else have you lied about? This is just so much rubbish. I haven't done any of these things. You are just twisting it all around to suit your story. Ignoring him, Exton said, there is also evidence that the car was used in the early hours of Friday morning when Eden didn't turn up at work. We think you've killed her and have tried to cover your ground, but have made mistakes. Niall jumped to his feet aggressively. I'm just not. Please sit down, Exton said. Please, tell us calmly what you have to say about the evidence we've highlighted to you. He remained on his feet. I'm not talking to any of you lot anymore. There's no point. You've made your minds up. Please sit down, Potting said. Otherwise we'll have you taken back to your cell until you've calmed down. We still want to talk about the hidden T-shirt and your kitchen that has been recently bleach cleaned. Paternoster sat back down reluctantly. For the rest of the interview, he replied no comment to every question. Potting and Exton terminated the interview at 9:45 p.m. Chapter 55, Wednesday the 4th of September. Roy Grace lay awake for a long while, unable to sleep, partly because of the uncomfortable camp beds they had been given, but also the nightmare unfolding in the hospital. Bruno was almost certainly brain dead. His thoughts went back to the last conversation he'd had with his son as he'd dropped him off at school in the morning. Did you know that the ancient Egyptians, when they died and were mummified, had their favorite pets killed and mummified to go in the tomb with them? Do you think they did that because they wanted company in their tombs? Or because they worried their pets would miss them too much? Or that no one would take the same care of the animals they did? It was 3 a.m. Somewhere out in the darkness of the city, he heard a pitiful squealing sound. A creature in utter terror. It went on and on. An urban fox taking its prey. He'd heard that sound several times before, and it always distressed him. But tonight he thought bitterly, well, at least there's 2 of our hens you won't be taking. He thought back to the conversation he'd had earlier with Inspector James Biggs of the Road Policing Unit, and the statement he'd related from the witness who saw Bruno's accident. What if he had done it deliberately, to end all this? Did he kill the hens because in his confused mind he was worried they would miss him too much? Trying to turn his thoughts back to the Paternosters, he eventually lapsed into sleep, awaking sometime later from a nightmare in which Cassian Pugh was holding 2 dead hens up from lengths of string and shouting at Grace that it was all his fault. Finally, shortly before 5:30 a.m., after lying for ages, tossing from side to side, wide awake, he crept out of the bed and along to the bathroom where he was able to shower and clean his teeth. When he returned, Cleo was still asleep. He kept thinking about Bruno's obsession, ever since he'd come to live with them, with serial killers. But what the hell did strangling his 2 favourite hens have to do with anything? Anticipating his death? Or what? Was it definitely Bruno? Or was it someone else who had killed the hens? A dark thought struck him. Was that just practice before something on a larger scale, something human? Just before 6 a.m., Cleo stirred and reached for her phone. "I'm messaging Darren," she said, "telling him I won't be in today. I'll stay with you here." "Are you sure?" She kissed him. "I'm sure." "Thanks," he said. "I think we're going to need each other." Chapter 56, Wednesday, the 4th of September. "You know what this is?" Niall Paternoster said, tired and ragged after a sleepless night on his narrow bunk and brutal pillow. "It's a stitch-up." He was alone with his solicitor in a small interview room at the custody centre. "Stitch-up? By who? What do you mean exactly?" Joseph Rattigan asked. "Are you suggesting the police are fabricating evidence against you?" Paternoster raised his hands in despair. "I don't know what to think. It's just crazy. I mean, just crazy." "The evidence against you is not looking good, you'll have to admit," Rattigan said, tapping his bundle of papers. "I'm afraid." "Not looking good? You're my brief. I thought you were meant to be on my side." He pointed at the door. "If I've got that wrong, then I need to find someone else." "Please calm down." "Oh, you don't want to lose your fee, is that it?" "Would you like to know what my fee is?" the solicitor asked. Paternoster shook his head. "All you lawyers, you're fat cats, that's what I do know." "My legal aid fee is less than £150. That's for consulting with you yesterday, being present during the interviews with the detectives, meeting with you again today, and meeting with you however many more times you need." "Are you serious?" Rattigan nodded solemnly. "That's the value the legal aid agency place on us." Niall did a brief mental calculation. "I would have earned more than you driving my cab." "Yes, you would. Do you still want me to leave?" Niall shrugged. "So, you dropped your wife off in the car park of the Tesco Holmbush store at around 3:15 p.m. last Sunday, and you've not seen her since?" "Correct."
Do you believe me? If what you're telling me is the truth, then I believe you.
Niall looked at him face on.
But you don't believe me, not really, do you?
Rattigan sat up straight.
I'm not permitted to tell lies, either to police officers or in court. If I act for a client who tells me they are guilty, then my job is to try to reduce their sentence to the best of my ability. If my client tells me they are innocent, then I have to do all I can to prevent them from being convicted. Does that help?
Niall shrugged again.
Am I right that they had to release me this morning, or charge me?
Rattigan shook his head.
They can apply for a further extension, and with the evidence they have, they would almost certainly get it.
Niall Paternoster looked bleakly down at the table in front of him.
You don't believe me, do you? I love Eden. Why would I harm her? If I had £1 for every client who'd said that, I would be a lot wealthier than I am, Mr. Paternoster. Believe me. What do I have to do to convince you? And the police? At this stage, we need proof that Eden is alive and well.
And how do you suggest I find that while I'm locked up in here?
Rattigan nodded. As I said, the evidence against you isn't looking good, so far, from what I've heard. It seems to be both clear-cut and damning. But you're saying it's a stitch-up. I'd very much like to hear your reasons why you feel that, in light of all we've heard.
Niall Paternoster told him. Chapter 57. Wednesday, the 4th of September. Hello, my name is Nadine greeted Roy and Cleo Grace in the intensive care reception and led them straight back into the relatives' room. She deflected their questions on how Bruno had fared overnight with a pleasant but non-committal, "Dr. Williams, the intensive care consultant, will be briefing you on Bruno's condition. I can tell you that he had a comfortable night after surgery with no dramatic changes." She offered, as before, to get them drinks and, as if it was Groundhog Day, Roy thought, returned a short while later with a glass of water for Cleo and a coffee with an extra shot of espresso for him, then left them alone. Cleo squeezed his hand. "Maybe he's improved overnight," she said. "Then he can come home and murder more hens?" Immediately, Grace, who was feeling tired and fractious, regretted saying that. "I'm sorry, darling. That was insensitive. I didn't mean it that way. We don't even know for sure it was him." She gave him a look, a gentle, knowing smile that said, "Yes, sadly we do." 5 minutes later, as they entered the curtained-off area, Roy Grace reeled with shock at the sight of Bruno. He looked even smaller and even more dwarfed by all the technology around him than before. But it wasn't this which gripped his gullet and twisted his gut. It was the sight of the bolt sticking out of the top of the small boy's head. He had to pinch his mouth with his hand to stop himself from crying out. From the corner of his eye, he could see that Cleo, who was used to the most terrible sights daily in her work, was shocked too. The intracranial bolt the consultant had talked about was just exactly that. Somehow he'd expected something else, although he didn't know what. Just something tiny taped to his skull, perhaps. But not this. It was a proper, shiny bolt, with a nut and a cable coming off it to a black box with a digital display. It was the kind of nut and bolt you might see on a radiator or a bicycle wheel. The display was giving a reading of 57. "Hi, Bruno," he said, trying to sound cheerful. "It's your dad and Cleo here." He knelt and kissed his son's cold, clammy cheek, stroked his forehead, and then held his right hand, which was limp and tiny. "How are you doing, soldier?" He studied Bruno's face intently, but there was no flicker of reaction. His eyes firmly closed. Just a faint motion of his chest as he breathed. Glancing around, he saw that the doctor had quietly retreated, leaving them alone. "Hello, darling," Cleo said. She kissed Bruno too, and took his other hand and held it tightly. "Your dad and I are here. Can you hear us?" There was still no reaction. They sat down in the 2 chairs beside the bed and talked to him for 10 minutes, about school, about Humphrey, about how he was getting on with his computer games, and about the app TikTok. After a while, the consultant returned. In a quiet voice, he invited them to come out for a chat. They returned to the relatives' room and sat back down. "This induced coma, he's still in it?" Grace asked. Williams shook his head. "No. We ended that early last night. We've removed all of his sedation and drugs that would keep him asleep. This is how he is. Did you feel he responded to you at all?" Grace looked at Cleo. She shook her head. "No, he didn't give any indication," he said. "I'm afraid, honestly, you're not going to get any reaction from him." Williams paused. "You obviously saw the intracranial bolt." "It's not a good look," Grace said, attempting the merest trace of humour. "Something out of Frankenstein." The consultant continued his sympathetic expression, nodding. "It performs an essential task of telling us the pressure inside his skull. I know it was explained to you earlier, but the higher the pressure from the swelling brain, the more it crushes the vital brainstem. In a normal, healthy brain, a reading of 5 to 15 millimeters of mercury is normal. We consider badly raised pressure to be above 25. He hesitated a moment, then said, "As you may have seen, Bruno's current reading is 57, and it is rising steadily." Cleo was about to reply when the door opened and they were joined by 2 women in regular clothes. One was in her 50s, with an earnest expression, and reminded Roy of the actress Helena Bonham Carter. The other, 20 years her junior, had a slim figure, a tangled frizz of bleached hair, and striking features. "Mr. and Mrs. Grace," Williams said a little stiffly, "if I could introduce Imelda Bray, our resident counsellor, and Charlotte Elizabeth, who is our transplant coordinator." "Excuse me, who?" Grace said, looking confused. "Ladies, I wasn't expecting you just yet," Williams said testily, as if frustrated by the interruption. They stood there, looking a little embarrassed. Williams turned back to Roy and Cleo. "I'm afraid there has been no improvement in your son's condition. In fact, it's got quite a lot worse." "Jesus, what? Does that mean he has any chance at all of pulling through?" Cleo asked desperately. Williams looked as though his shoulders had suddenly become heavy. "I'm so sorry." "What do you mean, worse? I didn't think it could get any worse." Roy choked out the words and looked at the 2 women. "I'm sorry, who are you again? What are you doing here?" "Can we go back to Bruno now?" Cleo pleaded. Just a moment, please. I need you both to focus on what I'm saying. I'm afraid we are not going to see any improvement in your son's condition. He is stable at the moment, but he is, sadly, brain dead and is not going to get better. There is no chance of recovery. I've had his diagnosis verified independently by one of my colleagues, a neurosurgeon who has not been involved with your son's care. He has examined Bruno and has confirmed that your son is brain dead. We have run the tests and studied his CT and MRI. He has rising intracranial pressure and a Glasgow coma score of 3 with no sedation. Oh, God. Will you just let us see him? Cleo asked, crying. Of course. But I just need to take a couple of minutes to explain who these 2 people are and what they can do for you. Are there any other possible outcomes, Dr. Williams? Cleo asked through her tears. I'm afraid not. I can always get a third opinion and arrange for further tests to be carried out as soon as possible so you can have another professional diagnosis. I'd be quite happy to do that, but I don't feel it will give you the answers you're hoping for. I'm sorry, but I am certain that your son will not recover. He smiled apologetically, gesturing helplessly with his arms. I wish so much that I could give you more positive news. We do appreciate your honesty. It's just so hard to take this all in, Roy said, his voice trembling. I can't
believe that's it. Nothing anyone can do. Yesterday morning I dropped him at school alive and well, and now nothing at all anyone can do. He paused and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, then looked at Cleo before turning back to the consultant. But I do trust your advice. We don't need another opinion and more tests. We know we're in a hopeless situation.
Williams gestured to the two women still waiting near the door and stood. I thought it would be helpful for you to meet Imelda and Charlotte at this stage, because we may have to move quite quickly.
Meaning what exactly? Grace asked.
Looking genuinely like he felt their agony, Williams said, If you were to consider organ donation, we would have to carry that out soon after a diagnosis of brain death. Neither Roy nor Cleo replied. They both just looked at him. If you decide it is something you might consider, Imelda is here to help you deal emotionally with that decision. Charlotte will be able to discuss with you the options regarding organ donation, and I want to stress on her behalf that you absolutely do not have to go down that route if you don't want to. But I'm sorry to say, the reality is that our technology can only support Bruno for so long. Grace stared up at him, then at the faces of the two women, then back at Williams.
I thought you could keep someone on life support indefinitely,
Grace said, his voice sounding very small suddenly.
Yes,
Cleo added, clinging on to any flicker of hope.
You do hear stories of people in a persistent vegetative state who make a recovery, sometimes months on, don't you? Sometimes years on. Mel, the nurse, said yesterday that she'd seen people make a complete recovery.
It does happen, yes, the consultant said, but not in this case. We can keep his body technically alive for a while, but Bruno has zero brain activity. If we turn off his life support, he will quietly slip away as his vital organs fail, and then we could not use his organs for donation. Grace looked up at all three of them and then at Cleo. She squeezed his hand again. So, Doctor, and Imelda and Charlotte, if this was your child, what would any of you do? They looked at each other. Then Charlotte Elizabeth said, 3 people die in the UK every day waiting for a liver transplant, many of them children and teenagers. The figures are similar for heart and lung transplants. I've seen just how much parents of children in Bruno's situation are comforted by knowing their organs have been given to help other people live. But I would never morally blackmail anyone into agreeing to this. It is an immensely personal decision that you have to make.
It's really my husband's decision, as Bruno is his son by his previous marriage, Cleo said. But what organs would you want to take? A harvest?
That would be entirely up to you, Elizabeth said, looking at Grace. You could give a part donation, such as heart, lungs, liver and kidneys, or a more full donation which would include his eyes to help blind people see again, skin, bones, bone marrow.
If, Roy Grace said, and only if I agreed, would there be any difference to Bruno whether it was a partial or total donation?
She gave him a deeply sympathetic and understanding smile. The only difference would be in the number of people he could help.
Is there the remotest danger Bruno would feel anything, like pain?
Charlotte Elizabeth shook her head. It's a good question, and let me assure you that Bruno would absolutely not feel any pain at all. I could explain the process if you'd like. Both of them nodded. The first thing to do is perform tests to confirm the brainstem is dead, which we've done. Then the transplant team would want to harvest the organs as soon as possible, after testing they're in good condition. It's a difficult job, but they're really skilled at it. At the same time, the team would be starting to look for suitable recipients who could be anywhere in Europe. Once they've been identified, whether within the UK or on the continent,
Teams would motorbike or fly in for the relevant parts and rush them to hospitals where the recipients would already be anaesthetised in anticipation of receiving the transplants. She paused for a moment. It would be impossible to overstate just how grateful recipients and their families are. Grace looked at Cleo and saw the quiet encouragement in her eyes. Then he looked up at the coordinator. If we consented, would we ever find out the names, identities of the people who received Bruno's organs? She nodded. We can't initially tell you any names. That depends on whether they or their families agree. But for sure, you would be able to know just how many people and where were helped. Roy Grace nodded, trying to think clearly through his muzzy brain. I'm sorry if I'm being forgetful, but can we go through this situation again as I understand it? We all understand how difficult this is for you. For anyone, Elizabeth said. Thank you. His eyes were misting. So, you need to keep Bruno on life support? That's correct, yes, Dr. Williams said. We could maintain him on that for a short while. But the moment you took him off the support mechanisms, he would pass away fairly quickly. Correct, yes. So, all of you agree that Bruno is brain dead? Cleo asked, partly resigned, partly disbelievingly, and partly just for it to sink in. I'm afraid so, Williams said. Grace sat in silence for some while, squeezing Cleo's hand and feeling the pressure back, thinking. Sandy had vanished 12 years ago. He'd never even known she was pregnant. The last time he had seen her, she was lying in a high-dependency unit in hospital in Munich, severely injured after being struck by a taxi, plumbed into a forest of life support and monitoring equipment. Then she had died, and left him with his challenging son, who, until that point, he had never known existed. And now Bruno was lying, similarly, in England, after being struck by a car. How had it come to this? He looked up at Dr. Williams, at Imelda Bray, at Charlotte Elizabeth. Like himself, he knew these people were professionals who dealt with situations like this on a daily business. Just as he himself regularly talked to the loved ones of people who had been brutally murdered, for these three, this was just routine, however much they dressed it up with sympathy and understanding. They could have been door-to-door salespeople, he thought darkly for a moment, trying to flog him a vacuum cleaner, or an insurance policy, or double glazing. They were trying to sell him the idea of transplants. His son's organs and other body parts. Feeling a surge of sadness, which he swallowed back, he asked the consultant, "Is it going to make any difference if we agree to it now, or in a few hours' time, or tomorrow?" There is some time pressure for you to consent, Mr. Grace. With every hour, as Bruno becomes increasingly unstable, the blood supply to his heart and kidneys in particular will lessen, and the quality of the organs will suffer. Those organs only remain viable for transplant for a short while, so we always try to arrange transplants for as soon as possible. Williams looked at his two colleagues. They both nodded. So, Grace said, if we were going to consent to organ donation, the sooner we did it, the more valuable it would be? That is correct, the consultant said. Can we go back and see my son? Grace asked. We'll take you to him now. May I suggest one thing? Grace said solemnly. Out of respect, we don't talk about Bruno's condition or anything to do with possible transplants in his presence. Understood, said Williams quietly. Chapter 58, Wednesday, the 4th of September. They remained at Bruno's bedside for 20 minutes before returning to the relatives' room with Williams and the two women.
After some moments, Grace asked, If we did agree to donating some or all of Bruno's organs, what would the process be? The counsellor, Imelda Bray, then said, We would give you all the time you need to sit with him. What we could do is dress him in his favourite clothes. And does he have a cap or a T-shirt or something like that which he loves to wear? Grace nodded. Yes, he does. Perhaps you could bring them. We could play his favourite music. If he's into computer games, bring one in, something like his iPad, if he has one. He does, yes, Cleo said. Then the best thing for you, the counsellor said, is to say goodbye to Bruno on the ward before we take him down to the operating theatre. If we agreed to donate everything that could be helpful, Grace asked, what would be left? What I mean is that his mother is buried here in Brighton and I'd like to bury him near her grave. Will there be something to bury? Of course, plenty, darling, Cleo interjected. Imelda Bray gave her a knowing smile. You're the expert on this. But not on my stepson. I couldn't. Please don't worry. We wouldn't dream of that, Charlotte Elizabeth said. Our own team are very experienced in this. You would be able to give him a proper funeral. Roy and Cleo sat in silence for a long while. Finally, Roy stood up and held out his hand to Cleo. Addressing the 3 hospital staff, he said, You've been incredibly helpful. I'm very grateful. If you could give my wife and I some time to go away and discuss this. Who should I call when we've come to a decision later today? Imelda Bray gave him her card. It has my mobile number. You can reach me any time. He glanced at the card, then pocketed it. Thank you, all of you, for being so helpful. I'll try to get back to you as quickly as I can. He turned away so they couldn't see his tears, opened the door for Cleo and followed her out. As he did, his job phone rang. Chapter 59, Wednesday, the 4th of September. I'm just in the hospital, Roy Grace answered. He looked at his watch, 6:45 a.m. I'll call you back, Glenn. And will you take the morning briefing? Sure, but just call me, whatever I'm doing, and I'll answer. He turned to Cleo. Let's go get some air, find a cafe and get away from the hospital for an hour or so. There's nothing we can do here at the moment. She nodded. Yes, good idea. But call Glenn back if you need to. It might be urgent. Nothing's as urgent as this. I'm thinking I'll go in once we've had some breakfast to see the team, if you're okay with that. I'll make sure I'm back at the hospital with you straight afterwards, he replied. Makes sense. I'll go back and stay with Bruno. They left the front entrance of the hospital and walked out into the early morning light. There's a decent place I seem to remember if we go down to St. James's Street, she said, not far away. They walked in silence. All he wanted to focus on was the dilemma facing them over Bruno and what decision to make. A few minutes later, they entered a large, modern-feeling cafe. Johnny Nash's I Can See Clearly Now was playing quietly. Grace wished he could see clearly himself. Several people were seated having breakfast, but they spotted an empty sofa with a coffee table in a far corner, which looked out of earshot to anyone else. They ordered a double espresso for him and a peppermint tea for Cleo, then sat down next to each other on the squishy leather. Cleo looked pale and very distressed. God, my darling, she said quietly. I can't believe we're in this situation. Yup. He looked down at the oak table and said nothing more for some moments. What are your thoughts? She asked. I guess I'm still trying to take it all in. This time yesterday I was dropping him at school. Now He stopped and closed his eyes tightly, trying to hold it together. 1 double espresso and 1 mint tea, a voice said brightly. Grace heard Cleo thank the server. He opened his eyes again. Shit, there's a lot of stuff in life you don't have a clue about until it hits you, isn't there? She smiled back. They sat for some while without speaking. Grace sipped his coffee, grateful for its strength. What I think, Cleo said, is that you shouldn't rush a decision. What about the organs deteriorating? Or is that just their sales spiel? I don't think a few hours will make any difference. Is there anything we're missing? Is there something we could do, some surgeon somewhere in the world who could save Bruno? He asked. You know, darling, we're hoping for a miracle that isn't going to happen. If we lose the transplant window, no one gets helped by his death. You're right. He sipped some more of his coffee in silence. What I'm going to suggest, my love, is that because you've been thinking of nothing else throughout the night, you need some time away to think clearly. I've found so often in life that when we're in a difficult place, the right decision finds us. Make time to go for a walk on your own, and I'll do the same. Then let's speak around lunchtime and see where we're at. They hugged, with tears rolling down their cheeks. As they left the cafe, Roy noticed a text had come in from Glenn Branson. Bell me urgently if you can, boss. He hit the DI's speed dial button. What's up, Glenn? What's urgent? I thought you would want to know right away. There's been a credible sighting of Eden Paternoster. Chapter 60. Wednesday, the 4th of September. Roy Grace, curious about the reported sighting of Eden Paternoster and highly dubious, was tempted to call back Glenn Branson as he drove to the Sussex Police HQ, but he wanted to use the 20 minutes or so the journey would take to keep his focus on Bruno. His mind kept admonishing him shoutily. Miracles happen. Wait for one. Bruno will suddenly start speaking. He'll defy those bloody doctors. Another voice in his head was telling him not to be so stupid, that he needed to start grieving. Somehow, when he arrived back at work, he managed to avoid bumping into anyone, entered the sanctuary of his office and shut the door. As soon as he sat at his desk, he called Glenn Branson. A couple of minutes later, the DI was seated opposite him in his favoured position with the chair the wrong way round. How is he? He asked. I'll come to it, but I want to hear first about this credible sighting of Eden Paternoster. You don't need to be here, Roy. You look terrible. I mean it in the nicest way. Grace nodded. I need to be. My mind is all over the place. I need something else to focus on, to keep me sane, okay? Branson smiled. Understood, he said gently. I've actually got quite a bit more to report. But, yeah, this sighting, a prison officer who works at Parkhurst in the Isle of Wight saw the article and Eden Paternoster's photo in the West Sussex Gazette. She is positive she saw Eden Paternoster on the Isle of Wight hovercraft ferry on the evening of Sunday, September the 1st. Grace frowned. The same day Eden's husband claimed he'd dropped her at the Tesco store and she'd vanished, which Aidan Gilbert has discredited. The same day, boss, yes. But what makes this sighting particularly interesting is that Eden Paternoster has Isle of Wight family connections. Her grandfather worked in a hotel in Seaview, and she has a number of cousins there. Grace had spent several childhood holidays on the Isle of Wight. A few miles south of the coast of Hampshire, it was the second smallest county in England, with a population of around 140,000. One of its claims to fame was that it housed Parkhurst Prison, once one of the country's highest security jails, which had hosted, at various times, the Yorkshire Ripper Peter Sutcliffe, the Cray twins, and Moore's murderer Ian Brady, among many of the nation's most notorious and repellent criminals. But in recent years, he recalled, following a number of high-profile escapes, it had been downgraded from a Category A to a B. Okay, Grace said. What information can you get from the Isle of Wight Hover Travel Company? Do we have a name the ticket was booked under? Branson shook his head. They don't take names. It's only an 8-minute ride. I've spoken to the boss, Neil Chapman, a very helpful man.
You can buy tickets for cash at the terminal, or online, or by card. I've sent DC Hall down there to have a trawl through the online name and credit card bookings for Sunday afternoon and evening. Then he's going over to the island to talk to the prison officer.
Well, tell him to bring back a tube of Allen Bay sand, Grace said.
Branson frowned. Allen Bay. Alum Bay. Used to love it as a kid. It's famous for its cliffs of multicoloured sand. You can buy tubes of it, all different colours. Branson gave Grace a strange look. How many tubes do you want, boss? Just reminiscing. I always wanted to take Bruno there. He tailed off. Ah, right. Okay. Get all the names of Eden Paternoster's relatives on the Isle of Wight, and there must be CCTV, Grace said, snapping back into professional mode. There is, yes. They have it at the hovercraft terminal in Southsea and at Ryde on the Isle of Wight. There are also on-board cameras. Have you got the footage? Branson shook his head. Not yet, thanks to GDPR. General Data Protection Regulation was one of the banes of modern life that even the police, regardless of the urgency of an inquiry, had to abide by. I've done the application for the DP2 form to the Hover Travel GDPR officer. I'm hoping to hear back from them shortly. The good news is that they keep all CCTV for 30 days. So long as we don't get a job's worth, they'll burn off a copy to a USB stick, which Kevin Hall can bring back. Grace thought for some moments, absorbing this. As soon as you get it, I'd like to see it. And maybe Hayden Kelly? Branson said. Kelly was the pioneer of forensic gait analysis, who Grace used regularly, when he was available, to help confirm or deny a suspect from the way they walked. Yes, if the facial images aren't clear enough, and if there's any footage of her walking, Grace said. Before then, are we going to review the footage of Niall Paternoster's interviews with John and Norman? Yes. Branson glanced at his watch. We've another starting shortly. We can see that first. What are the other developments? You said you had quite a bit more to report. I do, and this is where it gets more complex. The dive team have only started this morning, but the search team have been in Ashdown Forest since yesterday evening. They've found a number of items of blood-stained clothing in what looks like a hastily dug grave close to where the trainer and the kitchen knife, a match to the set in the Paternoster's kitchen, were found. But no body parts. You sent all the items for DNA analysis? They're at the lab now. Grace considered this. Just clothing, no body parts? No. But there's something else I don't think I've updated you on, boss, from last night's briefing, which might be very significant, especially regarding the knife. Niall Paternoster started out in life after school as a butcher's assistant. Grace stared at him, thinking hard. That might be very significant. Indeed. In woodlands, in particular, dismembered body parts can be carried off by predators within a very short time. Foxes, badgers, birds of prey, and all the rodents. That could explain why the team hasn't found anything yet. Potentially 5 days after it was left there. But what about the head, boss? I'll put good money on that being in the harbour, Grace said. Unless it's in the Isle of Wight and walking around, still attached to her body. We need to get that footage from the hovercraft. Sometime today, hopefully. Good. Branson glanced at his watch. We should go over to the custody centre and watch this morning's interview with Paternoster. Are you okay to meet up? Sure. Chapter 61, Wednesday, the 4th of September. As they walked along the corridor, Branson asked, So, what news on Bruno? How's he doing? Grace was silent for a moment, then said quietly, Not great, Glenn. Not great at all. A young DC walking past the other way greeted them with a, Good morning, sir. Good morning, boss. They both acknowledged her politely. Then Grace said, still quietly, He's brain dead. There's nothing they can do. It absolutely breaks me. Branson stopped. Grace stopped too. What? Grace nodded. That's terrible. Branson shook his head and looked at him balefully. What's the prognosis? What do the medics say?
They're asking Cleo and me if we would consider organ donation.
Branson's eyes widened. Isn't there a chance he could recover?
No. I mean, from what they say, there's no way he will.
Oh, you don't have to make any decisions immediately, do you, boss? People can stay in that state for a long time. Wasn't there a case in the papers recently of a teenage girl who'd been in a coma for 3 years after a car accident and then recovered completely?
It's different with Bruno. We've had it all explained to us about how his brain is swelling, coning, they call it, and crushing his brainstem. His chances of recovery are 0, and if we don't make a decision quickly, his most valuable organs for transplant will atrophy.
Glenn put his huge hand around Roy's shoulder and squeezed. Just know I'm here for you any time you want to talk. If you'd rather go back to the hospital now to be with him, please do that.
I appreciate it, thanks, but I'm coming with you to see this interview. It's helpful for me to be away from the hospital at the moment. We all cope differently.
As they walked on, around a corner, they saw Norman Potting and John Exton standing, conferring, outside the interview room. The door was closed. "Sir, Chief," Potting said, acknowledging them. Exton turned and saw them too.
"All set?"
Grace asked quietly. Exton jerked his head towards the door. "Paternoster's in there with his brief, boss," he replied equally quietly. Somehow mustering a smile, Grace said, "Remember, confirm the lie, then hit with the truth." "Absolutely, Chief," Potting said. He gave a thin smile back. 2 minutes later, Grace and Branson sat next to each other in the windowless cubicle adjoining the interview room, watching the CCTV monitor on the wall. Inside the room, they saw Niall Paternoster and his solicitor on one side of the table, and Exton and Potting on the opposite side. Paternoster, with 2 days' growth of stubble, looked pallid from lack of sleep.
"The time is 8:17, Wednesday, September the 4th, Exton announced. DS Exton and DS Potting interviewing Niall Paternoster in the presence of his solicitor, Joseph Rattigan. This interview is being recorded onto a secure digital network."
They all introduced themselves. Exton recapped on the interview from the previous evening, and then he sat back. The 2 detectives looked at Niall for a few seconds. "Is there anything you'd like to add to last night?" Potting asked.
"I've got no comment to make."
"According to your phone, on Sunday the 1st at 5:30 p.m, you met up with someone. Who was that person? Your girlfriend?" Potting asked.
Niall, "No comment."
"Your phone and recent phone records have been examined by our investigation team," Potting continued. "At 3:23 p.m. on Sunday afternoon, a text was sent from your phone, the hard copy of which I have here." Joseph Rattigan indicated he wanted to see it, and Potting passed it across to him. Immediately, an increasingly agitated Niall, his face flushed, leaned over to look at it. Then he whispered to his solicitor, who nodded back.
"On the advice of my solicitor, I have no comment to make."
He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. His face was pale, and he was looking extremely anxious. "Niall, could the reason you did not see your wife perhaps be because you were preoccupied with your mobile phone, sending a text?" Potting quizzed. Paternoster jerked as if he'd had a small electric shock. The solicitor frowned. This was clearly news to him.
"Does this have anything to do with Mrs. Paternoster's disappearance?"
He looked at each detective in turn. Potting replied, "Of course it does. We are trying to establish what your client was doing on Sunday afternoon when he alleges his wife went missing." He turned to address Niall. "It appears to me that you were communicating by text on at least 2 occasions on Sunday afternoon and chose, when you gave your account, not to tell us. Who is that person you were communicating with?"
"No comment."
Exton continued to press Paternoster.
"Niall, the sent text message at 3:23 p.m. that you have a copy of reads, 'See you 5:30.
Kiss, 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 kiss. It was sent to an unregistered pay-as-you-go phone approximately 5 minutes after you claim your wife left the car to go into the Tesco store. Can you tell us who the intended recipient was?
Niall Paternoster turned to his solicitor, who shook his head.
No comment,
Paternoster said. Exton held up another sheet of printout, which he passed across the table.
This contains triangulation plots obtained from the 2 phone companies to which your phone and the anonymous phone were registered. When you sent that text, the location of the anonymous phone was in one of a number of houses in Barrowfield Drive, Hove. At 5:30 p.m, your phone and the anonymous phone had both moved to a point where they came together at a location 3 miles to the west of Brighton. This location has been identified as the vicinity of the car park of the Devil's Dyke beauty spot. It indicates you had a rendezvous with the owner of the anonymous phone at this location. Can you tell us anything about this?
Paternoster, looking very concerned now, again turned to his solicitor, who shook his head once more.
No.
Look, I've told you I loved Eden. That's all I'm saying. Potting interjected. Niall, I'd like to remind you that you're under caution. That means, as I'm sure your solicitor has explained to you, that anything you say may be admissible in court. No comment does not go down well with juries, and we are inviting you to provide information to confirm what you are telling us about your wife's disappearance.
In the observation cubicle, Grace glanced at Branson. Clearly, the surprise phone evidence had rattled the solicitor. Whispering, although he didn't need to, Branson said, "Did you pick up on that, boss? I loved Eden."
Grace nodded tersely.
Freudian slip?
Quite a slip, wouldn't you say? Branson added, then was silent for a moment. But people get head up in interviews. They can be pretty intimidating. Can't always take everything at face value. Yet there's something else he said in a previous interview that's significant and which maybe backs up this slip. He said, "Do you people seriously think I would have killed the gravy train when I was down on my luck?" Gravy train. That's a pretty strange remark, don't you think?
Very, said Grace. Like implying, I love my wife because she brings in the money, not because she's anything else. Not because he loves her to bits. She's just his cash cow, for want of a better expression. And now we see he had a get-together up on Devil's Dyke later that Sunday. What kind of person are you going to meet at a local beauty spot late afternoon? Your accountant? Branson grinned. There's definitely something going on here. Speak to Chris G. and get his team to search through all the paperwork in the house and see if you can find Eden Paternoster's will. Niall said they'd both made one. That might be revealing. I've already given Emily Denyer the action of getting us a full report on their finances. I'd like to know what he might have to gain by Eden's death. In the interview room, Exton said, "Last night we told you about the evidence we've discovered that suggests you may have harmed your wife. A central part of your explanation was your visit to Tesco for cat litter, but we now know you didn't need any cat litter. Further, and perhaps more significantly, nobody in Tesco saw your wife there to corroborate your story. We have now made you aware that we know about your contact that same afternoon with an unknown person. Why don't you tell us the truth?" "No comment," Niall said flatly. "I'm not answering any more of your questions." Rattigan said to the detectives, "Gentlemen, it is now 8:40 a.m. You have until 9:45 a.m. to either charge or release my client."
"Thank you," Norman Potting replied politely. "We have until 9:47 a.m. actually, but let's not split hairs. Interview terminated at 8:40 a.m. He reached forward. The monitor went blank and silent. Chapter 62. Wednesday, the 4th of September. In the observation cubicle, Glenn Branson asked, "How are you reading Paternoster's body language?" "Extremely uncomfortable," Roy Grace replied. "You?" "Copy, boss." Grace smiled. "You've been watching too much American TV." "Would you rather I said, well, dodgy?" Grace smiled thinly, then fell silent. After some moments, Branson said, "So, what do we think?" There was no reply. He glanced round. Grace was crying. Branson waited patiently in silence. After a couple of minutes, Grace sniffed, wiped his eyes with his handkerchief, and apologized. "You don't have to apologize for anything. I wish I could do something. Say something. I can't begin to think what you're going through. I can feel some of your pain, but not the enormity of what you're facing." "What would you do?" "Me? Yes, in my situation. Hang on for a miracle which isn't going to happen if the medics are right. Give him the dignity of keeping his body intact for his funeral. Or..." He fell silent again. "Or donate his organs," Branson prompted. "Yes." Branson took a few moments before replying. "If we're dismissing the possibility of his ever recovering..." "We are." He nodded. "You've already said that the longer you leave it to make a decision, the more likely it is that some of the major organs won't be viable for donation, if I understood it." "Yes, correct." "Okay. Well, once someone's dead, their soul, if we have one, departs elsewhere, leaving behind an empty shell. That's how I see it. The shell just rots away. If you could have the knowledge that his death has helped some others to live, and some others to have a better quality of life, wouldn't that at least make some small sense of what's happened, and give you and Cleo the knowledge that you've done a good thing?" Grace gave a slight smile, which was layered with sadness. "I appreciate it. You're pretty much echoing what Cleo said to me earlier. Yes, you're right. But ultimately, it's only you and Cleo who can make the decision, and it has to feel right." "Thanks. It is feeling right." "Why don't you go now and deal with it? That's far more important than what's going on here. I can handle this." "I will, but another 15 or 20 minutes isn't going to make a difference. So, let's just review the footage from last night, okay?" He spoke firmly, as if he'd now made up his mind and his decision had freed him. "Okay. Norman and John did a good job, but..." He hesitated. After some moments, Branson prompted, "But?" "Let's look at it now." Branson pressed the control buttons, and the interview from the evening before began to replay. Both of them watched it, Grace particularly intently. Suddenly, he called out, "Stop!" Obediently, the DI hit the pause button. "Replay that and watch Paternoster's reaction," Grace said. Moments later, the segment played again. Norman Potting was speaking. "During the search of your house last night, 2 large sacks of cat litter were found at the rear of a cupboard in the utility room off your kitchen. Do you have any explanation for that?" Niall Paternoster stared back in silence for some seconds. Then he said, "I'm sorry, I don't believe you." "Pause it again," Grace said. The image froze. "He's either a damn good actor," Grace said, "or he's telling the truth. And we know he's not telling the truth." Grace looked pensive. "Roll it on." Norman Potting was speaking again. "Do you have any explanation for how they got there? Or are you saying the police planted 2 sacks of cat litter in your house?" Paternoster looked at his solicitor, then up at the ceiling and around at the walls. 2 sacks of litter. "Correct," Potting said. 2 large sacks of Tesco, lightweight 10-litre cat litter, several weeks' supply for a normal household cat. Paternoster ran his hands through his hair. Then he said, "All I can think of is that Eden must have bought the stuff in Tesco after I dropped her off, and someone she met in the store drove her home." "Pause it again," Grace said. Branson hit the button, freezing the image again, and looked at Grace, then at the screen. "He's holding eye contact," Grace said. "His blink rate is steady. He's not covering his mouth or throat." He shrugged. None of these things is conclusive. He could just be a bloody good actor. If he had been planning to murder her for some while, he might have looked up on the internet all the signs of a liar, knowing that when the police interviewed him, they'd be looking at his body language. So you're saying he's either innocent or smarter than we're giving him credit for, boss? Bearing in mind his business partner vanished overboard while they were sailing off Perth in Western Australia, do we have a repeat pattern here? Want me to fly out to Perth to talk to the police there? Sure. Ask Cassian Pugh to sanction your ticket. Tell him you need to fly business, or maybe even first, so you're fresh when you arrive. Branson looked at him, for a moment wondering if he was being serious, then wised up. Maybe you should ask him on my behalf, boss. Grace pointed to his neck with his forefinger. You know what? I prefer to keep this attached to my head. Branson smiled. So we have a potential history here of our friend Paternoster dispatching someone with no trace, you think? I'm suggesting the mantra of all experienced financial investigators, Glenn. Follow the money. Branson nodded. Okay, so what we know is that Niall Paternoster is struggling with a failed business and making a small living as a taxi journeyman, driving a mate's taxi during unsociable hours. After returning to the UK from Australia, he met, charmed, and married Eden, who, maybe coincidentally, has a house worth over £500,000 plus a fair stash of cash. And now he's offed her. Am I on the right track? Grace nodded. That's how the evidence is looking. Apart from his body language, boss. Apart from that, which we know is only an indication, he replied. Then continued, we made the decision as part of our interview strategy not to ask him specific questions about what has been found at Ashdown Forest. They're still searching there and we're waiting for the DNA results. He already said in an interview that he didn't leave the house in the early hours of Friday morning, but we know the BMW was at the forest. The camera images don't help us as to who was driving. We can ask him questions in due course, and he may not pick up about the police search activity there. You never know, he may return to that area, and with any luck, our people will be behind him. So let's summarise what we have so far in addition to that evidence. Okay, Branson said. 3 key issues. He raised a finger in the air. First, we've established he may be lying about the cat litter and the photograph. He added a second finger. The forensics against him at the house don't look good. He raised a third. He has a motive, but now we have the potential sighting of Eden, his wife, on the Isle of Wight hovercraft. Your priority, Grace said, is that sighting. Throw everything at it. We always get loads of sightings of Mispers, and 99.9% of the time they turn out to be wrong, Branson said. I'd be happier if we'd seen Paternoster clearly lying just now, but we didn't. It would help us move forward one way or the other to either verify or dismiss that sighting PDQ. Understood. In the meantime, see if we can organise a surveillance team, regardless of the possible sighting. I want Paternoster watched from the moment we release him. Killers often behave suspiciously or return to the deposition site either out of some macabre curiosity or to make sure the site hasn't been disturbed. Understood, and we'll try. There were only 2 surveillance teams these days, and they worked with both Sussex and Surrey police forces, and they were kept busy. Both detectives knew they'd be lucky to get one. Grace stood up. Okay, I'm going to go out to my car for privacy and call Cleo. I think I'm ready. Branson took his hand in his and crushed it. Good luck, mate. I'm thinking of you all. Grace turned away, unable to face him, not wanting him to see his tears again. Chapter 63. Wednesday, the 4th of September. Niall Paternoster sat in the front passenger seat of the Skoda Superb taxi owned by his pal Mark Tuckwell as they drove out through the gates of the Brighton Custody Centre. It was 11:15 a.m. Been a bad boy, have you? Tuckwell, a relaxed, good-natured man of 35, jested. That's not funny. I don't know what's going on. They reckon I've offed Eden. And have you? Do I look like a murderer? Tuckwell was nonplussed. Did Dr. Harold Shipman or Ted Bundy? Thanks a lot, mate. Thought I might count on you for a bit of sympathy. Not if I'm driving a fugitive from justice.
You're not driving a bloody fugitive.
So what's happened? Talk me through it. Tuckwell grinned. What weapon did you use?
I'm not in a mood for joking. Really, I'm not, all right? 2 sleepless nights in a cell, Jesus. I'm not surprised people confess to shit they haven't done just to get it over with.
So, okay, right. Sunday, we go out for a drive, Eden and me. We both like going to stately homes, National Trust places, that kind of thing. It's something to do, and something to dream about, right?
Dream about their heating bills and the cost of their roof repairs, you mean?
Paternoster tutted. We actually have the vision to look beyond that. When we go to these places, I'm looking for ideas, inspiration, right? I want inspiration for the kind of house I'm going to buy when my new business comes good and my first million rolls in.
So until then, when are you going to open 507 Neville Road to the public? Will you be serving cream teas? Or what attractions will you have in the grounds? A safari park?
Ha ha. Paternoster stared for some moments through the windscreen, appreciating his freedom, appreciating being away from the confines and tedium of his cell, and from feeling, in just that brief time, almost immediately institutionalized. It was a fine day. He'd barely seen any daylight since Monday.
You've got a nice back garden. Maybe make it a dinosaur theme park.
Will you stop this?
I'm in serious crap, Mark, okay? I need your wisdom, not your rubbish humour. Seriously. Please.
Tuckwell braked as they joined the rear of a queue of traffic on the slip road. He shook his head.
Tell you what, how long have we known each other?
Since year 10?
Pretty much, so over 20 years. In all that time, all you've ever done is dream. You're always wanting something more, something better than you have.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong is you don't know when to stop, Niall. You've got a lovely wife in Eden, but I'm guessing she's not enough. You've got a nice house. For a lot of people, it would be a dream home. But you want something way bigger.
He paused.
You know what I learned a long time ago?
What?
Success isn't about wanting what you don't have. It's about wanting what you do have. Yeah, well, obviously I'm not a success yet. So yeah, you're lucky. You have the perfect life, a woman you love and a great kid. Good for you. Do you want me to tell you what's happened? Or are you going to carry on bloody lecturing me?
I'm listening. So, me and Eden went last Sunday to Parham House. We had a nice time there, wandering around and a good lunch in their cafeteria. I wanted to get back to watch the Belgian Grand Prix and do a bike ride, and she starts going on about needing to pick up some cat litter that I'd forgotten to buy the day before.
Had you?
Maybe, but hear me out. Tuckwell nodded. So, Eden's very specific. She wants to go to the Tesco Holmbush because they stock the brand the stupid cat likes. I don't know, maybe it's soft on its bum or something.
Or it's the cheapest,
his friend suggested, subtly reminding him of his parlour's finances, but the dig went over his head. Whatever, she promises to be only a few minutes. But I know what happens when Eden goes into a store. She's like, oh, I'll get some of this while I'm here, and oh, maybe we need more loo roll, and we only have 2 bananas left, and oh, better get some more yogurt and butter while I'm here, and oh, we're running low on tomatoes and cat food and all the bloody rest, right? Cheryl's the same, right?
Aren't we all when we go into a store? Tuckwell said pragmatically. Don't stereotype.
Not me. I'm in, get it, out. Boom. Anyhow, so, Sunday afternoon, I sit in the car. She swears blind she'll be back in 5 minutes, and I reckon on turning that into 15. So, 20 pass. Then 25. Now, the Grand Prix's about to finish, and the store's about to close, and I'm annoyed, so I go in to find her. And she's not there. It's like gone.
Walking back to your car?
Tuckwell suggested. Paternoster shook his head. I look everywhere for her, and there's no sign. I call and text her. No response. I WhatsApp her. No reply. She's done this once before, after we'd had a row. She bumped into a friend in a store and got her to drive her home. So, eventually I drive home, and she's not there. Next morning, she's still not home. I call the police. They come round to the house, and I can see immediately they don't believe me. The next thing, I've got some bigwig detective and his flunky from Major Crime rocking up. He fell silent. And? Tuckwell prompted.
I could tell from the way they looked at me and the questions they asked, they think I've done something. They treat me like I'm lying. I'm going mad with worry, but they don't seem to see that. I looked again on all her social media accounts. Nothing. Next thing, early Monday evening, an entire posse rocks up. I'm arrested on suspicion of murder, and our house is crawling with cops. God knows what her mother said to them, especially with her track record. She loathes me, always has. But anyhow, I'm told all kinds of rubbish the next day. Eden's engagement and wedding rings and her passport have all been found, hidden, and that there's 2 sacks of bloody cat litter in the house. 2 sacks of cat litter? Yeah, big ones. Tuckwell frowned. None of it makes any sense. I mean, I can't get my head around what's happened. People don't just vanish. What's happened to her? Did someone smack her over the head and drag her into a van or something as she walked across the car park? Or am I going crazy? I'm starting to wonder if I've got, what do they call it, selective amnesia or something. Seriously, I'm lying on my bunk in that cell, staring at the walls, wondering if there's some great big blank in my mind. Did I imagine dropping her at Tesco? Did I do something to her that I don't remember? Hide her rings and passport? Sounds more plausible than any other scenario. You're really not being much help, Paternoster said. Okay, another thought. Has it occurred to you Eden might have vanished to teach you a lesson? Tuckwell suggested. A lesson? About what? Why? As they finally reached the roundabout and drove up to the A27 on the far side, Mark Tuckwell gave him a sideways glance. Wakey, wakey! Are you missing anything here, a certain lady? Paternoster blushed. What's that got to do with anything? Another glance. Did you climb out from under a rock, Niall? Meaning what? Eden's gone missing. The spouse or partner is always a prime suspect if you watch any crime show. And I read in the papers long ago that 80% of all murders are committed by a spouse or immediate member of the family. The police aren't stupid. It's not going to take them long to connect you and your mistress. Girlfriend. Tuckwell nodded. Is she wealthy? No. But she does all right. They were only a few minutes away from his house now. Well, isn't there a motive right there? You're having an affair with a woman. Neither of you have loads of money. Your wife owns the nice house you live in and has independent wealth. Suddenly she disappears. And you've got a bit of a temper on you, mate. Remember decking me when you were pissed that night at the deep-sea anglers? You're not seriously suggesting I murdered Eden? No, of course not. But where is she? Jesus! Are you my friend or what? Are you hearing me? I don't bloody know. So how do you think it looks to the police, Niall? You're having an affair. They can't find any evidence to back up your story that she went into the store. What do you expect them to think? Some friend you are, thanks a million. People don't just disappear. No? Well, she has. Into thin air. What game is she playing with me? You had another row. It wasn't a row, it was just... We were just bickering. About what? Cat litter. Mark Tuckwell grinned. So, she'd done a runner on you because you'd argued about cat litter. If you need any, we can give you some. According to the police, we have plenty. I never saw it. How could she have forgotten she got 2 sacks of the stuff? Cheryl often makes me pick up stuff she's forgotten she already has. That's hardly grounds to arrest you on suspicion of murder. Oh, great. Finally, you're taking my side. Sure I am. I don't think you've murdered her. Hallelujah! Tuckwell shook his head. No, you wouldn't murder her, because you know you're too dumb to ever get away with it. You've probably got her chained up underground somewhere. Paternoster glared at his friend indignantly. I don't know why I like you. Because I tell you the truth that you don't want to hear. They were approaching his house. As he'd been told upon his release, Niall Paternoster saw a line of crime scene tape fluttering above the pavement in front of it, and a white van, signed Crime Scene Investigation Unit, parked a short way down the road. A bored-looking uniformed police officer stood on the pavement. Tuckwell said frivolously, They've laid on a welcome home party for you. Pull up outside,
Paternoster said. I'm going to find out when they'll be finished. Obediently, but with a cynical expression, Mark Tuckwell halted right in front of the house. Paternoster jumped out and approached the officer. Hi, this is my home. I'm afraid you can't go in, sir, she said. I know that. When are you going to be finished? She shook her head. This is a crime scene. A bright flash caught his eye, and he noticed for the first time 2 photographers standing near, snapping him. Oi, get lost, he yelled at them, then turned back to the officer. I know I can't go in, but I need a change of clothes. If you need anything from the house, sir, like wash things and clothes, give me a list and I'll ask if someone can bring them to you. Yes, and where do I sleep? In a shop doorway? Perhaps with relatives or friends? Or in a hotel, sir? Great. I'll get a suite at the Grand and charge it to Sussex Police, shall I? I'm afraid I can't answer that. No, of course you can't. What I can tell you, sir, is we should be finished by tomorrow. There were more flashes. He shielded his face, but, well aware it was far too late. Turning, he hurried back to the taxi and jumped in. Unbelievable, he said. Go, drive. Anywhere in particular? Just drive. No problem, Mark Tuckwell said. Your shout. I've kept the meter running. You what? Paternoster looked at the dash and saw, to his astonishment, that it was. £24.30 was clocked up. Tell me you're joking. As he drove away, Tuckwell said, I suppose you'll be wanting to add 1 night's board and lodging to your bill? Full English included, egg, sausage, bacon, black pudding and fried bread? Eden doesn't approve of full Englishes. She calls them heart attacks on a plate. You sure you're going to need to worry about her approval anymore? Tuckwell said with a strange expression, which Niall Paternoster did not like. His friend had always seen through him. Funny, he said, but it came out flat. In case you do, Cheryl does a vegetarian option. It's very popular. Paternoster didn't respond. Chapter 64. Wednesday, the 4th of September. Roy and Cleo sat once more in the relatives' room outside the ICU. An empty carrier bag was on the floor at Cleo's feet. As suggested by Imelda Bray, they'd brought from home Bruno's favourite clothes, which the counsellor had collected from them when they'd arrived. Grace was reading through the consent forms on the table in front of him. He paused to glance at his watch. Coming up to 1 p.m. Ordinarily, he might have been thinking about lunch, but he had no appetite. He sipped a plastic beaker of water someone had brought him, his mind churning despite his decision, questioning it. He held his personal phone in his hand, Googling once again the words coma and then brain death. You're torturing yourself, darling, Cleo said. She was doing exactly the same on her phone. She had it in her hand now. And you're not? She shook her head. I don't want this to be something that comes back repeatedly to haunt us. I don't want either of us to wake up tonight or any other night and say, what if? That's all. I guess I'm the same. So, she turned and looked at him. Your entire working life revolves around evidence that ultimately has to be presented in a court of law. Would it help to role-play now? How do you mean? Let's say you are Bruno's lawyer, fighting me, the Crown Prosecutor. You are arguing the case against donating Bruno's organs. You already know my opening argument. There is no chance, not the slightest chance, of Bruno coming back from where he is. Yes. Grace stared at her for some moments. He tried hard to return with a cogent argument. People say medicine is a very inexact science, he came up with lamely. There is always the possibility of a misdiagnosis. From what you know, Detective Superintendent Grace, what percentage chance would you put on Bruno making a recovery? 100%? 50%? 25%? 1%? Less than 1%? He was silent for a long while. Less than 1%, he said finally.
During the course of your career so far, how many suspects have you let go on the balance of a less than 1% probability that they were innocent? For the first time in several hours, he smiled, albeit bleakly. At that moment, the door opened and Imelda Bray, accompanied by the transplant coordinator Charlotte Elizabeth, came in. "How are you both feeling?" Imelda Bray asked.
Grace looked up at her.
"Pretty awful," he said,
picking up the pen that had accompanied the forms, signing and dating them. He handed them to the coordinator. "I think I've signed everywhere you indicated." She checked them through briefly.
"Yes, you have. Thank you."
The counsellor said gently, "Let's try to focus now not on your loss, but on all the good your generous decision will give. You'll need to grieve, and we're here to provide you with all the help and support you will need. For now, would you like to come in and say goodbye to Bruno?" Grace turned to Cleo for confirmation. She gave it with a single nod and a grim smile. They both stood up. Chapter 65, Wednesday, the 4th of September. A few minutes later, feeling like his shoes had lead soles, Roy walked with Cleo through into the intensive care unit. They followed Bray and Elizabeth along past 3 occupied beds and stopped at the curtains surrounding Bruno. They were ushered in and heard the swish of fabric closing behind them. Grace stared down at his son, who was looking thinner than ever amid all the apparatus, and felt a knot in his stomach at the sight of him now dressed in the red shirt and shorts of his beloved Bayern Munich football team strip. A large white tee with 4 small white squares and 2 smaller emblems were on the shirt, and the emblems were repeated on the shorts. Bruno's eyes were closed, and he looked, as before, pale and peaceful. His hair was a tousled mess. Roy Grace bent down and kissed him on the forehead, and Cleo did the same. "Hey, chap," he said. "Cleo and I are here. Can you hear us?" Bruno showed no reaction, and nor, from what Grace could see, did any of the digital displays. It was as if he was in a deep, peaceful sleep. "Hey, chap," he said again, louder, desperate at this last minute for some sign to show that Bruno was reacting to them, that he still had brain activity, that he might yet, against all the odds, pull through. But nothing changed. Some minutes later, Imelda Bray indicated for them to follow her back outside. Along with Charlotte Elizabeth, they walked along the unit, past other patients in their beds, and stopped by the nursing station, well out of earshot of Bruno. In a quiet voice, Bray said, "We're going to leave you alone with him now. Let us know when you're ready." A few moments later, the 2 women departed. Roy and Cleo returned to Bruno's bedside. His grandparents had already been in to say their goodbyes and had now left. They had agreed, after an initial reluctance, with the decision to donate Bruno's organs, having been persuaded they would get some small comfort knowing that their grandson would help others to live. They sat on the 2 chairs beside the bed. Cleo took a jar of Bruno's hair gel from her handbag, along with a brush and comb, and set to work on arranging his hair as best she could after his surgery, in the meticulously neat way Bruno always wore it. Grace smiled appreciatively at her, then stared at his son's face, trying to put out of his mind for a moment all the technology around him and attached to him, to both monitor him and keep him, even if only technically, alive. "Want me to leave you 2 alone together for a while?" Cleo whispered when she had finished. "No. Thank you for offering," he whispered back. "I'm glad you're here." He turned back to Bruno. "Hey, fella, I don't want to leave anything unsaid. I love you from the bottom of my heart. And even though I didn't know you until recently, it doesn't change how strong my feelings for you are. You have taught your stepmom and me so much in such a short time. It's okay to be a bit different, a bit quirky. But now, my son,
You're going to do the most significant thing in your life, and we will be forever proud. You are going to give your organs to someone who needs them more than you. You will live forever in them. You will live forever in our hearts and in our minds.
He and Cleo were sobbing now.
Bruno, you've made us so proud, and we love you. Now be at peace. Good night. Sleep well, my love.
There was no response. Just the constant beeps from around them beyond the curtains. Grace stared at Bruno for several minutes, willing his eyes to open, even though he knew it wouldn't happen. He looked around at the machines again and again, looking for some change, some signal. But nothing. With tears running down her cheeks, Cleo stood, indicating with her finger for him to stay put, and slipped out through the curtain. Grace took his son's motionless right hand.
Goodbye, little chap,
he whispered, his chest heaving.
I'm sorry we never had the chance to get to know each other more. I'm sure you're full of kindness, and life never gave you a chance to show it. But at least we can give you a different kind of chance to show it.
He broke down, crying, his head in his hands. He was still crying when Cleo returned with Imelda Bray, Charlotte Elizabeth, a doctor and a nurse. A male voice, the doctor, asked kindly, "Are you sure you're ready now, Mr. and Mrs. Grace?" A disembodied voice that sounded like it might have been his said, "I guess." He looked again at Bruno. And for the very first time since he had seen his son over in Munich, Bruno actually looked at peace. "We'll leave you for a few more minutes," the doctor said. A swish of curtains. Now it was just him and Cleo again. He took Bruno's tiny hand and entwined his fingers in his.
Oh God, why did this have to happen to you?
Was it his imagination, Grace wondered? But had he felt the tiniest pressure back? He pressed his face against Bruno's and sobbed and sobbed. Chapter 66, Wednesday, the 4th of September. It was shortly after 4 p.m. when Roy Grace drove the Alpha up the bumpy cart track. Approaching the property, he had a sinking feeling when he saw two members of the local press who were obviously waiting to doorstep him for a comment. He drove past them, ignoring them, and pulled up outside their cottage behind Cleo's Audi TT. He and Cleo had barely spoken a word during the 25-minute drive. Despite the knowledge that Noah and Caitlin were inside, their home looked empty to him. A void. He stared bleakly out through the windscreen at the bright afternoon and the sheet-like clouds spread across the soft round hill above them. Sights that Bruno would never see again. As he switched off the engine, Cleo put an arm around his neck and pulled him to her. "We must take one positive from all this, my love," she said. He gave her a baleful look. "Yes? Remember what Bruno told his headmaster? Well, that he wasn't sure whether he wanted to be a chemist or a dictator. Yes. Now, maybe, with the organs he donates, he has the chance to be both." For the first time in what felt like a long while, Grace cheered a fraction. Yes. At least that's something. "I loved him as much as if he'd been our child. You do know that, don't you?" "I do. You're amazing with him." His job phone rang. Glancing at it, he could see it was Glenn Branson calling. "Take it," she urged. He shook his head. "I need a seriously stiff brandy before I do anything." She patted her swollen belly. "Me too. I wish." It's strange, isn't it? As one life ends, another is just beginning. Chapter 67, Wednesday, the 4th of September. Roy Grace never normally felt like a drink before 6 p.m, but today was different. He never normally saw his son dying. He never normally sanctioned the donation of his child's organs. For the first time in his life, he found himself struggling to resist opening the bottle. He returned Glenn Branson's call 40 minutes later. "How did it all go, boss?" "Some other time. What's your news?" "Well, significant. The prison officer has now backtracked on her original opinion." "Meaning?" Grace pressed. "Meaning the sighting of Eden Paternoster on the ferry is dubious, at best." "So we can dismiss it?" "Pretty much, boss, yes. Doesn't take us any further forward." "But at least not backwards." Then Grace thought for a moment. "Still, we do know she has family connections on the Isle of Wight, so we need to find out who they are and have them interviewed. The fact that we're discounting this particular sighting doesn't necessarily mean, should she still be alive, she hasn't gone there by other means. There's a car ferry and a catamaran, and there's a small airport at Sandown. In the absence of a body, we need to establish for certain she's not there. Have one of the team speak to the local police there and see if they can help us out with that." "I'll put someone on it." "Good. Okay, so we now focus back on Niall Paternoster as the prime suspect in a no-body murder investigation." "I think that's the right call," Branson said. "I've spoken to the ACC, who sends his thoughts and prayers for Bruno's recovery." "Yeah, well, you can tell him it's a bit late for that now." There was a long silence. Branson finally broke it. "Oh, God. Roy. Shit, boss. Are you saying what I think? Bruno didn't make it. There was no miracle." After a long silence, Branson said, "I'm so sorry, Roy. Want to talk about it?" "Not now, okay? Just let Pew know, will you?" "Of course." "Will you let us have the details, the funeral, when you have it?" "I will, but let's just focus back on the case. I need a distraction for now. Any luck with getting surveillance?" "No joy for today, but Mark Taylor's team look like they'll be finished on a job sometime tomorrow or possibly Friday." "He's brilliant," Grace said. "Top man. Too bad we can't get him today, but Mark's lot will pick it all up fast." "How about a request to the Home Secretary for phone taps on Paternoster?" Branson suggested. "No chance. We'd only get that if we could establish there was a life at risk. I don't think I have any evidence currently to warrant any such application." "What about the pollen lady?" "Helen Middleton's starting tomorrow. She's going to look at the foot pedals in Niall Paternoster's car, plus his shoes, which we've taken, and see if we can link him to the clothes we found at the deposition site. And we've arranged for the forensic archaeologist, Lucy Sibben, to attend. Lucy's in court tomorrow giving evidence at the big drugs trial, but she'll be at the site as soon as she can. Meanwhile, her junior colleague, Simon Davey, has made a start and will be carrying on first thing in the morning." Branson continued, "In addition, boss, knowing that we still have the Paternoster car, there is a chance he may hire another vehicle, so we've put out an alert with local hire companies." "Nice work." "See, boss, you don't need to be here. Just leave it all to me." "Yeah, thanks." "That trial, that's the Cosmo Papadopoulos one, right?" "It is, and it's not looking good for him." "What a shame." In the past year, there had been two very large drug network busts in Sussex. One from a fake classic car that had come into Newhaven port packed with several £1 million worth of cocaine. The other had been an equally sophisticated operation, which involved drugs being dropped into the English Channel, attached to floats marked by lobster pot buoys, and collected by a fishing boat, concealing them at the bottom of its huge cargo of dead mackerel, sole, and other fish. This ring had been masterminded by Cosmo Papadopoulos, a nasty, violent Greek Cypriot known to the police for a long time, who always laundered his money through a string of small but legitimate cash businesses in Brighton and in several other seaside towns in the county. But, As fortunately happened with many successful villains, Papadopoulos had grown overconfident and let down his guard, trying to hire an undercover police officer to arrange a severe beating for a drug-dealing rival in a turf war. The case was high profile, making the local news most days. There was a silence. "But, seriously," Branson said, "I just want you to know how sorry I am. And Siobhan, who sends her love. If you want to chat any time, bell me." "I will, thanks. Don't worry about anything. It's all in hand. Okay?" Suddenly, Grace's voice stalled. He could barely utter his reply. "Thanks. Appreciate it." Ending the call, he stood up and went out into the garden, accompanied by a solemn-looking Humphrey who had clearly picked up on their sadness. He walked over to the hen house. Unhooking the door, he entered, closing it behind him to keep out the dog. As Cleo had said, Bruno's two favourite hens, Fräulein Andrea and Fräulein Julia, lay motionless side by side, their heads at unnatural angles. He knelt and touched the birds. They were stiff and cold, and so neatly laid out, juxtaposed against each other. They hadn't been killed by a fox, which would have ripped them to shreds or just bitten off their feet or heads. Nor could they have died from being egg-bound, not in this perfect symmetrical position. They had been deliberately killed, almost certainly by having their necks wrung. Again, he went back to that conversation with Bruno yesterday morning, which now seemed an eon ago. "Did you know that the ancient Egyptians, when they died and were mummified, had their favourite pets killed and mummified to go in the tomb with them?" Knowing how much the sight of the hens had distressed Cleo, he picked both of them up, took a spade from the garden shed, then, holding them aloft, out of reach of Humphrey, who kept jumping up at them, carried them out through the garden gate, shutting it on the dog. He climbed partway up the hill, stopping when he reached a large gorse bush, and put the two hens down gently on the ground. Then, striking the spade into the hard, dry soil and pushing down on it with his foot, he began the laborious task of digging, wanting to make a hole deep enough so the unfortunate creatures would not easily be dug back up by a fox. As he worked away, perspiring heavily from his exertions, he was thinking about both his conversation with Glenn Branson and with the hospital team, who had given him a helpful step-by-step post-mortem leaflet for the loved ones of organ donors. First up tomorrow morning, he had to go to the Brighton Register office to register Bruno's death and obtain the death certificate. Then he and Cleo needed to appoint a funeral director. A huge number of decisions would have to be made about Bruno's funeral, starting with what kind of coffin, what kind of service. His one certainty was that the boy should be buried in the same graveyard as his mother and as close to her as possible. Bruno's grandparents had agreed with his thinking. But all of this was for tomorrow, not now. He stood staring at the sky and soaking up the beautiful evening, remembering the good times with his eldest son. He continued to dig until he felt the hole was deep enough. He knelt and laid each of the hens into it. Close by he saw a pink wild flower. He walked over and picked it, then laid it on top of the birds, before beginning to shovel the earth back onto them. Chapter 68, Friday, the 6th of September. Arrangements had been made for Bruno's post-mortem to be carried out at Worthing Mortuary, instead of Brighton, and it had taken place the previous afternoon. With the agreement of the coroner and Christopher Goodman's solicitor, the defence proffered their own pathologist, Ashley Brown, who was also present alongside the local pathologist to avoid the need for a second post-mortem. After close and careful liaison with the transplant team surgeons, the cause of death was confirmed as injuries sustained as the result of the accident. Brown informed the coroner that he was happy for the body to be released for burial. On Thursday, Cleo had accompanied Roy for the grim task of arranging his death certificate, and then they had made an appointment to see the funeral director today. Neither of them had gone into work, both wanting to be there to support each other. They'd taken some comfort from the huge number of emails and social media messages of condolences that had poured through from family, friends and colleagues, including the Chief Constable, the Police and Crime Commissioner, the headmaster of St Christopher's School, and several other teachers, and one, less welcome and more mealy-mouthed, from Cassian Pugh. Grace had also been surprised to receive a couple expressing their sympathy from criminals he was known to from over the years. A Facebook memorial page set up by the Lippert family, who had taken care of Bruno after his mother's accident, already had messages of sympathy from a number of people Grace was not even familiar with, and was headed up by a heartfelt message from Eric Lippert, who was Bruno's best friend in Germany. Grace was surprised to see a post from Cassian Pugh written in German. He wondered what that was about. For the second time in 18 months, Grace now found himself back in a funeral home. The last time he had been in one was to discuss the arrangements for Sandy, whom he'd decided to have buried here in England so that Bruno would have a place to go and mourn his mother whenever he wanted. He'd never ever imagined he would be having to make funeral decisions about Bruno. They'd already decided on burial rather than cremation. Roy wanted Bruno to be laid to rest in the churchyard of All Saints, Patcham, in a plot as close to Sandy as possible. They had also decided on the same firm that had handled Sandy's arrangements, and Grace was pleased, as they entered the curtained-off front of the establishment, to be greeted by the proprietor himself, with whom he'd had the previous dealings, Thomas Greenheisen. A tall man, in his late 50s, with a shock of grey hair and sparkly blue eyes, the sombre-suited funeral director managed somehow to have found the right balance between being both warm, almost jolly, and reverential and respectful. He looked like he was capable of throwing off his work togs at weekends and picking up a banjo, or maybe a ukulele, and joining a band, Grace thought. Greenheisen greeted them both with a sincere bow before shaking their hands in turn, taking Cleo's first, then Roy's, holding each of them for several moments, as if taking possession of them, before saying, "Mr. and Mrs. Grace, may I say first how terribly sad I am to be seeing you again so soon. My very deepest condolences for your terrible loss. An 11-year-old boy." He shook his head. "I doubt there is anything I can say to console you at this time, but I can assure you we will do everything we can to take as much pressure off you as we can." Cynically and irreverently, Grace was reminded for a moment of his former boss in the police some years back, Dick Jackson. He'd been a detective sergeant, and Jackson had been his inspector. The poor sod had planned to cash in his pension on his retirement and open a funeral parlour because, Dick had said a little smugly, the two businesses you could never lose money on were food and death. People were always going to have to eat, and they were always going to die. He joked that he was going to call the business Yours Eventually. But Dick had dropped dead from a heart attack, swimming in Tenerife just 2 months after his retirement. The Grim Reaper, Grace thought, had yanked the poor man's chain just a bit too hard. It had been a timely reminder that retired police officers used to have one of the highest mortality rates for almost any profession. One moment you had your warrant card, which an old copper had described to him as a free pass to the greatest show on earth, and the next, the day you handed it in, you were suddenly a civilian again. Joe Public. Joe Schmo. A lot of officers felt lost after retirement. For 30 years, and sometimes more, they'd held a position of unique power and respect. But then those 30 years vanished in a flash, and they were having their retirement party in the upstairs room of a pub, the more generous ones sticking money behind the bar. A former colleague would give a speech, joking about their blunders, praising their achievements, maybe show a video of the highlights and lowlights of their career. And that was it. Wake up in the morning with a hangover to find you were a what? A was copper. It came to everyone. Some had made good plans and were fine, picking up well-paid jobs fighting the virulent menace of cybercrime or going back into areas of policing as civilians. But others were left bewildered, like pot plants that had once flowered magnificently but now had been left in permanent shade, wondering where the sunshine had gone. Yours eventually. The phrase had lodged in Grace's mind. Was Thomas Greenheisen looking at him and Cleo and thinking the same, that one day they too would become customers of Greenheisen and Sons? hopefully not until it was and grandsons. Just how sad to see them was Greenheisen really? Was the first qualification to be a funeral director that you had to be a good actor? Or was he being too cynical? "Thank you," Roy Grace said politely. "Please, come through into my office. May I offer you some refreshments, tea, coffee, perhaps?" "I'd like a strong coffee with some milk, please," Grace said. "If you have a peppermint tea?" Cleo asked. "Of course, no trouble." As they followed him through into a small office with a large opaque window obscuring the view, no doubt, of the hearses parked out back, he picked up the desk phone and asked a man called John to bring in the drinks. Then he ushered them to a round table at which were 4 comfortable-looking chairs. As Cleo sat, Grace saw a framed certificate on the wall above her, proclaiming Thomas Edward Greenheisen to be a member of the British Institute of Embalmers. When the funeral director was seated with an iPad in front of him, he began by confirming Bruno's details, his full name, date of birth and home address, and the place where he had died, tapping in all the details assiduously with an immaculately manicured forefinger. "May I ask next if Bruno had an affiliation with a particular church or religious group that he might have wished to officiate at his funeral?" Grace thought fleetingly about how, from his limited knowledge of Sandy's activities after her disappearance, she had spent some time with the Scientologists, then a further brief time with another sect in Germany. "No," he said, "but I never had the chance to discuss religion with him. That may sound odd, but he's only been with us since his mother died. I don't think he had any religious views, but my wife and I have decided we would like a Christian funeral, a lightweight one, with some rousing music, perhaps something in German?" "Exactly, sir," Greenheisen said. "And if I might suggest, in view of Bruno's age, some of his own favourite music. Are there any singers or bands he particularly loved?" "Yes, good point," Grace said. "We'll have a think about that." The funeral director nodded. "I'm sure that would go down well, especially as there are bound to be many of his young friends attending." Roy and Cleo shot each other a glance, but neither commented. "As I told you over the phone, we would like the service and committal to take place in the same church where his mother and I were married and where she is buried. All Saints, Patcham," Grace said. "Well, we are very fortunate in that choice. The current vicar is quite an enlightened man, unlike some," he said, "if you know what I mean." Cleo smiled. "He's not a Bible thumper?" "Precisely. Now, are there any pressing questions you have?" "I guess," Grace said, "because Bruno's organs have been donated, will that cause any problems or delays in his funeral?" "Well, that will depend on the coroner. As I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the driver of the car in the collision with your son has been interviewed in relation to his driving." "That's correct," Grace said, "in which case there is the possibility of a prosecution and criminal trial." Roy interrupted. "I understand the post-mortem was carried out yesterday afternoon with the defence pathologist, Mr. Ashley Brown, present as agreed with the coroner. The cause of death has been ascertained and Bruno's body will be released straight away for burial." "That's good news then. We can fix a date. If it is any small consolation," Greenheisen said, "on the subject of costs for a child of his age, we would make no charge for the basic funeral arrangements." "Really?" Cleo said, astonished. "I assure you we understand a little of the grief that parents like you must be going through. We would not make any charge for the basic funeral, which would include bringing your son into care, providing the hearse, a standard coffin, the bearers and the funeral director. Most churches also waive their fees, although I'm afraid not the gravediggers. Music is provided free of charge. It's only the extras you would be required to pay for." "This is very generous of you," Roy Grace said. "It is the very least we can do," Greenheisen said, almost simpering. "But I want Bruno to have the best funeral we can give him," Grace continued. "And the extras would be?" Cleo asked. "And that would be the flowers, newspaper announcements, and printed order of service sheets. The monumental masons would also charge for any headstone, and perhaps, if you so wished, for altering the inscription on your late wife's headstone to include your son. Then there are special requests, such as releasing doves, a horse-drawn hearse, or anything of that nature? The couple was silent for some moments. Then Grace asked, "When you say standard coffin, what is that exactly?" "A choice of any of our wood veneer finishes. Although for a young person, parents sometimes prefer to go for a paper veneer, which we do have to make a charge for. These can be painted, a bright colour, a favourite colour perhaps, or they can be printed with virtually anything, photographs, views, scenes, characters. I can give you links to a few websites that might give you ideas. If you had a favourite toy or TV show or football team perhaps." Roy turned to Cleo. "What about the colours of Bayern Munich?" She nodded. "Yes," she said distantly. "It would be nice." "Another thing," the funeral director said, "I don't know whether you or anyone else would like to visit Bruno. If so, we would suggest our embalmer has a look at him to make sure he's at his best." "We've already said our goodbyes," Grace said. Again, Cleo turned to Roy. "What about his grandparents?" "No, they've said their goodbyes at the hospital. We won't be seeing them until the funeral, which is probably for the best." He had a long, difficult history with Sandy's parents, who had, for all the years Sandy had been missing, made out that they believed he had murdered her. They'd taken their suspicions to the highest level of Sussex police, resulting in Cassian Pugh ordering a ground-penetrating radar search of the garden of his and Sandy's former house in Hove. He would never forget how this twisted, horrible couple had lied to him, rather than tell him she had been alive and living in Munich in Germany. "Once you've made your choice of coffin," Thomas Greenheisen said, "you might consider whether you would like a framed photo or a favourite toy or book to go in it with him. Also, if I may suggest, youngsters are usually dressed in their own clothes, and a final thing for you both to consider is the frill colour of the coffin. It's usually cream, but we can accommodate any other colour, whatever you would like, with a small extra cost," he added, and nodded, his face the very picture of phony sympathy, Grace thought, and remembered an expression he'd once heard, "If you can fake sincerity, the rest is easy." "Okay, Mr. Greenheisen, thank you," Grace said, cutting his spiel short. "My wife and I will go away and have a think about all these options." Of course. Decisions of this nature must never be hurried." "Indeed," Grace said. Mr. Greenheisen raised a perfect, soft hand that had clearly never actually dug a grave. "I would just say that, very sadly in our city, there is always a waiting list for venues and officiates, so the sooner you and Mrs. Grace can make your decisions, the sooner we can make the necessary bookings, subject, of course, to the coroner." "I appreciate that," Grace said, irked by the man's sudden pushiness, "but I don't think our son is in any hurry. Would you be?" Greenheisen floundered for a reply, his lips twitching. Of course. Please take your time. These are important decisions." "Yes," Grace said. "They are." He felt tears welling up. He stood, shook hands with Greenheisen, thanked him with a faltering voice, and turned away. Chapter 69. Friday, the 6th of September. Roy and Cleo arrived home shortly after 1 p.m. to be greeted by Humphrey holding another of his collection of ragged stuffed toys in his mouth, with half the stuffing gone, like most of them. He was wagging his tail, but seemed more subdued than usual. Grace knelt and hugged him. "Brought me a gift, have you, fellow?" "Thank you." Humphrey dropped it. A small bear, with both eyes missing, that had once been Noah's before he'd appropriated it, then looked at him a tad balefully. Did he sense something? Roy suddenly remembered a book Cleo had given him for his birthday last year, a volume of short stories entitled Explaining Death to the Dog. Did this creature understand something? That Bruno wasn't coming home again? Roy heard beeps and tings and a series of quacks and grunting sounds coming from the lounge. Noah was active in his play area with his noisemaker toy. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Caitlin approach. "I thought you guys might be hungry," she said gently in her Californian accent.
I've done you a tuna salad, and I found some bagels in the freezer, which I thought I'd toast to go with it. There's no need to speak. I know how hard this is for both of you. Just know I'm here and can help when you need.
Thanks, Cleo said. That's really thoughtful of you.
Roy stood up and smiled his thanks, not trusting his voice. I've taken Noah and Humphrey for a good walk, so you don't need to worry about Humphrey for a while, she added.
Just going to go up to Bruno's room, Roy said to Cleo, see what I can find for some ideas for his.
I'll come up with you, she said, and turned to Caitlin. Lunch in 10? Sure. Tell me when you're ready. You okay?
Cleo nodded and said in a quiet voice,
Yeah, thanks. Trying to hold it together. We just feel like we're in a daze.
They went upstairs and entered Bruno's immaculate bedroom, his trainers, football boots and shoes all neatly in a row in front of his white wardrobe. Grace looked at the 2 posters of Bayern Munich football team on the wall. Alongside them was a large photograph of his local hero, the German footballer Pascal Gross, who had joined Brighton and Hove Albion and was dressed in the team's blue and white strip. Below sat a red model Porsche Turbo on a shelf beside a row of books and computer games.
I'm pleased we can have his coffin printed in the Bayern Munich colours, Cleo said.
Roy's reply was interrupted by his job phone ringing. Detective Superintendent Grace, he answered, and heard Glenn Branson's voice at the other end. Boss, sorry to intrude, but you said to call if we found anything.
Tell me.
The team excavating the deposition site have found a bone. They think it might be human. Lucy Sibbons' assistant attended and says it could be a lower arm radius, but we might not know for sure until Lucy gets here, which is not going to be until early evening. Meantime, they're emailing photographs of it to Dundee. Dundee University ran the UK Centre for Anatomy and Human Identification. They could normally identify bones as being human or belonging to another animal within a few hours. Grace thought for a moment. Glenn had the search under control, and strictly, he wasn't needed, but as the SIO, with there being a potentially significant find, he wanted to be there. And besides, not really wanting to admit this to himself, it would be a welcome, temporary distraction. Okay, he said. I'd like to see the site. I'm heading there. Want me to pick you up? I could be with you in 45 minutes. Grace thought briefly. He didn't feel like talking to anyone at the moment and wondered about driving there on his own. But maybe it would be good to have the company of his friend. Sure. Where exactly is it? Want me to give you the what 3 words location? Thanks. It's boyle.stunner.throwaway, Branson said. Memorizing them, Grace entered them in the What 3 Words app on his phone. The app had recently become an invaluable tool for the police. The entire world had been gridded into 3-metre squares, each of which was given a 3-word ident. Boyle.stunner.throwaway showed him a location in Ashdown Forest, a short distance from what looked like a parking area. Thanking him, Grace ended the call and told Cleo. Probably do you some good, she said. Focus on something else. He nodded. It's the only way I can deal with this horrendous time. I've got to distract myself, though I know it's not how everyone would deal with it. And in the meanwhile, there was nothing he could do other than mope around. Plunging back into work was the best way to take his mind off it. Half an hour later, he heard the sound of a car pulling up outside. He scooped some tuna salad onto the 2 halves of bagel that Caitlin had toasted, squished them together and wrapped them in several sheets of kitchen towel, then went outside. You want some lunch? Grace said as his greeting. Thanks, boss, I'm starving. Fill your boots, Grace, who had no appetite, said sullenly, passing him the package. The DI devoured the bagel in 5 bites, then started the engine and did a fast U-turn, narrowly missing the only tree on the entire driveway. Chapter 70, Friday the 6th of September. Sorry about that. I remember watching Lewis Hamilton do a donut at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Grace looked at him. No disrespect. He's probably a bit more talented behind the wheel than you. Yeah, but
He'd probably be a rubbish detective, Branson said, restarting the stalled engine and heading off at a subdued pace along the bumpy cart track. Apparently there used to be an entry in the Guinness Book of Records called The Loneliest Tree in the World, Grace said. It was in the Sahara, 250 miles from the next nearest tree, and was knocked down by a drunk Libyan truck driver. Are you trying to tell me something? Just saying. It's all a bit sensitive at the moment. Thanks, boss. I understand. It's fine, Grace said, but we're not in a rush, okay? If Eden Paternoster's been dead since last Thursday, she's not going anywhere, is she? Good point, Branson said. He eased off a fraction, but the horizon was still approaching way too fast for Grace's comfort. Better? The DI asked. Grace waited until they'd survived the next corner before replying tightly, a little. Over the next 20 minutes, aware Roy wanted to avoid talking about Bruno, Branson updated him on the latest developments on the inquiry. He was meeting the surveillance team leader, DS Mark Taylor, now that his team had been signed off from their previous job, to brief him. Maybe Roy would like to be there for that. He said he would. Branson had already arranged for a fixed observation point at the Greyhound Stadium until the surveillance team were available to monitor Paternoster's activity. Neighbours on both sides of the Paternosters' home had all been questioned by Jack Alexander's outside inquiry team and had informed the officers they'd heard the Paternosters having a violent row last Thursday night. None of them had seen Eden since. Work colleagues at the insurance company, Mutual Occidental, where Eden was employed, who had all now been interviewed, had confirmed that her failing to turn up to work on Friday and not phoning in had been quite out of character. She was normally scrupulously punctual and diligent. All the close friends and relatives whose names and details Niall Paternoster had given had now been contacted, and all confirmed they had not heard from Eden since last Thursday at the latest. Branson added that her mother had apparently been the most vocal, saying she had always thought her son-in-law was not good enough for her daughter. She had tried to warn Eden off marrying him. And, more worryingly, on one occasion some months ago, Eden had come to stay with her overnight in a terrible state, saying Niall and she had split up, but then they'd subsequently got back together, much to her disappointment. They had come back with positive DNA matches on the blood on the kitchen floor to both Eden and Niall. Grace knew, as all detectives, that if a kitchen knife was used in a stabbing, it would almost certainly cut the assailant's hand too when it struck bone. That tallied, possibly with Niall Paternoster's cut finger explaining his blood in the kitchen. There were more positive matches with Eden's blood on the stairs, the ensuite tiles, and on her T-shirt found secreted in there. Results were not yet back on the items of clothing found at the grave. Grace made a number of notes. Bit by bit, the case against Niall Paternoster was building. A no-body murder was acknowledged by all SIOs as the hardest to prove. It required compelling circumstantial evidence to convince the Crown Prosecution Service to agree to proceed. The notoriously demanding CPS solicitors were always reluctant to commit to the expense of a prosecution case and all the costs of a trial without a degree of certainty that they would win. But Grace was feeling uncertain. His early instincts from his meeting with Paternoster felt right. Maybe the bone that had been found would prove it beyond any doubt, but he felt there was something still missing. He looked down at his What 3 Words app. They were almost at the scene. Grace knew this forest from his earliest childhood days, when they'd had occasional school outings here, running around and being mindful that there were adders living in the sandy brush. And dense woodland was historically a deposition site for murder victims. Branson was braking hard and indicating. Moments later, he swung in left. A cluster of vehicles, including the large white CSI van in the sandy parking area, confirmed they were in the right place, as did the outer cordon of crime scene tape just beyond them. Chapter 71. Friday, the 6th of September. Few police officers would disagree over what was the most shit job in the entire force. A minority might suggest it was being on public order duty during a riot, but at least that could be mitigated by the potential for getting into a fight, a good old roll-up, which most young, eager officers enjoyed, one of the money-can't-buy perks of the job.
but to be delegated the duty of a crime scene guard was universally agreed to be the most numbingly boring. In the city, in daytime, the task tended to be given to PCSOs, the lower-cost police community support officers. But PCSOs weren't considered as robust as fully trained coppers, and they didn't do night duty. Togged up in their white protective oversuits, shoes, gloves, headgear and masks, Grace and Branson approached the poor sap of a PC who was the current scene guard. The officer watched them with interest, probably the only excitement and break in the monotony he'd had in the past hour or more. Aware of the man's vigil, as Grace showed him his warrant card, he asked sympathetically, "How long do you have to go?" Presenting the two detectives with the log to sign, the hapless young PC said, "Midnight, sir." Grace smiled at him. "Done it myself. It's not much fun, is it?" "Not really, sir, no. But," he added hastily, "I don't mind. I'm hoping to be a detective one day, so it's interesting to see a crime scene like this." "And what's your name?" Grace asked him. "I'll remember it." "Conrad Bartlett," he said. "Thank you, sir." "You're Graham Bartlett's son, right?" "Yes, sir. Your dad was my boss once, some years back, a great copper." The PC smiled. "Thank you. It was seeing how he loved the job that inspired me." Grace smiled. "You're a pretty useful football ref too, I recall." "Well, I don't know about useful, sir, but I try." "Good lad." Grace signed the log and handed the clipboard to Branson, saying glibly to the PC, "Excuse his scrawl, he's barely literate." Yeah, Branson retorted. He picked up the pen and deliberately and painfully slowly wrote his name immaculately neatly. Handing the clipboard back, he said cheekily, "In case you can't read my colleagues, he's Detective Superintendent Smudge." Connell Bartlett took it, uncertain whether to smile. The two detectives ducked under the tape, strode the short distance to the inner cordon tape, ducked under that too, then walked along the metal track that had been laid by the police forensics team. Its purpose was to cause minimum disturbance to the route the killer had likely taken to the deposition site. It led a couple of 100 yards into the woods, where there were two open-sided tents, one small and square, inside which was a generator running noisily and two tables. On one table stood a kettle, mugs, a jar of coffee, a box of tea, and two open packets of biscuits. On the other were laid out several sealed and tagged evidence bags, each containing an item. The larger tent was rectangular, brightly lit by jury-rigged overhead lights over a shallow grave. Dotted around on the ground outside the tent were numbered yellow triangles, indicating where possible evidence had been found. James Gartrell, the highly competent CSI photographer whom Grace knew well, busy recording the area on video, paused to nod a greeting. "Afternoon, boss." He was also in full protective clothing. "How are you doing, James?" "Fine, boss, thank you. Lorna and Simon are inside the tent." Then, obviously knowing Grace's news, asked sympathetically, "And you, boss? I'm so sorry about—" Grace silenced him with a grim smile and raised a hand, then approached and opened the larger tent. Inside, he saw the white-suited backs of two people examining the shallow grave. The pulser, Sergeant Lorna Dennison Wilkins, and the assistant forensic archaeologist Simon Davey stood at the edge, Lorna sipping from a steaming mug, Simon standing over the two search officers watching them. Both turned immediately as they heard the footsteps. "Sir," the sergeant said, addressing Grace, "I heard you were coming." Then she gave him a forlorn look. "I'm sorry about your news." She shot a smile at Branson by way of acknowledgement. "Thanks, I appreciate it, Lorna," Grace said. "So, what do we have?" He walked over to the freshly excavated area. The two specialists, impossible to tell who without seeing their faces, were scraping the soil at the bottom with trowels, with the painstaking and backbreaking diligence of archaeologists on a dig, checking the freed loose soil with their gloved fingers before discarding it over the top onto a growing pile. "Well, sir, Simon has some early thoughts which might be helpful." The assistant forensic archaeologist, in his early 30s, only a small part of his face visible, said, "The soil in the grave is quite loose, and there appears to be recent disturbance, which indicates to me that it was probably dug earlier and then backfilled not that long ago." "Planned and made ready?" Grace asked. "Is that what you're saying?" "Yes, sir, that's how it looks to me." "And what have you found?"
Well, sir, apart from the items of clothing we've retrieved so far, some of which have been sent by Sergeant Dennison Wilkins to the lab for analysis, the grave contained traces of blood and lots of evidence of animal disturbance. And, as I believe you've been told, we discovered a bone nearby just over an hour ago. It may have been dragged away by animals.
Human?
Possibly. We can't be sure at this stage. Would you like to see it, sir?
I'm no anatomy expert, but yes. Grace and Branson walked behind Lorna and Simon along Moor Track to the smaller tent. The forensic archaeologist picked an evidence bag from the table, which contained a clean bone with a gnarled double lump at one end and a skewed knot at the other. Both ends appeared to have been chewed. The detective studied it carefully. Humans have 2 lower arm bones, if I'm right, Grace said. Simon nodded. The radius is one of 2 forearm bones. It's the shorter of the 2, but thicker than the other, the ulna. It runs from the lateral side of the elbow to the thumb side of the wrist and parallel to the ulna. Grace looked at it again for some moments. You've sent a photo of it to Dundee for verification, I understand?
Yes, they're pretty good about coming back quickly.
What's your own assessment of the bone, Simon? He asked.
Well, Lucy's the expert. In my view, this could be human, but it might well be a roe deer tibia. This forest is home to a large number of deer.
Grace continued studying the bone, none the wiser.
The fact that there are no body parts present in the grave could be put down to predation.
He looked at Lorna and Simon for confirmation. Both nodded. A dismembered body, especially in woodlands like this, can be carried off by animals within days, even more so if the grave is on a fox or badger run. But bones picked as clean as this in less than a week. It's possible, I guess. Do you agree?
It is. We have seen it happen, sir, Lorna said, especially underwater. And of course, acid is always a possibility.
Grace had worked with Lorna in the past when she had been in charge of the now disbanded Sussex Police Specialist Search Unit. He'd seen instances of human bodies on the seabed being picked clean by fish and crustaceans in a very short time, and he'd seen his share of skeletal remains in acid baths.
But, she continued, it can happen in woodland situations like this where there's a lot of wildlife.
Fair point, he said, swallowing back those memories of past bodies he'd seen, picked clean. He didn't want those memories right now. He looked down at the row of evidence bags. In one was a pop sock, another contained a headband, another a substantial kitchen knife. He picked up the bag with the knife in his gloved hand and held it out in the daylight. There was dried blood on the blade and handle. This is the knife that was found in a bush nearby, Lorna?
Yes, it is. I've sent a picture of it back to the incident room to see if they can get a match with the set of knives in the kitchen of the house.
Can I see the bush? She led Grace and Branson a short distance from the metal track and stopped at a yellow triangle on the ground. It was marked 7 and was right in front of a tangle of brambles with ripe blackberries on the branches.
It was in there.
Grace studied the bush and then looked around. There were several more similar bushes nearby, but each of those much bigger and far denser. He frowned, looking at Branson for a moment, then back at the surrounding bushes.
Seeing something I'm not, boss?
The DI asked. Something that's not making total sense, Grace said. Why this bush? Because it's close to the grave, Branson suggested. Grace fixed his gaze on him. Okay, think about it for a moment. I always try to put myself in the killer's shoes. Let's hypothesize that Niall Paternoster murdered Eden, dismembered her body, drove the remains out here to a grave, along with the clothes she'd been wearing when he killed her, and interred her in this grave. Why didn't he put the knife in with her? Glenn Branson frowned in thought. Animals? Or maybe he was in a red mist, like all crims in the aftermath, right? So he brings her out here in the early hours of Friday, he's all ramped up, buries her and all the clothing, covers the grave over, and then, shit, he realizes he's forgotten to bury the knife, so he discards it in the first bush he sees.
A simple, stupid error, Lorna Dennison Wilkins said. Seen it before many times. The killer in a panic.
Grace shook his head. This doesn't fit. He wasn't in a panic. So let's suppose he was planning to murder Eden. The trigger was the row they had last Thursday night. Maybe he deliberately created the row. But isn't that a bit daft? Branson asked.
Wouldn't he have known the neighbours would hear?
Not necessarily. If he's a narcissist, bigger on ego than he is on brains, as you and I both thought after talking to him, perhaps he thought that the neighbours hearing a row would lend credence to the story he's giving that she's left him, done a runner on their marriage. But without thinking through how all his movements would be picked up on ANPR cameras and GPS tracking of his phone. Grace shrugged. That wouldn't be the first time a killer's been trapped that way.
Good point,
Branson agreed. So let's go down this route for now. When he brought her body, or body parts, here, it was nearly 3 a.m., pitch dark. No one around. He had all the time in the world. He had the choice of at least 6 far thicker bushes within flashlight range, as we can see. So why did he choose the one so near and so sparse? And I'm not buying red mist or panic. He was clear-headed enough after killing her to remove her wedding ring and engagement rings and conceal them, and to hide her passport. But 2 things here are really bothering me.
Which are, boss?
Branson asked. We know there were a number of true crime DVDs in the house. Let's hypothesize that he learned through those that one of the best ways to dispose of a body is to dismember it and bury it in a shallow, rather than deep, grave in woodlands, because that gives you the best chance of predation, which we believe has happened here. The body parts conveniently carried off. So why was he dumb enough to leave items of her clothing in the grave also? Do either of you think that's consistent with his planning? Grace looked at them all in turn before continuing. Then, after all his planning, Niall Paternoster clumsily chucks the knife into the nearest bush. When there are several so dense and prickly it's much less likely a member of the public would find it. Why would he do that? I think it was more likely that the deposition site was his way to get rid of the clothing. And I think animal disturbance has caused the knife to be moved, especially as it has soil on it, but I don't completely reject the possibility it could have just been chucked away by him.
Are you saying what I think you're saying, boss? That he wanted to be caught? Branson asked.
Grace shook his head. No, I don't think so.
I'm confused.
Lorna Dennison Wilkins looked equally bemused. Join the club, Grace said. None of this is making sense. Was it buried? Or was it thrown away? The DI looked at his watch.
Boss, I've got to get back to HQ to meet Mark Taylor for the surveillance briefing. If we leave now, I've just got time to drop you back home.
I'll come to the briefing with you. We can spend some more time here. I want to take a further look round.
On your own?
No. Come with me. Grace, followed by Branson, walked further into the woods. They became increasingly dense. All paths a tangle of nettles and brambles with dubious-looking mushrooms and toadstools freestanding or attached to tree trunks. Finally, Branson, looking at his watch, said,
We really need to head back, boss, for Mark Taylor. It's after 3 p.m.
Grace nodded.
Any conclusions?
No. You?
Branson shook his head. Right now, I'm all out of conclusions.
You and me both. Chapter 72, Friday the 6th of September. Cosmo Papadopoulos sat in the glassed-in dock of Court 3 at Lewis Crown Court. A tall, confident-looking man with slicked back hair, he wore an expensive suit, stylish cream shirt, and blue silk tie, accessorized with bling rings and an even blinger watch. He could have done without the unwanted accessories on either side of him, a male and female security guard in their shabby outfits. But at least his brief Kieran Murray Smith, a sharp-eyed QC in his early 50s, and his junior, Madeline Wade, had been doing a pretty good demolition job of the prosecution so far. His legal team had been doing so well that Papadopoulos could scent victory in the expressions of the jurors. And now, the neatly dressed woman in her mid-30s, with long hair the colour of straw, who was taking the oath in the witness box, didn't look like she would say boo to a goose. Yet another in a string of so-called expert witnesses called by the prosecution. She swore on the Holy Bible to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, yada, yada, yada. The poor deluded woman actually sounded like she meant it. Yeah, good luck with that one, lady. When you arrive at the pearly gates, if you're expecting St. Peter to unclip the crimson rope and let you turn left, you could be in for a spot of disappointment. But hey, that's for later. The witness over the next hour relayed to the court her evidence. She gave this in a quiet and assured manner, concentrating on conversations of the defendant that she had witnessed. Once the prosecution counsel had finished with the witness, the defence counsel got to his feet. Murray Smith was straight on it, going for the jugular. Sharon Orman, could you please tell the court your academic and professional qualifications?
I left secondary school with 9 GCSEs and 3 A-levels in mathematics, computer science and biology, she replied.
There was a short silence while he let the jury absorb this. And subsequently, what further qualifications did you achieve?
None,
she said falteringly.
I saw an advert for Sussex Police looking for people to join under their diversity programme. I joined the digital forensics team before moving to the surveillance unit.
Murray Smith gave her a big, confidence-boosting beam and a sarcastic tone. Would this have been because you fancied a career change? There was a brief interruption as the prosecution counsel objected. The judge allowed the defence counsel to continue. In your evidence as an expert witness, Miss Orman, which was pretty damning, you claimed that you had watched, via binoculars, the defendant in conversation with another person. You read out from your notes your recording of what Mr. Papadopoulos had purportedly said. I will repeat it, just for the avoidance of any misunderstanding. He picked up a sheet of paper and read aloud from it, directing his words at the jury box. You told this court that, according to your interpretation, my client said, there's a drop in the channel, 1 mile north of the Palace Pier, 8 million quid's worth of crack cocaine at street value. I have 2 other bidders for this. Do you want in? If so, give me your price by midday tomorrow. Murray Smith looked up from his notes, straight at the woman. Is that correct?
It is, she confirmed.
Word perfect?
No hesitation.
Yes. So, Ms. Orman, as we have heard, you've had no formal qualifications or training in the art of lip reading. Yet you claim to have observed my client in discussions over what might or might not have been a business deal. Pretty damning evidence, if true, wouldn't you agree?
I would, she said.
Murray Smith went in for the kill. So, as I understand it, Sharon Orman, you have no qualifications and no formal training to be a member of the Surrey and Sussex Police Surveillance Unit. Is that also correct?
No, I have had surveillance training, she replied.
So it is agreed, the defence counsel pounced, the bit between his teeth now. We've asked what training you've had, and you have told us. We have asked what qualifications you have to give this evidence, and you've replied that you have no qualifications. So you have come to court as a so-called expert witness, telling this court very damning evidence about what my client is alleged to have said. You're not qualified to give this evidence. What gives you the authority to come here and tell this court what you have? Why should any of us here in this court believe what you have said?
Calmly, her voice more assured now, Sharon Orman said, Well, in childhood, I lost my full hearing. I've spent the last 25 years of my life reading people's lips, watching their movements, just like I've been reading yours. That's the way I survive in the modern world. I think that's all the qualification I need, wouldn't you say?
For a fleeting instant, Murray Smith's suave features took on an appearance of a bone china cup that had been dropped from 10 stories onto a concrete block. Instantly regaining his composure, although not his confidence, he turned to the judge. No further questions. Chapter 73. Friday, the 6th of September. At 3:45 p.m., Roy Grace and Glenn Branson met Mark Taylor, their surveillance team leader, as well as DC Kerry Brogan, the intelligence development officer, who was to be the liaison between the major crime team and the surveillance team on Operation Lagoon. Brogan, late 30s, had the stocky build of a hockey goalkeeper, which Grace, having met her some while back, remembered was her passion.
Shoulder-length hair, set in tight curls like a judge's wig, but brown, not grey, framed her face. She was dressed in casual clothes and new-looking trainers. Detective Sergeant Taylor, who was in his mid-40s, had shaggy collar-length hair and chiselled good looks that reminded Grace of the actor he'd last seen in Game of Thrones, Nikolai Coster-Waldau. He wore a thin leather jacket over a grey t-shirt, jeans and basketball boots. Not a man to be messed with, Grace knew from his background. He had joined the police at the age of 25 after 6 years' distinguished service in the Royal Marines. On finishing his 2-year probation, he'd immediately, at his request, been posted to CID, then surveillance. Subsequently, the quietly spoken man who did not suffer fools had worked at all levels of surveillance, including a 3-year stint with Scotland Yard, before transferring back to Sussex Police after the birth of his first child. Cradling a cup of coffee, looking at the 2 detectives opposite him across the small table, Taylor asked in a warm, slightly gravelly voice, "So, what are your objectives? I have a briefing with my team at 4:30 and will inform them." Grace, out of courtesy, glanced at Branson, who nodded for him to go ahead.
OK, Mark, this is what we've got. A husband, Niall Paternoster, age 35, we think has killed his wife, Eden, age 31.
Grace filled him in on all the details of his suspicions before continuing. We know that in his past, Niall Paternoster worked as a butcher's apprentice. This may, as we suspect, have enabled him with sufficient knowledge to have dissected his wife's body. We believe in the early hours of last Friday, he may have driven to Ashdown Forest and deposited some or all of her body parts, except for her head, in a grave. Taylor made some notes. Grace continued. He currently works as a journeyman taxi driver, mostly on lates. We suspect that he may subsequently have disposed of his wife's head off the end of the east mole of Shoreham Harbour. At this stage, other than a single bone that may be human but more likely not found at the deposition site, we have no hard evidence against Paternoster. Catching him returning to the deposition site would be very helpful for starters. Taylor tapped some further notes into the tablet in front of him.
In terms of a motive, we have reason to suppose that Niall Paternoster may be having an affair,
Branson added.
Last Sunday afternoon, some while after he claimed that his wife went into Tesco Holmbush and vanished, he had a meet-up with a person unknown at this point, at Devil's Dyke. All we have is an unregistered, presumably burner phone, which has been traced to one of a number of houses in Barrowfield Drive, Hove. We're checking who lives there.
Posh address, Taylor said. I'd love to live in that area if I could ever afford it. So you don't know whether the owner of the phone is male or female?
Grace and Branson both shook their heads.
But there were 4 kisses,
Branson added. Taylor pursed his lips.
So it's likely to be a shag.
Grace nodded affirmation. Intel from his phone and from the car's sat-nav and onboard computer shows he's had regular meetups at this same location over the past 6 months, as does the triangulation plot from the burner. I'm hoping we get lucky with your surveillance and he goes there again.
Taylor nodded. What actual evidence do you currently have that Niall Paternoster has murdered his wife, Eden, sir?
At this stage, we have no actual body to prove murder, Grace replied. Our evidence is entirely circumstantial. I would like your team to put 24/7 surveillance on him. I'd particularly like to see if he goes back to the deposition site for any reason, perhaps to check if it has been disturbed. And we'd like to see if he has any further liaisons with his contact, and to monitor, if possible, any conversations between them. His financial situation may be significant. We're led to believe that he has much to gain from his wife's death. So the principal objective of this surveillance is to monitor his movements and secure evidence.
Mark Taylor nodded. OK, sir. What I suggest is I put 2 teams of officers on it, both on 12-hour shifts. They'll stay longer if a changeover would compromise a particular situation. All our comms will be on our secure radio channel, on our phones. I'll be running 5 vehicles, a motorbike, a mix of sexes, some solo, some dual, a mix of cars, white and grey vans, some with fake company names. When it's dark, we can also put a tracker on his car after getting the necessary authorization. We'll also figure out a way of bugging his house.
That could be very helpful.
We also have drone operators available with infrared cameras if that should be necessary, sir, Taylor said.
And you'll start straight after your briefing? Grace asked.
Taylor shook his head.
We've already started, sir. I have, thanks to the cooperation of the Greyhound Stadium opposite the Paternoster's house, an observation point, with an officer already in position with a long-lens video camera. He's taken over from your guys. I've also got a vehicle at each end of Neville Road, in case he goes anywhere before the whole team's ready. I will also have one of our brightest members, Sharon Orman, who's hard of hearing, you would never know it, joining the team after giving evidence in court on a current trial. Hopefully she'll be down there today and able to join the team. Her particular expertise is lip reading from long range. She's remarkably effective, even through night vision lenses. Grace thanked him. As soon as Taylor and Brogan had left his office, Branson asked Grace if he'd like a lift back home. He shook his head. Thanks, mate, but I'd like to come to the evening briefing meeting. I'd prefer to keep occupied than go home and just let it all. He stopped, his voice choked up, thinking about Bruno lying in the hospital bed in his Bayern Munich strip, surrounded surreally by all the technical apparatus. He gave Branson a soulful look. If you understand. Of course. I don't want to steal your thunder as acting SIO. You can lead the meeting if you'd like to. No way, Branson said in a voice that brooked no argument. If you're going to be there, you're the boss. Grace looked at his watch. It was 4:45 p.m. If we could bring it forward from 6:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., it would help. Then I can get home to be with Cleo. She's pretty cut up too, as you can imagine. Of course, 5:30 p.m. it is. Branson extended a hand and squeezed Grace's arm, looking into his eyes. Look, I know you're an old, wise man, and I'm just a humble upstart wannabe. But I've been through grief in my time too. I lost my close friend, who was everything to me when she was around Bruno's age. I told you, I'm sure, she had a brain tumour. I got through it, eventually, by bawling my eyes out for days on end. I bawled and bawled until I had nothing left inside. Somehow, I got it out of my system. Well, the worst of it. The sense of losing her, and how unfair it was. Now, all these years on, whenever I think about her, it's only good thoughts. Smiling at the fun we had together. That's my advice. Don't bottle it up. Sodding well let it all out. Yeah? Grace smiled back at him bleakly through blurred eyes. Chapter 74. Friday the 6th of September. As soon as Glenn Branson had left his office, closing the door behind him, Roy Grace began to cry. He had been managing to hold it together in front of his team, but moments like this, on his own, were when his sadness returned. Should he even be here? He called Cleo. She sounded strained as she answered. "Okay, darling?" he asked, putting on a brave front. There was a short pause. "Not really. No. I can't stop thinking about him." "I can't either. I see all these dead bodies all day long at work, old, middle-aged, young, and kids, but I don't know them. I don't know their families, their stories. All I know is these are people who woke up one morning, mostly, other than those who died in their sleep, with their day ahead of them. Then something happened. They said goodbye to their loved ones, went out, and they never came back home. They fell off a ladder, got crushed to death on their bike by a cement lorry, were texting as they drove and went head-on into another car, got into a fight outside a pub or a bar and hit their head on a curb, or had a stroke, a heart attack, whatever. Regardless of the plans they'd made for that evening, the following day, the weekend, whatever, fate got to them first. And now it's Bruno." "I know," was all Grace could think of to say at this moment. "It's not fair, Roy, is it? Bruno was just getting through all the shit from his crazy mother." She fell silent for a moment. "Darling, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be insensitive. No, it's fine. She was nuts, or became nuts. I don't know what demons were inside her, but yes, you're right. It's not fair. I've been thinking about what the funeral director said, that all Bruno's friends at school would want to attend." "I've been thinking the same," he replied. "Maybe with a normal kid of his age that would be true, but
From what we know of how few friends he had and how many of his fellow pupils he upset, we could be setting ourselves up for a fall.
I have a suggestion.
Go on.
Why don't we announce it's going to be a private funeral, family members only? If it then turns out that loads of his fellow pupils did want to attend, then we could have some kind of a memorial service later.
I like that, he said. Let's talk about it when I get home. I've got a 5:30 p.m. briefing and I'll head home straight after that. Should be back by 7 p.m. latest.
Any thoughts on what you'd like for supper?
I don't know. I'm just not hungry. Not right now, anyway. Want me to pick up something on the way home? From that Indian place in Henfield, perhaps?
Sure, she said. I've got a menu on the wall in the kitchen. Want me to photograph it and send it over?
No need. A king prawn balti, something like that. Some poppadoms. Oh, maybe some cheese naan and some pickles. Maybe a tandoori chicken starter.
And you're not hungry?
She said with a hint of sarcasm, her voice lightening up a little. And something for yourself. I'm thinking about food now. And anyhow, we can always have leftovers tomorrow if we don't feel like eating much, he said. If you can call them, tell them I'll swing by around 7 p.m.
I'd better tell them you'll be there at 8 p.m.
Grace was about to correct her, then realized it was just her mocking him. But she was right. He would invariably end up staying longer here than planned. Chapter 75, Friday, the 6th of September. Mark Taylor sat in the square, boxy room at Police HQ, briefing his night shift team of 9 surveillance officers seated in front of him. 6 male and 3 female, all in plain clothes, some deliberately scruffy, wearing reversible jackets and with a variety of caps and beanies stuffed in their pockets, others in varying degrees of smart casual. They would be joined soon by Sharon Wazza Orman, and they were aware 3 of their colleagues were in situ outside the subject's house. There was a nickname for everyone in this team, with many not able to recall the real names of their colleagues due to how infrequently they were actually used. Nicknames were easier to use when communicating amongst the team. The monitor on the wall behind him showed a view across a wide street of 4 nice-looking 1950s semi-detached houses. 2 were rendered in white plaster. The other 2, one with a red ring drawn around it, were in brick. The ringed one had a blue Fiesta parked in the drive. They had seen the subject pick it up from a local hire company. This house, like its twin, had a deeply recessed front door behind an arched porch. On the top right of the screen was displayed the time in hours, minutes, and seconds. Immediately below that were GPS coordinates. It was the start of the evening rush hour, and a steady stream of cars, motorcycles, lorries, vans, buses, cyclists, and pedestrians passed by in both directions. Taylor thumbed the remote he was holding, freezing the image, then turned back to his team. This is Neville Road, Hove, taken 20 minutes ago from Gummy's van, inside the Coral Greyhound Stadium car park, almost directly across the street. The van's marked all over with the Coral logo, and it's one of 3 parked up together, so it won't draw any attention. Gummy's going to remain in situ for the long haul. They all knew what this meant. Gummy, Jason Gumbert, would be concealed inside a crate in the back of the van, videoing through the rear windows, which were 2-way mirrors. He would have several days' supply of food and water, would pee in containers, and, if needed to, shit into plastic bags, which he would then seal. I imagine as locals you're all familiar with the area. Anyone not? All shook their heads, one managing to do that while chugging from a water bottle at the same time. Smithy, good to see you multitasking, Taylor ribbed. The wiry DC, Darrell Smith, had a naturally furtive face with permanently half-closed eyes, giving him the deceptive appearance of dozing. Removing the bottle from his lips, he replied in a slow, pedantic voice that belied his sharp brain. It's a new skill I've learned. I can drink and listen at the same time. And this from a bloke who 6 months ago couldn't suck mints and walk at the same time, quipped Long Tom Thompson, who was a shade over 5'7". Taylor, smiling, looked back at the display. The house ringed is the Paternosters. Niall Paternoster, the subject, is about to appear. He pressed a button in the remote, starting the recording again, and a skip truck passed.
A moment later, a muscular man with tousled hair and bulging arms, wearing a t-shirt, shorts and flip-flops and carrying 2 seemingly weighty carrier bags, stepped into view, hurrying across the road and making for one of the brick-faced houses. Taylor froze the image, then zoomed in close so that Paternoster and the bags he was carrying were in clear focus. Then he looked inquisitively at his team. "Anyone tell me what you can figure out from this image?"
"That he's ugly with bad hair," said a shaven-headed man, nicknamed Hulk.
"I'm looking for something a little more worthy of your detective brains," Taylor said, acknowledging Hulk with a faint grin.
"The shopping bag, sir,"
suggested Lucy Arndale, nicknamed Frog Girl, after once spending almost 2 days and nights semi-submerged in reeds at the edge of a river, waiting for a drugs drop. "Go on," Taylor encouraged her. The slight woman, in her late 20s, with shoulder-length brown hair and thin lips, said,
"Those were Waitrose carrier bags, sir."
"Good shout," Taylor said. "And your point is?"
"Waitrose has a reputation for quality, but also as being one of the most expensive grocery store chains in the UK. So I'm immediately wondering, if Niall Paternoster is struggling for money, what's he doing shopping in Waitrose?"
Smithy shot up his hand. "Boss, could it not simply be that this store is the closest to his home? So he went there for convenience and hanged the cost?" "I'd buy the convenience angle," Taylor responded. "But he could have jumped into his car and, for the minimal expense of his petrol, made big savings from buying at Tesco or Sainsbury or Lidl or Iceland. So for a man so short of money, doesn't Waitrose seem a little extravagant?"
"Perhaps he's celebrating the end of his austerity, sir,"
Lucy Arndale posited.
"He thinks in his small mind that he's successfully murdered his wife, with nothing to connect him to her killing, and now the house and whatever cash she has are going to be his to enjoy, with his girlfriend. Perhaps the lady he's suspected of meeting at Devil's Dyke car park last Sunday evening."
The DS nodded. But before he could reply, a string of low-level beeps came from his phone, alerting him to a radio comms. He put the phone to his ear and pressed the listen button. It was Gummy, his voice urgent. "Boss, subject's on the move. He's out of the house, getting in the Fiesta." Taylor immediately switched the video from playback to live feed. They all watched. Niall Paternoster, looking spruced up now, in a pale blue shirt and white chinos, walked round the rear of the Fiesta and zapped the door lock. "Too bad we don't have the tracker already in place," Taylor said. "If he leaves the car out all night," Smithy said, "it'll be a doddle. Unless he's going to dismantle it and lug it in through the front door, he probably will leave it out all night, Smithy, since the house doesn't have a garage," retorted Long Tom. Smithy looked at Thompson, his voice sounding even more pedantic than ever. He said, "How does it go, Tommy? When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. He could have a lock-up round the corner somewhere, couldn't he?" Thompson nodded. Fair point. But all the team's focus was now on the Fiesta, trying to reverse into the stream of traffic. And an old red van eventually stopped to let it out. Then the Fiesta accelerated away, heading north. It was 5:10 p.m. Chapter 76. 5 days earlier. Sunday, the 1st of September. As Niall drove Eden's BMW into the car park of the Tesco superstore, 3 miles to the west of their home in Brighton, he was immediately annoyed by the queue of cars in front of them.
"Look at this. Shit, baby, this is going to take ages," he said. "Just stop the car and I'll jump out and run in while you park. Then I'll come and find you," she replied. "Well, that stuff's heavy. You sure?" She gave him a sideways look. "When did you last actually get any?" I don't remember." "So how do you think it appears in the house? By magic? Does the tooth fairy bring it?" Okay, muscle woman. Look, I'll pull in over there."
He swung into an empty bay some distance from the store. Grabbing her handbag, Eden jumped out, blew him a kiss, slammed the door, and hurried off through the maze of vehicles. When she was confident she was out of sight of his rear-view mirror, she stopped. Thank God the store was so busy, and she'd had an excuse to jump out far from the entrance. From her previous reconnaissance of this place, she knew they were well beyond the range of the store's external CCTV cameras. She'd deliberately picked a Sunday because she'd hoped it would be rammed with people doing their shop for the week, and she'd been right. Checking that the parked cars around her were all empty, with no one to see her, she knelt, removed a loose-fitting long-sleeve top and lightweight, equally loose trousers from her handbag and donned them. Next, she pulled a grey hijab from her bag, wound it around her head and low over her brow, then put her large sunglasses back on. Keeping crouched low, she edged her way along the bays on the outer perimeter of the car park until she reached the little dark blue Nissan Micra, which had been left for her earlier this afternoon in the agreed spot. Still crouched, she pulled the spare key out of her handbag, unlocked the driver's door, and slipped in. Briefly checking in the mirror that the hijab and glasses were masking enough of her face, she opened the glove box and pulled out her secret phone. She sent a brief text. "Plan A is a go. See you sooner than soon. Kiss, kiss, kiss." She started the car, drove to the exit, and then out onto the road. Yes, she thought, exhilaration surging through her. So far, so good. The plan, starting with the row she'd engineered on Thursday night so their neighbours would hear, was working a treat. She looked at the car clock and then at her watch. 3:23 p.m. Amid the ridiculous number of apps Niall had accumulated on his phone, he had never noticed the one she had added a week ago. EXIF tool. It enabled you to change the date on any photograph you took. So simple. She'd used it to good effect in the BMW a short time ago, while Niall was driving, then deleted the app. He would never have noticed. By her reckoning and her knowledge of Niall, he would wait in the car for 15, maybe 20 minutes before his patience ran out and he went to look for her. He'd search Tesco, then maybe Marks and Spencer, all of which would take at least another quarter of an hour. Quite possibly longer, but she wasn't going to allow herself the luxury of any margin. From her dress rehearsal, she could do everything she needed to do and be away within 20 minutes. As she drove east towards the city of Brighton and Hove, for the first time in a long while, she was happy. Her life filled with a new purpose. She just had to get through the next hour. And a very good plan would be to not get stopped for speeding. The speedometer was registering 45 miles per hour, and it was a 30 miles per hour limit. Shit, stupid. She lifted her foot off the accelerator and braked sharply, and as she did so, her heart lifted up. The nightmare was nearly at an end. Just a few tiny obstacles to navigate. And then she allowed herself a private smile, invisible to the outside world inside her headscarf, just as she was. And would remain. No more having to put up with him. No more being with someone whose eye was elsewhere. No more having to put up with his infidelities. She knew about all of them because he was so rubbish at IT. No more living in terror about his plan to kill her. Chapter 77. Sunday, the 1st of September. Eden passed their house and drove a couple of 100 yards up the road before pulling in and parking. This was the dangerous part. None of their immediate neighbours had any outward-facing CCTV, but even so, it was a concern. She just had to hope that no one was bothering to look out of their window at this hour on a Sunday, and if they did, they would see a woman in a hijab strolling along, not an uncommon sight. The time was 3:40 p.m. She had to be out of here by 4:05 p.m. for a clear margin, although in reality she probably had until 4:30 p.m., but no unnecessary chances. She only had this one. A few cars passed in both directions, and a cyclist, none taking any apparent notice of her. Then she froze for a moment as she heard the banshee howl of a siren. A police car on blues and twos shot up the road, past her, and disappeared. Entering the front door, kneeling briefly to give the cat, Reggie, a stroke, she pulled the checklist out of the inner pocket of her bag and began working through it. She would really miss this cat, she knew. Was there a way to bring him with her? Later, she thought, all in good time, she would figure a way to get him picked up once Niall was locked away. First
was her diamond engagement ring and her wedding ring. She placed them in a bag together with her passport and hid them beneath a loose wooden floorboard in the upstairs spare room that was his home office. Tick. Into the utility room to check the store cupboard. Tick. Next, she removed the clothes she'd been wearing earlier that day, the t-shirt, pop socks, shorts and trainers, putting them into a plastic bag and changed back into her loose-fitting clothes, hijab and a spare pair of shoes. Then, and she hadn't been looking forward to this bit, she went into the kitchen, clutching the bag, and pulled the large, serrated-edged kitchen knife from the block. She pressed it to the base of the index finger of her left hand, closed her eyes, took in a deep breath, and as she exhaled, drew it quickly across the skin, slicing deeply. Stifling her cry at the sharp pain, she opened her eyes, pleased to see blood running from the cut. She let a couple of drops fall on the work surface and some on the floor before ensuring some more spots went onto the t-shirt, her shorts, one of her socks, and onto one of her trainers. Then she wiped the floor and work surface with a kitchen towel so that the blood would be invisible to Niall's naked eye, but not to the equipment of any subsequent investigating CSIs, if what she'd gleaned from all the crime shows she'd seen on television was correct. She put the towel into her handbag. She then used the cloth and bleach to wipe the skirting boards in the kitchen to make them visibly clean. Tick. Wrapping the blood-stained knife in cling film, she put it also in her handbag, then went upstairs with the bag of her clothes, letting a couple of droplets of blood fall along the way, smearing each one with her right hand into the wooden treads, and entering their ensuite bathroom. There, she squeezed her finger, letting more blood fall onto the tiles, once more smearing it in so Niall wouldn't notice. After quickly dabbing on some antiseptic and winding a plaster round her finger, she removed the t-shirt from the bag. Then she took out the screws from a small wall-mounted grill and placed the t-shirt in the cavity. She secured the grill, but deliberately left one of the small screws on the floor, ready to be found, hopefully by police forensic experts. She glanced anxiously at her watch. Still a safe 15 minutes to go. She put her switched-off phone in a drawer under the bed, covering it with some underwear. Tick. She hurried over to the window and peered down to the street. No sign of the BMW or Niall. She looked at her checklist. All done. A plaintive meow made her look up. Reggie was standing in the doorway. "What is it, darling? You want your dinner? I'd love to give it to you, but I can't because your daddy will know I've been here. He'll be home soon. He'll remember." She knelt, scooped him up into her arms, and kissed his head. "I'm going to miss you," she whispered. Reggie's answer was to purr contentedly. "You're a nice cat. You know that?" He continued purring. "Thanks for being the one good thing in my life these past years." She kissed him again and set him down. He looked at her, then rolled onto his back. She knelt again and tickled his tummy briefly, then stood up and glanced around their bedroom. She looked at the framed prints of Victorian Brighton on the wall, one of the Chain Pier and one of the Daddy Longlegs train that ran above the sea, which Niall had bought her for their first Christmas here. It would be the last time she would be in this room, and it was her last chance to take anything, but she couldn't risk that. However tempted she was to take the one piece of jewellery Niall had bought her in happier times that she really liked, a Cartier tennis bracelet. Of course, he loved to tell anyone and everyone he'd bought it for her, like some sort of trophy that she had to be grateful for. But hell, why take the risk of him noticing? And besides, all it would do is remind her of him, when she wanted to spend the rest of her new life forgetting him. She adjusted the hijab in the hall mirror, pulling it as low over her forehead as she could, and put her sunglasses back on. Then, clutching her handbag and Waitrose carrier bag in one hand and keys in the other, she let herself out of the front door and strode up the pavement towards her car, without once looking back. Chapter 78. Sunday, the 1st of September. 10 minutes later, Eden was driving along the A27 with Cyndi Lauper's Girls Just Want to Have Fun blasting through the car's speakers. It was one of the songs that Niall hated, just like most of the tracks on the playlist, her Freedom playlist.
that she'd secretly put together these past few weeks. Singing aloud to the track, she was heading northeast to Lewes and then would take the Crowborough Road towards Ashton Forest. Finally, she slowed, approaching the turnoff into the same car park into which she had driven the BMW last Thursday night. It was after Niall had fallen deep asleep, with a little help from the sleeping pills she'd popped into the whiskey she gave him after the barbecue. She was hopeful the police would find this turn-off from interrogating the BMW's computer and his phone, which she had also taken with her, leaving hers behind. As she pulled in onto the sandy surface, she was relieved that no other cars were here, no one to witness her. Pulling on rubber gloves and locking the car, checking around warily for any cyclists or dog walkers, she carried the plastic bag off into the woods. Who was it who said, "If you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans"? Well, God wasn't laughing today, but she was pretty sure he was smiling. Just as she smiled, as she removed the spade, the one she'd bought at a garden centre a while back, from the thick gorse bush where she'd concealed it. Then she began to scrape out the soil of the shallow grave she had dug in the early hours of Friday morning. Next, she unwrapped the cling film from around the blood-stained kitchen knife, putting the wrapping carefully into the bag, and dropped the knife into the soil. 40 minutes later, when she had finished interring the clothes she had brought and covering them sparsely with earth, ensuring some were showing on the surface, scratching the ground to make it look like it had been disturbed by an animal, she returned to her car, placed the spade and the bag, the sole contents of which was now the cellophane in which the knife had been wrapped, in the boot, and climbed into the driver's seat. Before driving off, she keyed a text and sent it. ETA 25 minutes. Kiss, 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 kiss. Moments after starting the engine, a reply pinged back. Make it 24 minutes. I can't wait that long. Kiss, 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 kiss. Chapter 79. The Present. Friday the 6th of September. Moments after Gummy announced that the subject was on the move, Mark Taylor and the team members in the room with him were watching on the live feed. The Fiesta hire car, followed by the old red van that had let it out, and a further stream of cars, headed north up Neville Road and vanished from view. One car, 3 back, was a dull grey Nissan Micra, call sign Alpha 1. A moment later, the voice of the driver, Kim Howe, came over the radio. Alpha 7, I have eyeball on subject. With all the team listening, Taylor replied, Alpha 1, stay with him for as long as you can. Stay with him, Alpha 7, yes, yes, she replied. The image on the monitor switched to a road map, with Alpha 1, now an avatar, a grey car-shaped symbol, moving steadily along the road around a long curve. She was heading towards the junction with King George VI Avenue. 2 further vehicle avatars, one green, one blue, were spaced out behind her. Subject waiting at the junction, indicating right, Howe said. Alpha 1, you have Alpha 4 and Alpha 8 trailing you. If you end up directly behind subject, let one overtake you. Copy? Alpha 7, yes, yes. They watched the symbol now move north, heading uphill towards the roundabout at the top, which would give 4 options. Onto the A27 in either direction, north to Devil's Dyke, or southeast towards the city centre. It's the second left, 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 Howe's calm voice came through. I'm now directly behind. Taylor felt a thrum of excitement. From his earlier briefing with Grace and Branson, the car park at Devil's Dyke Beauty Spot was where Niall Paternoster had a previous suspected liaison. Was he heading there now? It was a fast, narrow road to the dyke, which demanded maximum concentration from any driver. There were fields to the north, sloping down into a deep valley, and further on, the dyke golf course. There were open farmland fields to the left, down across a panoramic vista to the urban conurbations of Southwick and Shoreham, with the harbour and sea beyond. A short distance on to the south was another golf course, the 9-hole Brighton and Hove Golf Club. Quite apart from being stunning scenery, this whole area Mark Taylor well knew from his police experience was the place that many young dating couples in Brighton and Hove who had access to a vehicle would sooner or later go for perhaps their first proper kiss, and likely more. It was also occasionally and sadly a favoured local deposition site for bodies. Taylor watched the blue avatar right behind the red one and spoke into the mic. Alpha 1, Alpha 4 is tailing you in a blue Suzuki Vitara Jeep. Let him pass. You'll then have Alpha 8 in an old Mazda MX-5 behind. Let him pass, and he'll then pass subject. All the team watched the manoeuvres. However vigilant Niall Paternoster might be, he would have struggled to figure out he was being followed. 3 minutes later, Howe reported, Alpha 7, subject has entered car park and is heading to the far end where I can see just one other car, a white and black Range Rover Evoque, index Golf November 70, Charlie Papa November. We're all parking up and I'm keeping eyes on him. A moment later, she said, subject exiting the Fiesta holding a carrier bag that looks like it contains a bottle. Someone inside the Rangy has opened the passenger door for him. Alpha 8 has parked right opposite. May have a better view. A different voice came on the radio, the chirpy voice of Nigel Hurst. Alpha 7, Alpha 8 here, boss. Subject having an embrace with a blonde lady in the Range Rover. Now he's inside and closed the door. Possible Ugandan discussions, he quipped, quoting the euphemism coined by the satirical newspaper Private Eye for illicit copulation. Taylor radioed the Range Rover's registration number through to a controller, requesting an ident on the owner. The information came back in less than a minute. Chapter 80. Friday the 6th of September. Just as he was about to enter the conference room for the evening briefing, Roy Grace's phone rang. It was Mark Taylor. Sir, the DS said, you told me in our briefing you suspected Niall Paternoster was having an affair. We currently have eyes on a Range Rover Evoque parked up at Devil's Dyke, where he appears to be having a liaison with a lady. The index of her car gives her as Rebecca Watkins of 17 Barrowfield Drive, Hove. Nice area, Grace said, memorising the name and address. Quite posh. Paternoster's trading up, is he? Very much so, Taylor replied. A dream house. Fat chance on my pay. Grace ignored the comment, thinking hard, visualising Devil's Dyke. You should have enough vehicles to cover any of the possible routes Paternoster takes from there. Yes, sir. There's only one road out of the Devil's Dyke car park. Soon after, there's one junction with an option to go straight on or turn left up past the Dyke Golf Club. We can cover that easily. Good. Something else, sir, Taylor said. Subject has parked out of direct sight of the Range Rover, including its mirrors. The area is fairly quiet, and we think we have a chance to put a tracker on Subject's car while he's otherwise preoccupied. I already have authority. Don't take any risk of anyone being seen, Grace cautioned. That is my job, sir. Grace felt the reproachful tone of the DS's voice like a rebuke. He should have known better, he realised, than try to give advice to a man of Taylor's calibre. Of course, Mark, I understand. Thank you, sir. Grace took his place next to Glenn Branson at the table in the conference room, thinking to himself how the receiver of the text message from Sunday night was almost certainly Rebecca Watkins. As the team filed in, he rapidly familiarised himself with the notes he had prepared for the briefing. Over many years, he had imbued the importance of punctuality in all his team members. On one occasion, when a particularly arrogant young detective had sauntered in 10 minutes after the decreed starting time, Grace had given him a withering look and said to the DC, whom he had never used again, You know what being late tells me? It says that your time is more important than mine, and everyone else is gathered here. On the dot of 5:30 p.m. on the wall clock, with everyone present, Grace said, This is the 7th briefing of Operation Lagoon, the investigation into the disappearance and suspected death of Eden Paternoster. A phone rang. Lorna Dennison Wilkins glanced at the mobile on her desk, then raised an apologetic hand. I need to take this, sir. He nodded to her. She answered, hurriedly stepping out of the room and closing the door behind her. Continuing, Grace said, We've had confirmation from Lucy Sibben a short while ago that the bone found in the grave of the deposition site in Ashton Forest isn't human, as her colleague suspected. It's the tibia of a roe. Oh dear, Norman Potting said, looking around, but there was no response. Undeterred, he quipped again, referencing an inquiry many of them had been involved with some time back. Stag night gone wrong, was it? Not today, Norman, okay? Grace turned as Dennison Wilkins came back into the room, looking like she had news. Sir,
she said to Grace, but addressing everyone. That was PC Benny and Jones, who's working with the team at the garage examining the Paternoster's BMW. He called right away because he thought it might be significant to our inquiries. They found a magnetic GPS tracker concealed under the rear of the car.
Chapter 81, Friday the 6th of September. For some moments, no one in the conference room spoke. The silence was briefly broken by the sound of ABBA's Dancing Queen bursting out of a phone and being rapidly shut off. Roy Grace looked at a red-faced Jack Alexander. "Sorry, boss. Caitlin put it on my phone as a joke. Thought I'd got rid of it." The silence resumed, to be broken again by Grace exclaiming, "A tracker under the Paternoster's BMW, which must have been there before we seized the vehicle. What is that about?"
Benny and Jones told me it was a TK Star, a good brand, waterproof, with a 3-month battery life, Lorna Dennison Wilkins informed him.
"A tracker under the Paternoster's car," Grace repeated, more calmly now. "So who put it there? Niall Paternoster? Eden? Someone external? Not the police, so far as we know, but we need to check that." He turned to Potting. "Norman, I'll give you the action of eliminating the police from putting it there." "Yes, Chief." Grace was pensive again, then said, "Whoever put it there wanted to see where the car was going. This was a vehicle that both husband and wife shared. Did one of them place it there, and if so, which one, and why? Or could it have been someone else altogether?" He looked around a sea of faces, deep in thought. "Lorna, did JBJ give you any sense of whether this is a rare or common tracker?"
He said it was one of a number widely available, sir. This particular one costs around £30. It's sold in a lot of shops and on Amazon.
"Do we know if it was active or dormant?" Grace asked. "Could it have been there for years, perhaps, from a previous owner of the vehicle?" She shook her head.
He said it's a recently upgraded version that's only been on the market for a couple of months.
"Okay. Well, that might help us find out where it was bought from and by who." Martin Stratford called out, "Sir?" "Yes, Martin?" "I've just looked up this product," he said, nodding at his laptop screen. "There seem to be a very large number of retailers, including Amazon, as Lorna just mentioned." Grace made a note. They needed to check the Paternoster's laptops for Amazon purchase history. "Let's hypothesize for now that it's either Niall or Eden Paternoster who has put this there. For what reason?" Norman Potting raised his arm and caught Grace's eye. "There's normally only one, Chief. Suspected cheating." "So speaks the expert," said Kevin Hall. His remark was greeted with laughter, which momentarily broke the unusually sombre mood of the team. Potting raised his arms and took a bow by twirling his hands. "So, taking your point, Norman," Grace said, "who has suspected who here, husband or wife?" "What?" Grace's phone rang. Glancing at the display, he saw it was Mark Taylor again. "This might be important," Grace apologized, answering it. It was. "Sir," Mark Taylor said, "just to give you a heads up, the lady got out of her Range Rover to kiss Loverboy goodbye. We've got some good photographs of her. I'm pinging them through to you now." As he spoke, Grace felt his phone vibrate, signaling an incoming email. "Nice work, Mark. Loverboy's walking back to his car. He's looking pretty happy with himself, if you get my drift, sir. Like he's had a happy ending?" "Well, exactly." It took a few moments for the photographs to finish downloading. When they had, Roy Grace was staring at a woman in her mid to late 30s, with short, stylish fair hair that was looking a bit ruffled. She reminded him a little of the actress Sienna Miller. She had a certain beauty, but a hard edge to her face. He handed the phone to Branson, telling him to pass it round. "We believe this lady may be called Rebecca Watkins," Grace said, "Niall Paternoster's girlfriend. I'd like you all to take a look at her. Rebecca Watkins. Anyone recognize her?" Everyone in turn studied it carefully, each of the team shaking their heads, until it got to Polly. She stared at it rigidly for several seconds. Then she looked directly at Roy Grace. "I thought I recognized the name, sir. Now, seeing the face, I'm even more sure. I interviewed her, along with a bunch of other people at Eden Paternoster's employers, Mutual Occidental Insurance. If I'm right,
Rebecca Watkins is Eden Paternoster's line manager, her boss.
You're sure, are you, Polly? Roy Grace asked. She hastily looked at her notebook. There was a short silence, just the sound of Martin Stratford tapping his keyboard, who then looked up.
I can confirm that Rebecca Watkins works for Mutual Occidental.
He held up his laptop, showing a photograph of the woman looking even more severe in a dark business suit and white rough collar. There was little doubt in anyone's mind it was the same person as the one in the photographs that had just been sent through to Grace's phone. A moment later, Polly confirmed it. Chapter 82, Friday the 6th of September. It had happened more than once before in Roy Grace's career when a fresh piece of evidence out of left field had turned an investigation on its head, or at least threw into question all their lines of inquiry, he well knew. This information, combined with the discovery of the tracker, is making me think there are two other dimensions to this case that we need to investigate, Grace said. He had everyone's complete attention. So far, we've been focusing on Niall Paternoster as our prime suspect, with all the evidence pointing to him having murdered Eden. Now, we have evidence that he's having an affair, and with his wife's boss. Could we be looking at a conspiracy between Niall Paternoster and Rebecca Watkins to murder Eden? Or should we be looking at something completely different altogether? He stared around at his team quizzically. A setup? Suggested Luke Stansted. Grace nodded at him. That's my thinking. We have no body so far, despite all the evidence of murder and the deposition site. But is it possible that it could be there to mislead us? Along with the photograph at Parham House. All we have at that site are some items of clothing in and around a shallow grave and a knife that, in my view, has maybe been put in the wrong place, a far too obvious one. He paused to let that sink in. It's possible that having murdered Eden, dissected her and buried her remains, Niall dumped the knife in a red mist of panic, or, just as likely, it was dragged from the grave by an animal. But we know he, or at least his car and his phone, then went to Shoreham Harbour. So if he was going to the harbour to drop his wife's head into the sea, wouldn't he also have disposed of the knife there? He let that hang in the air for a moment, looking around at his team. No one contradicted him. We always need to consider the alternatives in any case, he continued. Let's suppose for a moment that the kitchen knife was deliberately put in that sparse bush instead of one of the much thicker bushes close by, so we would find it. D.C. Soper raised a hand. Yes, Louise. The smartly dressed detective constable, her brown hair elegant as always, her discreet Hublot watch, the only clue to her private wealth, held up a sheaf of papers. It's a good point, sir. I've been going through the forensic report on the Paternoster's BMW, as I'm sure we all have, and something struck me, as I'm sure it must have you. Which is, Louise? Grace encouraged.
If Niall Paternoster had murdered his wife and transported her to the deposition site in Ashdown Forest in their BMW, which all the evidence from the car's sat-nav and onboard computer points to, why is there no DNA evidence in the car? It's a two-door convertible, so most likely it would have put her body in the boot, or at least on the back seat, although that would have been awkward. Yet there is no DNA evidence, so far at least, of her being in either.
Grace nodded. A good point, Louise. Norman Potting raised a hand. But if Niall had wrapped up all the body parts carefully, say in bin liners or plastic sheeting, there wouldn't necessarily have been any DNA in the car.
Yes, Norman, he replied. But if he'd had the presence of mind to wrap up the body parts carefully, in my thinking, that doesn't square with the seemingly careless way he'd disposed of the knife, if that is in fact what he did. He saw the financial investigator trying to attract his attention. Emily? Sir, Denyer said, as we already know, the house in Neville Road is owned by Eden Paternoster. We found out that a year ago she paid off the mortgage, but does he know that? It looks like she used the income she had built up from her rental properties. I've now discovered two things of interest late this afternoon. The first is just 10 weeks ago, she raised a 70% mortgage on the house of £420,000 from the Lothian Bank of Commerce. And secondly, possibly even more significant, 6 weeks ago she transferred that entire amount to a nominee account in the Cayman Islands. I'm awaiting more information from the land registry, but I doubt Niall is aware of any of this.
Grace felt a beat of excitement at this new information. Am I being set up here? He began to wonder. Have I missed something? Niall Paternoster was having an affair with Eden's boss. Had she suspected her husband and placed the tracker under their car? Or did she hire someone to do it? Did she suspect he might be about to divorce her, so she moved all the assets she could overseas? And, holding down a senior job in IT in a major international company, she was clearly tech-savvy. He thought back to the chessboard with the game in progress in the Paternosters' living room. Roy Grace's grandfather had taught him chess when he was about 7, and he'd played often with him, and also occasionally with his dad, until his father stopped playing with him because he always beat his old man too easily. Chess was about strategy, thinking as many moves ahead as you could. The fact that both Niall and Eden played chess against each other indicated both were strategists. Was Eden Paternoster still alive? Who was outthinking the other here, in a game beyond the board? Chapter 83. Friday, the 6th of September. Addressing his team, Roy Grace said, I want to run a parallel line of inquiry, looking at the possibility Eden Paternoster is not dead and has set this whole thing up, and if so, why?
Could she have done this to get her husband locked up on a murder charge, boss?
Glenn Branson said. On the face of it, that would seem the most likely, Grace agreed. Maybe she planted the blood-spotted T-shirt, hid her rings in a place they would be found, took items of clothing to the forest. Far-fetched? Maybe, but an angry, hurt partner in a relationship is capable of going to any lengths to hit back. He continued, but we should consider this might only be a smokescreen, and there's another motive behind it. I want to stress these are only hypotheses, and I don't want to deflect our complete focus away from the current lines of inquiry, so I'm going to divide our resources.
You mean, like, punting each way on a horse race, Chief?
Norman Potting interrupted.
Hedging your bet.
Well, that's a rather crude way of putting it, Norman, and I'm not so much a betting man these days. I prefer to follow the evidence, but point taken. I'm giving you and Velvet the action of establishing whether Eden Paternoster is still alive. He looked at both officers. Velvet Wild nodded. Potting pursed his lips.
5-2 on, the husband being the killer. 10-1, his wife's still alive.
Frustrated now, Grace snapped. This is not a game, Norman. These are people's lives. Immediately he realized his nerves were frayed, and he was exhausted, and he felt guilty for snapping at Norman, who was going through his own particular hell right now. Maybe he should have stayed home and not come in. Looking suitably crestfallen, Potting said, Sorry, Chief. Moving on, Grace continued, What if when Eden left their BMW in the Tesco car park, she went round the back of the store and got into another car? One of the actions you need to start with is to check all local car hire companies and see if her name pops up. Recheck the CCTV cameras around the outside of the store and see if you can spot anything that might support this theory. Perhaps she had a disguise planned, a wig, different clothing. Maybe she had an accomplice, a lover or friend waiting in the car park. What about checking all ANPR cameras around the roads out of the store, sir? Emma Jane Boutwood asked. I've been thinking about that, EJ, but that's a big ask. The exit leads onto a main road going in 2 different directions, and we don't even know what vehicle we're looking for, if any. If Niall Paternoster is telling the truth, and it's still a big if, then Eden might well have left the Tesco car park in a vehicle. If we could identify that vehicle, then yes, definitely. What about a number plate match to any vehicles on Neville Road in the window of time before he could have got back there, boss? Jack Alexander suggested. Grace nodded thoughtfully. Okay, you're suggesting, depending on where the cameras are located, if any are in either location, that we see what vehicles left Tesco and then drove along Neville Road. It's a big task, but something we should consider if there is a camera there. D.S. Stratford interrupted them. Sir, there is one ANPR camera a quarter of a mile to the east of the store. The other is just over a mile to the west, but there are none
covering any part of Neville Road.
Shame, Grace said, and looked back at Alexander. It was a good idea. D.S. Stratford focused back on his screen. Grace turned to the financial investigator. We need a thorough breakdown of Eden Paternoster's finances, Emily. Drill into her background. Look at her maiden name, Townsend, and any other family names she might possibly have used as an alias.
Yes, sir. Already on it. I should have an update tomorrow.
Excellent. Glenn, any update from your press conference? Unfortunately, no sightings of Eden or useful information from the public to date. It's drawn a blank, boss. 2 crank calls and that's it. Roy Grace looked again at his team. One piece of evidence from digital forensics that's been driving our investigation towards Niall Paternoster so far is the examination of his computer. It's shown that he'd been searching for ways to commit murder and dispose of human bodies. Norman and Velvet, I need you to ask Aidan Gilbert at Digital Forensics for a log of all the times when Niall Paternoster was supposedly looking at murder and body disposal methods. Then, you need to speak to the taxi owner, Mark Tuckwell. He must have a record of the times that Paternoster was using his taxi.
To see if it could have been Niall Paternoster online at those times, sir?
Velvet Weil asked in her rich Belfast accent.
If he was out driving the taxi, that would indicate maybe his wife was accessing his computer, perhaps.
Exactly, Grace said. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. I'm not saying this is what I believe happened, but we need to eliminate that as a possibility. Or not. He looked around. What I'm saying, at this moment, is that I don't bloody know. Right now, we have a woman who has disappeared and her husband having an affair with his wife's boss. There is evidence her husband murdered her, but we have no body. I also have grounds for suspecting Eden could have set this up. Chris G. raised his arm. Grace nodded at him.
I'm wondering, if I was Niall Paternoster and innocent, how would I be reacting right now, sir? Would I be taking this calmly, or protesting my innocence loudly? Which has he been doing?
The crime scene manager asked. Good question, Chris, Grace responded. From all I've seen so far, Niall Paternoster is hard to read. He turned to Potting and Exton. You've been conducting the interviews. What are your views? John Exton replied, When we arrested him, boss, his first concern was for their cat. Several of the team giggled.
Bless, E.J. Boutwood said. He loves animals. He's clearly innocent.
Hitler loved animals too, Potting mumbled. For most of the interviews we conducted, he alternated between being belligerent and going no comment, Exton said. I found him hard to read. He looked at Potting. Same here, Chief. Okay, Grace said. We need to talk to this Rebecca Watkins urgently. Have we found any more about her? He looked at D.S. Stratford. Yes, I've been doing a search on her family, sir. He leaned over his shoulder and pointed at the association chart on one of the whiteboards behind him. Her husband, Ned, runs a successful advertising agency based in Brighton. They've been married 5 years, no children. Grace thanked him, then looked at Polly. I'm very curious about this lady. I'd like to meet her myself. I think we'll pay her a visit straight after this briefing. Then you and I can bring her in for a formal interview. Might that not risk potential issues with her marriage, sir? Polly asked. And your point is? Just saying, sir. Polly, Grace retorted, Rebecca Watkins is Eden Paternoster's boss. Eden has gone missing. That's why we're going to talk to her. I'm not about to tell her hubby that his wife is having an affair. Are you? No, sir, Polly responded assertively. Chapter 84. Friday the 6th of September. Half an hour after the 7th briefing of Operation Lagoon had ended, Roy Grace, accompanied by Polly Sweeney, turned the silver unmarked Mondeo estate off Dyke Road Avenue into Barrowfield Drive, an exclusive residential enclave of smart detached houses. The entrance road was narrow, more like a country lane than somewhere in the middle of a city. The only giveaway was the yellow lines down each side at the start of the drive. A wide mix of houses could be seen, Edwardian, mock Tudor, ultra-modern, colonial with columned porticos, and a few old-fashioned country cottage style. Several had expensive motors in the driveways, adding to the air of moneyed exclusivity.
They ought to have a sign at the entrance to this estate, Polly observed. No riffraff here.
Grace followed the car's sat-nav, smiled thinly as he made a left into Barrowfield Drive. Nor anyone on a copper's salary, he added. A man in his 50s, wearing orange earbuds, jogged past in the opposite direction.
Any of these fit your idea of a dream home, sir?
Polly asked. Grace shook his head. Houses too close together. They're beautiful, but if I had the kind of money to buy one of these, I'd get something in the country. Rolling acres, that kind of thing.
Fancy yourself as Lord Grace of Grace Towers, do you, sir?
Grace shook his head. No, never had any desire for that kind of money.
Did you ever read the novel Catch-22?
No.
Is it good?
Brilliant. A classic. I read that its author, Joseph Heller, was at a party in New York thrown by some billionaire for a bunch of writers. Someone asked him how it made him feel that no matter how successful he was as an author, he would never make the kind of money his host did. Know what Heller replied? Polly shook her head. He said, I have something he will never have. And that's the knowledge that I have enough. Polly, smiling, checked the numbers, then said, Here, boss, number 17. Grace pulled up outside a fancy mock Georgian mansion with a Grecian columned porch. A Range Rover Evoque and a matte black McLaren were parked ostentatiously in the curved driveway out front. Grace, automatically clocking their license plates, smiled too. It was good to be back properly on the job. It was helping him so much to escape, however fleetingly, from his grief over Bruno. They climbed out and walked up the path to the front door. Polly glanced enviously at the McLaren.
Wouldn't mind one of those, she said.
What colour? She wrinkled her nose.
I'm not fussed.
Chapter 85. Friday the 6th of September. Entering the porch, Roy Grace pressed the doorbell, one of the modern ones, a Nest with a built-in video. Even the chimes they could hear faintly sounded expensive. He half expected a butler to open the door. A dog yapped, followed by a man's voice calling out, Kiko! Kiko! Moments later, the door opened a crack, then wider. A lean man in his mid-40s with an equine face, a dishevelled mop of thinning fair hair covering the front of his head, stood there. He was dressed in a t-shirt, running shorts and trainers, and clutching one of the smallest dogs Grace had ever seen. It was barely larger than a rat, to his sweaty chest. Despite his clear recent exertions, the man smelled of cologne. Staring at them without an ounce of welcome in his expression, he said flatly, Yes? Mr. Ned Watkins? Grace asked, and held up his warrant card, as did his colleague, Detective Superintendent Grace and Investigating Officer Sweeney of Surrey and Sussex Major Crime Team. Yes, that's me. We would like to speak to your wife, Rebecca. Is she home? Grace said. The dog, its eyes like wet marbles, was sizing them up. What about? He asked. Is your wife home? Grace repeated politely. He hesitated, then said, She is, yes. We'd like to speak to her, Grace said. Would you like to tell me what this is about? Ned Watkins said insistently. It concerns a work colleague of hers, sir. The woman who's gone missing? That's correct, sir. He opened the door wider and stepped aside, ushering them in, still clutching the dog. Then he called out, quite stiffly, Grace noted, with no affection in his voice, Becky! From somewhere in the house, a voice, equally lacking in affection, called back, Yes! It's people from Sussex Police wanting to speak to you. Then he closed the door and set the dog down. It glared at Grace and Polly, yapped a couple of times, then scurried off, disappearing into a doorway. Okay, the voice called out. Just on a call. Be there in a sec. Ned Watkins looked at them both. I'm just back from a run. Going to take a shower. I'll leave you to it. Thank you, sir. We're sorry to intrude. Without replying, Watkins walked down the hall and disappeared up the ornate curved staircase at the far end. The hall had a crisp, modern and arty feel, a polished oak floor with a black and white patterned runner carpet, abstract art on the grey walls, a chaise longue which looked like a giant lobster with its back hollowed out. Weird, Grace thought. Not something he'd want greeting him when he arrived home. A woman appeared through the same doorway the dog had run into. She was barefoot, with razor-cut bleached blonde hair, dressed in stylish gym kit. No mistaking her, Grace thought, glancing at Polly out of the corner of his eye. He recognized her instantly from the photographs Mark Taylor had sent through. An attractive, slim woman in her mid-30s, she looked more like a model or an actress than someone who worked in a rather more mundane IT position in the insurance world. She approached them, followed by the dog. "Good evening," she said, polite but unsmiling. Her voice had a faint accent. Normally good at regional accents, Roy Grace could not immediately place hers. A Midlands accent she was trying to suppress, perhaps? "Mrs. Rebecca Watkins?" Grace asked, again displaying his warrant card. He repeated his and Polly's credentials. "We'd like to have a word with you. Is there somewhere we could talk privately?" Then, lowering his tone, he added, discreetly. A shadow flitted across her face. "What do you mean by that?" She looked for a moment at Polly, a tad too closely. "Didn't I see you at my office earlier this week?" "Yes," Polly said, then lowering her voice. "We'd like to talk to you about your whereabouts this afternoon, Mrs. Watkins." She jumped. It was as if she'd just stuck a finger into an electrical socket. There was a faint hiss and whir from upstairs, the sound of a shower running, Grace thought. "If it's not convenient here, perhaps you could accompany us to Police HQ?" "Here's fine," she said stiffly. She indicated a door on their left, opened it, led them through and closed it behind her. The detectives entered a lounge, bizarrely decorated in vivid colours. There was a life-size model tiger, a silver giraffe head on one wall, and some very strange modern art on the others, as well as a white baby grand piano. Rebecca Watkins gestured them to one of the two curved blue sofas facing a glass coffee table, inside which, and Grace didn't care to look at them too much, was an assortment of preserved spiders and beetles. She then closed the door firmly, ensuring it clicked shut. Grace looked at the piano. "Do you play?" he asked, trying to break the ice and to get a reading from her face. "My husband," she said dismissively, as if it were an affliction rather than a talent. She sat down opposite them, bolt upright, crossing her legs, and then her arms. Defensive pose, Grace noted. "Who's the entomologist?" Polly asked. The woman threw a casual glance down at the table. "Oh, that's my husband too. Not my thing at all. Critters. Yuck." She shuddered. Grace wondered, curious, if she didn't like the insects, why she allowed it to be a centerpiece of their living room. She didn't look like a pushover to him. "So, officers, I must ask, do you know Bill Warner? He's a cousin of mine." Grace nodded. "Yes, one of the best police officers I've ever had the privilege to work with." "Lovely man." "He is," Grace said. Then, lowering his voice a few octaves, he said, "Mrs. Watkins, could you tell us your movements over the past 4 hours? As I said, if you would prefer to talk somewhere more discreetly, we could go to Police HQ." She locked eyes with him fleetingly. "Why would I need to talk somewhere discreet? I've nothing to hide." "Okay," Grace said, and glanced at his watch. It was 7:02 p.m. "If you could please tell us your movements since 3 p.m. today." She shrugged. "I've been attending an IT seminar in Hastings for the past 2 days, which finished at lunchtime. There was no point going to the office. I work up at Croydon, as you know, so I took the afternoon off and went to Waitrose in Brighton to do my weekly shop. Then I came home, unpacked everything and began preparing our evening meal." Grace, focused on her eyes, asked, "You work for the Mutual Occidental Insurance Company?" "I do, yes. Your friend here knows this. I saw her there this week." "With Mrs. Eden Paternoster?" "Correct. Yes." "Did you go anywhere else during this time this afternoon, Mrs. Watkins?" She shook her head. "No, like I said, I was here preparing supper." "And your husband would be able to confirm that?" Polly said. Both detectives saw the hesitation in her face. "He only came home at about 6 p.m. and then went straight out for a run." "What time did you go to Waitrose this afternoon?" Grace asked.
I don't know. Around 3 p.m.?
And how long were you in the store?
Half an hour, maybe 40 minutes.
Then you came back home, he continued. The hesitation again.
Yes.
The CCTV in the Waitrose store would be able to confirm the time you arrived and left, Grace said. Are you sure you came straight back home?
Yes, of course. I had stuff that needed to go into the freezer. What is this about?
Grace reached into his inside pocket and pulled out a series of photographs which he laid facing her on the coffee table. She was good, he thought, with sneaking admiration. She barely twitched a muscle. She just looked at them, completely dispassionately. You can see in the first photograph a black and white Range Rover Evoque. The license plate is the same as the one parked on your driveway. Is that your vehicle, Mrs. Watkins?
Yes.
Still defiant. And is that you in the other photographs?
Yes.
These were taken at approximately 5:30 p.m. today in the car park at Devil's Dyke. You say you were at home all afternoon after returning from Waitrose. That's correct, is it?
Obviously not, she said. I forgot about that bit.
Grace glanced at Polly. We're not here to make any moral judgments, Mrs. Watkins. We are investigating the disappearance of Mrs. Eden Paternoster, the wife of the man in these photographs with you. We believe she may have been murdered. You and Mrs. Paternoster are work colleagues. You are her line manager, if I understand correctly.
You too?
Are you aware that Niall Paternoster, her husband, is a prime suspect in our murder inquiry?
It's been all over the news, she retorted. It was front page on the Argus yesterday and headlined on Radio Sussex and BBC Television. But if you think Niall was responsible, you're very wrong. He's a sweet man who wouldn't harm anyone.
There was a knock on the door. Polly immediately leaned forward and grabbed the photographs just as it opened. Ned Watkins peered in. He shot a still here look at the detectives, then addressed his wife coldly again.
Off to poker. Everything okay? Fine, she said. I'm going to my kickboxing class shortly.
See you, he said.
See you,
she replied stiffly. As he closed the door, the lack of affection between the two hung in the air like the vapour from dry ice. Mrs. Watkins, Grace asked, where were you last Sunday, September the 1st, around 5:30 p.m?
I took our dog, Kiko, for a walk on the dyke.
Is that all? Grace persisted. Outside, they heard the roar of a high-powered engine starting, followed by what seemed to the officers to be several unnecessarily loud revs, as if Ned Watkins was signalling some displeasure. Then came a squeal of tyres and the vroom of the McLaren, they presumed, roaring off at speed. Seemingly ignoring the sound, Rebecca Watkins gave Grace a long, hard stare.
I'm guessing you know the answer to that. So before I say anything else, am I a suspect? Is that what this is about? Should I have my solicitor present?
Both detectives shook their heads. No, you're not a suspect, Grace answered. Not at this moment.
Meaning?
She rounded on him. If you were a suspect, we would have arrested you, Grace said. We are aware that you appear to be in some form of relationship with Niall Paternoster, who is a person of interest to us. The purpose of coming to see you is to be able to eliminate you from our inquiries.
Or implicate me?
Roy Grace stared levelly at her. We need to make sure you didn't help Niall Paternoster murder his wife, Eden, and dispose of her body.
That's absolutely ridiculous, she replied.
Then you have nothing to worry about. We would like you to come to the police HQ in Lewes tomorrow morning to be interviewed, as you are an important witness. What time would be convenient?
I'm in a meeting at work all tomorrow morning. It's the monthly appraisals of my team. We're having to do them on a Saturday.
Fine, Grace said. What about tomorrow afternoon? She shook her head.
I've meetings booked all afternoon.
Grace stared back at her. Would you prefer us to arrest you on suspicion of conspiracy to murder? There was a long, silent standoff. Then she said compliantly,
Would 9 a.m. work?
Grace glanced at Polly, who nodded. Okay, 9 a.m. If you go to reception at the front entrance of the police HQ in Lewes, they'll have a car park space reserved for you.
You don't seriously think I have anything to do with Niall's wife's disappearance, do you? So long as you don't, Mrs. Watkins, Grace said, then you have nothing to worry about. Good, she said. Then I'm afraid I have to be off. I don't want to be late for my class.
Chapter 86, Friday, the 6th of September. As the detectives drove away from the Watkinses' house, heading back to HQ, Roy Grace turned to Polly. Your thoughts?
Her husband is one angry man.
A right loving relationship. Not, Grace said.
Has the husband found out about her affair? Polly asked. Should we include him on our list of suspects?
Grace, halting the car at the junction with Dyke Road Avenue, said, if he was going to murder anyone, it would be his wife, or Niall Paternoster. He wouldn't have any reason to harm Eden, unless I'm missing something. He turned left.
There's a very strange dynamic going on in that relationship.
For sure, but there's always two sides in a marriage breakdown.
We've been focusing on Niall Paternoster as our prime suspect, sir, Polly said. But that Rebecca Watkins, blimey O'Reilly, she is one cold fish, hard as nails.
Grace nodded. Hard enough to have murdered Eden? To get her man?
I was wondering that, sir. Does she look like a murderer?
Grace smiled. Something Glenn Branson had once said, quoting a movie, as he so often did, came into his mind. He was trying to remember which, then it came to him. Did you ever see that Hitchcock film, Strangers on a Train, Polly? She frowned.
I think I may have done.
There's a line in it that gives you your answer. It's something like, I'll tell you what a murderer looks like. A murderer looks like anyone. She nodded. So true. Worth putting surveillance on Rebecca Watkins as well? Grace shook his head. Nice idea, but we don't have the resources. And despite what we've seen of Niall Paternoster and Rebecca Watkins, I've still got doubts about Eden's disappearance. Maybe we'll know more after we interview Rebecca tomorrow. Wear plain clothing. Nothing to distract the subject.
I've got a shirt that D.I. Branson would be ashamed of, Polly said with a smile.
Sounds perfect. Chapter 87, Friday, the 6th of September. It was just past 9 p.m. when Roy Grace pulled up outside their cottage. It was dark, and as he climbed out of the car, hearing the distant bleat of a sheep somewhere, he felt a small amount of weight fall from his shoulders. The air smelled sweet, and he breathed in the almost intoxicating smell of freshly mown grass, before his thoughts returned to Bruno. Inside their house, he could hear Humphrey barking his greeting. He stood for some moments, looking up at the hill, thinking that Bruno would never see this again, that he would never see Bruno again. His only link with Sandy, now gone. He put the Indian takeaway into the oven to keep warm. At least, now he was on the Paternoster case, he was no longer at risk of being called out in the middle of the night to a crime scene. Someone else could have that pleasure. Hey, darling, I'm home. He was really hungry, he realized, having barely eaten all day. I'm home, he called out. Silence. As he went through into the living area, Humphrey walking along beside him, he saw Noah's baby monitor on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Beside a book, Cleo was part way through. Cleo, he called out, then climbed the stairs and entered their bedroom. No sign of her. He slung his jacket onto the antique chaise longue in front of the bed that they'd bought at the weekly auction in Lewes, tugged off his tie and dropped that onto it, then undid the top two buttons of his shirt and walked along the corridor to Noah's room, rolling up his sleeves. He opened the door. The curtains were drawn, and he saw the silhouette of his son asleep. He crept over and looked down at the boy, curled up in his cot, which he would soon outgrow, clutching his special teddy and a small stuffed monkey close to his face. Blowing him a silent kiss, he retreated, closing the door softly, then climbed the steep attic steps and opened the door to Bruno's room. Instantly, he felt a tug in his heart. Cleo was sitting on the end of his bed, on the red and white Bayern Munich bedspread, dressed in a loose smock, her hair clipped up, hands folded in her lap. Darling, he said gently.
She looked up at him through red, tear-stained eyes, her face a picture of sadness. He strode over, sat down beside her, and put his arm around her, kissing her on her wet cheek. "It's just so horrible, isn't it?" she said. He hugged her tightly to him. "Yes." He gazed around the cosy little room at the poster of Pascal Gross, looking triumphant, scoring a winner for Brighton and Hove Albion. He looked at the television screen on the wall and Bruno's beloved gaming box, wires trailing beneath it. The little dressing table with a neat row of bottles and tubes of hair gel. He was tearful now too. I just... He fell silent for some moments. I knew him for such a short time. I just wish we'd had longer. I'm sure in time we could... He fell silent again. Cleo squeezed his hand. "You would," she said. "I know you